Studies on Hysteria. Sigmund Freud. Studies on Hysteria. The Studies on Hysteria, written jointly by Drs. Joseph Breuer and S. Freud, first appeared in 1895, published by AUDIOBOOKS, Leipzig, Vienna. Following the guideline that the German edition of the complete works of Professor Freud traces for us, we do not collect in this Spanish edition but the part that of said studies corresponds exclusively to Freud, with the exception of chapters A, B and C, which correspond to both collaborators. Preface to the first edition, Breuer and Freud. Our collected experiences with a new method of exploration and treatment of hysterical phenomena were published in 1893 in the form of a preliminary communication, adding to them in the most concise way all the theoretical conceptions that we had reached at the time. Said communication is printed here again as a thesis, which will have to be illustrated and expanded. We now continue that discussion with a series of clinical observations in the selection of which we could not, unfortunately, be governed solely by scientific reasons. Indeed, our experiences have been collected in private professional practice, within a cultured and enlightened social class, and its content touches in many ways the life and most intimate destinies of our patients. It would mean committing a serious breach of trust to publish such disclosures, at the risk of the patients being identified and facts that could only have been confided to the doctor being disseminated in their circles. Hence, we have had to renounce the most instructive and demonstrative observations, which concern, of course, in the first place those cases in which the sexual and marital conditions had etiological importance. This is why we have only been able to demonstrate very fragmentarily our concept that sexuality, as a source of psychic trauma and a reason for defense, for the repression of ideas outside of consciousness, plays a cardinal role in the pathogenesis of hysteria. We've simply had to exclude the more crudely sexual remarks from this publication. The clinical histories are followed by a series of theoretical considerations, and in a final chapter of a therapeutic nature we present the technique of the cathartic method as it has been developed in the hands of the neurologist. If disparate and even contradictory opinions appear in some passages, this should not be interpreted as an indication of a wavering conception, but corresponds to the legitimate differences of opinion between two observers who, although they fundamentally agree regarding the facts and basic principles, do not they always coincide in their interpretations and in their presumptions. April 1895. Breuer. Freud. Forewords to the second edition, by Breuer and Freud, 1908. The growing interest that has been devoted to psychoanalysis now seems to also be oriented towards studies on hysteria. The publisher wishes to publish a new edition of this volume, currently out of print. Here it is reprinted without change, though the views and methods expounded in the first edition have in the meantime undergone extensive and profound modifications. As for myself, since then I have not taken an active interest in the subject, had no part in its important development, and could add nothing to what was said in 1895. Thus, I can only hope that my two papers included in said work 5 reappear in its original form when it is republished. Breuer. The unaltered reproduction of the text of the first edition is also the only possibility I see for my part in the present book. The evolution and modifications that my concepts have undergone in the course of 13 years of work are too vast to be incorporated into the exposition that I made of them then, without totally distorting the character that it possesses. On the other hand, I lack any reason that could lead me to suppress this testimony from my initial opinions. Even today I cannot consider them erroneous, but worthy of appreciation as first approximations to knowledge that only a continuous effort over a long time allowed us to capture them with greater integrity. From what was later added to the theory of catharsis, the role of psychosexual factors, that of infantilism, the importance of dreams and unconscious symbolism, among other things. The attentive reader will know how to find the germs already in this book. Finally, whoever is interested in the evolution that led from catharsis to psychoanalysis, could not give better advice than to start with studies on hysteria, thus following the same path that I had to follow. Vienna, in July 1908. Freud. The Psychic Mechanism of Hysterical Phenomena 6, Communication. Preliminary, Breuer and Freud, 1893. 1. Stimulated by a casual observation, we have been dedicating ourselves for some time to the investigation of the motivation of the various symptoms and forms of hysteria, that is, that process which first gave rise, often many years ago, to the phenomenon in question. In most cases, the simple examination of the patient is not enough, no matter how penetrating it may be, to discover such a starting point, negative result, due in part to often dealing with events that the patient dislikes to recall, but, above all, because the subject does not really remember what was sought, and does not even suspect the causal connection of the motivating process with the pathological phenomenon. It is almost always necessary to hypnotize the patient and to awaken in him during hypnosis the memories of the time when the symptom first appeared, procedure that allows us to establish the connection sought in the most precise and convincing way. With this research method we have obtained in a large number of cases extremely valuable results, both from the theoretical and from the practical point of view. As far as theory is concerned, these results have in fact shown us that the accidental factor has a determining value in the pathology of hysteria, much higher than what is generally accepted and recognized. In traumatic hysteria there is no doubt that it is the accident that has caused the syndrome, and when from the manifestations of the patients with hysterical attacks it is possible to deduce that in each and every one of their attacks they live again by hallucination that same process that caused the first one they suffered, the causal connection is also shown to us in an evident way. Not so in other different phenomena. But our experiments have shown us that very diverse symptoms, considered as spontaneous products, idiopathic, we might say, of hysteria have as close a connection to the causal trauma as the phenomena mentioned above, transparent in this sense. We have been able to refer to such causal factors neuralgia and anesthesia in very different ways, which in some cases had persisted for entire years, contract years and paralysis, hysterical fits and epileptoid convulsions, diagnosed as epilepsy by all observers, petit mal and affections of the nature of tics, vomiting, persistent and anorexia, led to the refusal of all food, vision disturbances, continuous visual hallucinations, etc., etc. The disproportion between the hysterical symptom, persistent for whole years, and its isolated and momentary motivation, is the same that we are used to observing in traumatic neurosis. Frequently, the cause of the pathological phenomena, more or less serious, that the patient presents, is in events of his childhood. On many occasions the connection is so perceptible that we clearly see how the causal event has given rise precisely to the phenomenon in question and not to a different one. Said phenomenon then appears transparently determined by its motivation. This is what happens, to choose a very vulgar example, when a painful affect, aroused on the occasion of the subject eating, and retained by it, then produces discomfort and vomiting, which then lasts for months as hysterical vomiting. A girl, who had spent several nights watching over her sick father in anguish, one of them fell into a state of bewilderment, during which her right arm, which was hanging over the back of the chair, fell asleep and she suffered a terrible injury. Hallucination. All this caused a laziness of said arm, with anesthesia and contracture. Also, having wanted to pray, he found no words, until, at last, he managed to utter a little children's prayer in English, and when some time later she was afflicted with a severe and complicated hysteria, she for a year and a half completely forgot her native language, being unable to speak, write, or understand anything but English. A lady, whose daughter was seriously ill, put all her will, seeing her fall asleep, to avoid any noise that might wake her up, but precisely because of that purpose, hysterical contrary will, he ended up producing a singular click with his tongue. Subsequently, on another occasion, in which he also wanted to maintain absolute silence, he again let out said noise, which now became a tic, which accompanied all excitement for whole years. 8. A subject of great intelligence had to assist his brother in a surgical operation aimed at correcting an ankylosis of the hip joint. At the moment the joint gave way, creaking under the operator's efforts, he felt a sharp pain in the same place on his body, which persisted for nearly a year. In other cases the connection is not so simple. Between the motivation and the pathological phenomenon there is only a symbolic relationship, similar to the one that the healthy man establishes in a dream when, for example, neuralgia comes to join a mental pain, or nausea to the effect of moral repugnance. We have observed patients who make extensive use of such symbolism. 9. In a third series of cases we failed to discover at first such determination. To this series belong precisely the typical hysterical symptoms, such as hemianesthesia, decreased visual field, epileptiform convulsions, etc. Later, when fully entering in the discussion of the matter, we will present our opinion on this group of phenomena. These observations do not seem to demonstrate the pathogenic analogy of common hysteria with dramatic neurosis and to justify an extension of the concept of dramatic hysteria. In traumatic neurosis, the real cause of the disease is not the slight bodily injury, but the startle, that is, the mental trauma. In the case of many hysterical symptoms, our investigations have similarly revealed to us causes that we can classify as psychic traumas. Any affect that provokes the painful affects of fear, anguish, shame, or psychic pain can act as such trauma. Whether or not the event acquires traumatic importance depends on the sensitivity of the subject, and another condition, which we will indicate later. In common hysteria we often find, substituting the intense single trauma, several partial traumas, that is, a group of motivations, which could only externalize a traumatic effect by their accumulation, and whose only connection is to constitute fragments of the same history pathological. In other cases, apparently in different circumstances are those that, due to their coincidence with the really effective event, or with a moment of great excitability, acquire the category of traumas, which no one suspected they possessed, but which they have preserved from that moment on. But the causal connection of the psychic trauma with the hysterical phenomenon does not consist in the fact that the trauma acts as a provocative agent, giving rise to the symptom, which would continue to subsist independently. Rather, we must affirm that the psychic trauma, or its memory, acts as a foreign body, which continues to exercise an effective and present action on the organism, no matter how much time has elapsed since its penetration into it. This action of the psychic trauma is demonstrated by a very singular phenomenon, which also gives our discoveries a high practical interest. We found, in fact, and to our surprise at first, that the various hysterical symptoms disappeared immediately and definitively as soon as the memory of the provocative process, and with it the concomitant affect, was clearly aroused, and the patient described with the greater detail possible this process, giving verbal expression to the affect. Memory devoid of affect is almost always ineffective. The primitive psychic process must be repeated as vividly as possible, brought back to the status nascendi, and expressed afterwards. In this reproduction of the primitive process, and in the case of excitation phenomena, they appear convulsions, neuralgia, hallucinations, etc. again with full intensity, to later disappear definitively. The paralysis and anesthesia also disappear, although, naturally, their momentary intensification is not perceptible. It does not seem very risky to suspect that what is involved in these cases is an unintentional suggestion. The patient would expect to be released from his illness by the procedure described, and this hope, and not the very fact of giving verbal expression to the memory of the provoking process and its concomitant effect, would be the true therapeutic factor. But it's not like that. The first observation of this kind, in which a very complicated case of hysteria was analyzed 11 in the manner indicated, the separately originating symptoms being suppressed separately, dates from the year 1881, that is, from the pre-suggestive period. It was facilitated by the patient's spontaneous self-hypnosis and caused the observer the greatest surprise. Reversing the principle of ses ante causat, ses ad effectus, we may very well deduce from these observations that the causal process still operates in some way after long years, and not indirectly, through a chain of intermediate causal elements, but immediately as initial cause, in the same way that an old psychic pain, remembered in a waking state, still provokes tears. Thus, the hysteric would suffer mainly from reminiscences. 2. At first it seems strange that such past events can act with such intensity, that is, that their memory does not succumb to wear and tear, to which we see all our other memories succumb. The following considerations will perhaps facilitate our understanding of these facts. The weakening or loss of affect of a memory depends on several factors and, above all, on whether or not the subject reacts energetically to the stimulating event. Here we understand by reaction the whole series of reflexes, voluntary and involuntary, from crying to the act of revenge, in which, as we know from experience, the affects are discharged. When this reaction comes on strongly enough, much of the affect goes with it. On the other hand, if the reaction is repressed, the affect remains linked to the memory. The memory of an offense punished, even if only with words, is very different from that of one that had to be tolerated without protest. The subject's reaction to trauma only achieves a cathartic effect when appropriate, for example, revenge. But man finds in the word a surrogate of the fact, with whose help the affect can also be discharged almost equally by reaction, abreagiert. In other cases, the word itself is the appropriate reflection by way of lamentation or relief from the weight of a secret, the confession. When such a reaction does not come about through actions or words, and in the milder cases, through crying, the memory of the event preserves the effective accentuation at first. The reactive shock is not, however, the only means available to the normal psychic mechanism of the healthy individual to nullify the effects of a psychic trauma. The memory of the trauma enters, although it has not been discharged by reaction, into the great association complex, juxtaposing itself with other events, perhaps opposed to it, and being corrected by other representations. Thus, after an accident, the memory of the danger and the attenuated reproduction of the shock are combined with the memory of the subsequent course of the event, that is, that of salvation, and the awareness of present safety. The memory of an unpunished offense is corrected by rectifying the facts, by reflecting on one's own dignity, etc., and in this way the normal man achieves the disappearance of affect, concomitant to the trauma, through functions of the association. Added to this is the general weakening of impressions and the fading of memories, which constitute what we call oblivion, which wears out, above all, representations, already lacking effective efficacy. Now, from our observations it turns out that those memories that have become the causes of hysterical phenomena have been preserved with wonderful clarity and with all their effective accentuation through long periods of time. We must note, however, that patients do not have these memories like others of their life, a most singular fact that we will use for new deductions later on. On the contrary, such events are completely absent from the memory of the patients, who are in their ordinary psychic state, or are only contained in it in a very summary way. Now then, submerged the subject in hypnosis, and subjected during it to an interrogation, these memories emerge again with all the intact vitality of recent events. In this way, one of our patients reproduced in a series of hypnotism sessions, which lasted half a year, everything that on the same days of the previous year, during an acute hysteria, had constituted a reason for her excitement. A diary that her mother kept, unknown to her, confirmed the absolute accuracy of the reproduction. Another patient lived again with astonishing precision, partly in hypnotic sleep and partly by means of spontaneous occurrences, all the events of a hysterical psychosis suffered 10 years before, events regarding which she had total amnesia up to the very moment of her death. New emergency. Also some etiologically important memories, 15 to 20 years old, proved to have been preserved surprisingly intact and precise, acting on their return with all the effective force of new events. The reason for this singularity cannot be other than that such memories constitute an exception to the general rule of wear and tear, to which we referred before. It is shown, in fact, that such memories correspond to traumas that have not been sufficiently discharged by reaction, and by carefully examining the reasons which have prevented it, we come to discover at least two sets of conditions in which there has been no reaction to trauma. In the first group of these conditions we include those cases in which the patients have not reacted to psychic traumas because the very nature of the trauma excluded a reaction, as happens in the irreparable loss of a loved person, because the social circumstances made the reaction impossible, or because, in the case of things that the patient wanted to forget, he repressed them from conscious thought and inhibited and suppressed them. Such painful events are then found in hypnosis as the basis of hysterical phenomena, hysterical delusions of saints and nuns, continent women, and severely educated children. The second series of conditions does not appear to be determined by the content of the memories, but by the psychic states with which the corresponding events have coincided in the patient. In hypnosis we also find, in fact, as the cause of hysterical symptoms, representations that are in themselves unimportant, which owe their preservation to the fact that they have arisen in serious paralyzing effects, for example, startle, or directly in abnormal psychic states, such as the semi-hypnotic state of daydreaming, self-hypnosis, etc. In these cases it is the nature of these states that prevented any reaction to the event. Both conditions can also coincide, and in fact do coincide many times. Such is the case when an affective trauma itself occurs in a state of severe and paralyzing effect or in a state of altered consciousness. But it also seems to happen that the psychic trauma causes in many people some of the abnormal states mentioned above, which then, in turn, prevents any reaction. On the other hand, it is common to both groups of conditions that in traumas not released by reaction, the release by associative elaboration is also denied. In the first group the intention of the patient to forget the painful events excludes them, to the greatest extent possible, from the association. In the second, associative elaboration fails because there is no broad associative connection between the normal state of consciousness and the pathological state in which such representations arose. In the following pages we will have the opportunity to return more carefully to these circumstances. We can therefore say that the representations that have become pathogenic remain so fresh and full of affect because they are denied the normal wear and tear through reactionary discharge or reproduction in states of uninhibited association. 3. In indicating the conditions on which, according to our observations, psychic traumas give rise to hysterical phenomena depends, we already had to speak of abnormal states of consciousness, in which such pathogenic representations arise, and we had to emphasize the fact that the memory of the affective psychic trauma does not appear contained in the patient's memory, when he is in his normal state, and only appears in it when he is hypnotized. The more carefully we studied these phenomena, the firmer our conviction became that that dissociation of consciousness, which appears to us so singularly as double consciousness in the well-known classical cases, exists in a rudimentary way in all hysteria. The tendency to this dissociation, and with it to the appearance of abnormal states of consciousness, which we will gather under the adjective hypnoid, the fundamental phenomenon of this neurosis. In this opinion we agree with Binet and with the two Janets, on whose very singular observations in anesthetic subjects we lack, moreover, experience. To the well-known affirmation that hypnosis is artificial hysteria, we will therefore add that the existence of hypnoid states is the basis and condition of hysteria. These very diverse hypnoid states, however, coincide with each other and with hypnosis in that the representations emerging in them are very intense, but they are excluded from the associative commerce with the other content of consciousness. But these states can be associated with each other, and their content of representations can reach differently high degrees of psychic organization in this way. For the rest, the nature of these states and the degree of their exclusion from the other processes of consciousness could vary, analogously to how hypnosis varies, which extends from the slightest drowsiness to somnambulism, and from total memory until absolute amnesia. When such hypnoid states already exist before the manifest onset of the disease, they constitute the terrain in which the affect installs the pathogenic memory, with its subsequent somatic phenomena. This circumstance corresponds to the predisposition to hysteria. Now, it follows from our observations that a serious trauma, such as traumatic neurosis, or a painful repression, for example, sexual affection, can also produce in the unpredisposed man a dissociation of groups of representations. This would be the mechanism of psychically acquired hysteria. Between the extremes of these two forms we have to assume that there is a series, within which the ease of dissociation in the subject and the effective magnitude of the trauma vary in the opposite direction. We can say nothing new about the foundation of the hypnoid states of predisposition. We will only indicate that they would frequently develop from daydreams, so frequent even in healthy individuals, and to which, for example, female manual labor offers such ample opportunity. The question why the pathological associations formed in such states are so strong, and exert a much stronger influence on somatic processes than representations generally exert, coincides with the problem of the affect of hypnotic suggestions. Our observations have not provided us with any new data on this point. On the other hand, they have revealed to us the existence of a contradiction between the principle that hysteria is a psychosis and the fact that among hysterics we are given to find individuals of the clearest intelligence, strong willpower, energetic character, and subtle judgment. Critical. In these cases, such characters correspond to the waking thought of the individual, who only appears alienated in his hypnoid states, as we all are in the dream phenomenon. But while our dream psychoses have no influence on our waking state, the products of hypnoid states extend into waking life as hysterical phenomena. 4. With regard to hysterical attacks, we can repeat almost the same observations that we devoted to lasting hysterical symptoms. Known is the schematic description, made by Charcot, of the great hysterical attack, according to which the complete attack would show 4 phases: first, the epileptoid; second, that of the great movements; third, that of passionate attitudes, the hallucinatory phase; and fourth, that of the final delirium. The various forms of the hysterical attack, more frequent than the great complete attack, would be characterized by the lack of any of these phases, their isolated appearance or their greater or lesser duration. Our attempt at clarification is linked to the third phase, that is, to that of passionate attitudes. In the cases in which this phase appears with sufficient intensity, it involves the hallucinatory reproduction of a memory important for the explosion of hysteria, that is, of the memory of the only great trauma of the so-called traumatic hysteria or of a series of related partial traumas, such as those that constitute the foundation of common hysteria. Or, finally, it makes the attack return those events that, due to their coincidence with a moment of special disposition, were elevated to the category of traumas. But there are also attacks that apparently only consist of motor phenomena, lacking in them the passionate phase. When during one of these attacks, made up of general contractions or cataleptic rigidity, or in a soma attack, we manage to get into rapport with the patient, or, even better, when we manage to provoke the attack during hypnosis, we find that these cases also involve, at its base, the memory of the psychic trauma or a series of traumas, a memory that on other occasions became visible in the hallucinatory phase. A girl had been suffering for several years from attacks of general convulsions, which were supposed to be epileptic. Hypnotized in order to establish a differential diagnosis, she immediately suffered one of these attacks, and questioned about what she was seeing at that moment, she replied, "The dog. The dog is coming," later resulting, in effect, that the first of her attacks suffered as a result of having been chased by a rabid dog. The success of the therapy later confirmed our diagnosis. An employee who had fallen ill with hysteria as a result of being mistreated by his boss suffered attacks in which he fell to the floor, seized with furious convulsions, but without speaking a word or betraying any hallucination. Triggered the attack during hypnosis, it was revealed that he was reliving the scene in which the boss approached him in the street, insulting him and hitting him with a cane. A few days later he returned to the office, complaining of having suffered another attack, and this time it was verified, in hypnosis, that he had reproduced the scene to which the beginning of his illness was really linked, that is, the one that took place before the court of justice, which denied him satisfaction for the ill treatment received. The results that arise in hysterical attacks or can be aroused during them also correspond, in all their other components, to the events that have been revealed to us as the foundations of lasting hysterical symptoms. Since they refer to psychic traumas that have eluded cancellation by reaction discharge or associative intellectual work, they are completely missing, or in their essential components, in the memory stock of normal consciousness and appear to belong to the content of representations of hypnoid states of consciousness with restricted association. In addition, they admit the therapeutic test. Our observations have shown us many times that such a memory that had been causing attacks is incapable of this when it is carried in hypnosis to the reaction and the associative rectification. The motor phenomena of the hysterical attack can be interpreted, some, as general patterns of reaction of the affect concomitant to the memory, analogous to the kicking of the infant, and partly, as expressive movements, direct from said memory. Like the hysterical stigmata among the permanent symptoms, a third elude this explanation. Considering now the previously indicated theory that in hysteria there are groups of representations born in hypnoid states and excluded from the associative commerce with the others, but associable among themselves, which represent a more or less organized rudiment of a second consciousness or of a condition second, we arrive at a special conception of the hysterical attack. The permanent hysterical symptom will then correspond to an extension of this second state to somatic innervation, governed at any other time by normal consciousness, and the hysterical attack will bear witness to a superior organization of this second state and will signify, being isolated, a moment in that said hypnoid consciousness has taken over all existence, that is, an acute hysteria. When it is a repeated attack, which contains a memory, it will mean the return of that moment. Charcot has already expressed the thought that the hysterical fit would be the rudiment of a condition second. During the attack, control over somatic innervation appears transferred to hypnoid consciousness. However, normal consciousness is not totally annulled in the meantime, and it can even perceive the motor phenomena of the attack, while the psychic processes of the attack escape its notice. The typical course of a severe hysteria is that of first forming, in hypnoid states, a content of representations, which then, sufficiently grown, takes over the patient's somatic innervation and existence. During a period of acute hysteria it creates long-lasting symptoms and attacks, and then disappears, leaving some remnants. If the subject manages to regain control of himself, such surviving remnants of the hypnoid content of representations return in hysterical fits and make him temporarily return to analogous states, once again susceptible to influence and capable of receiving new traumas. In this situation, a kind of equilibrium is frequently established between the psychic groups gathered in the same individual. The attack and normal life walk in parallel, without influencing each other. The attack then arises spontaneously as memories usually arise in us, but it can also be provoked in the same way that, according to the laws of association, it is given to us to awaken any memory. The provocation of the attack can result from the excitation of a hysterogenic zone or from a new event analogous to the pathogen. We hope to be able to demonstrate that between the two conditions, apparently so different, there is no essential difference, and that in both cases a hyperesthetic memory is injured. On other occasions, the indicated balance is very stable and the attack appears, as a manifestation of the rest of the hypnoid consciousness, as soon as the subject suffers, due to fatigue or any other cause, a decrease in his functional capacity. The attack can also arise in these cases, stripped of primitive significance, as a simple motor reaction. As a subject for further research, there remains the question of the conditions on which the manifestation of a hysterical individuality in fits, in permanent symptoms, or in a mixture of both phenomena may depend. 5. It is already understandable how the psychotherapeutic method that we expose here acts curatively. It annuls the effectiveness of the representation not discharged by reaction at first, releasing, by means of verbal expression, the concomitant affect, which had remained stagnant, and leading it to associative correction by means of its attraction to normal consciousness, in slight hypnosis, or its suppression by medical suggestion, as occurs in cases of somnambulism with amnesia. The application of this procedure seems to constitute an important therapeutic progress. Naturally, we do not cure hysteria, insofar as it is a disposition, nor do we achieve anything against the return of hypnoid states. Nor, during the productive state of acute hysteria, can our procedure prevent the laboriously suppressed phenomena from being immediately replaced by others. But when, after this state, only a few remnants of it remain, as permanent symptoms and hysterical attacks, our method, acting radically, often manages to suppress them forever and seems to us to far exceed the efficacy of direct suggestive suppression, such as and how it is used today by psychotherapists. Although we are aware that we have advanced a few steps towards the discovery of the psychic mechanism of hysterical phenomena along the path that Charcot was the first to initiate with the explanation and experimental imitation of hysterotraumatic paralysis, it is not hidden from us, however, that these works have only brought us closer to the knowledge of the mechanism of hysterical symptoms and not to the internal causes of hysteria. We have only touched the etiology of hysteria, and we have only been able to clarify, in reality, the causes of the acquired forms, that is, the importance of the accidental factor in neurosis. Contributions to the preliminary communication of the studies on hysteria. Letter to Joseph Breuer. 1892-1941. June 29, 1892. My dear Breuer, the innocent satisfaction with which I handed you those few more pages has given way to the restlessness that so often accompanies the incessant pangs of reflection. I am in fact tormented by the problem of how it will be possible to give a two-dimensional image of something as corporeal as our theory of hysteria. Undoubtedly, the decisive question is whether we are going to give it a historical exposition, beginning with all the case histories, or with the two best of them, or whether it would not be better to start with a dogmatic statement of the theories that we have elaborated as a matter of fact. Of explanation. For my part, I lean more towards the latter, and would choose to distribute the material as follows. 1. Our theories. A. The theorem of the constancy of excitation sums. B. The theory of memory. C. The theorem according to which the contents of different states of consciousness can be associated with each other. 2. The genesis of chronic hysterical symptoms, dreams, self-hypnosis, effect and action of absolute trauma. The first three factors are related to disposition, the last one, with the etiology. Chronic symptoms would correspond to the normal mechanism, they represent attempts to react, partly in abnormal ways. Its hysterical character lies in its persistence. The reason for their persistence lies in theorem C, displacements, partly by abnormal means, internal modification, of excitation, some subsidiary topic that have not been released. Reason for displacement, attempted reaction, reason for persistence, theorem C, of associative isolation. Comparison with hypnosis dash. Subsidiary topic, on the nature of displacement, localization of chronic hysterical symptoms. 3. The hysterical attack, it is also an attempt to react by way of memory, etc. 4. The genesis of hysterical stigmata, extremely obscure, only hints. 5. The pathological formula of hysteria, dispositional hysteria and accidental hysteria. The complementary 15 series that I have established. The magnitude of the arousal sums, concept of trauma, the second state of consciousness. On the theory of hysterical access. In collaboration with Joseph Breuer. 1892-1940. As far as our information reaches, no theory of the hysterical attack has been proposed so far, but only a description of it, made by Charcot, which refers to the grande attaque hysterique, rather rare in its full manifestation. Such attack typical consists, according to Charcot, of 4 phases: 1. The epileptoid phase, 2. The big ones. Movements, 3. The phase of passionate attitudes, 4. The terminal delusion 16. To the extent that one or more of these phases become independent, prolonged, modified or disappear, all the many forms of hysterical attacks appear, according to Charcot, which the doctor has the opportunity to observe much more frequently than the typical big one. Attack. This description tells us nothing about a possible connection between the different phases, about the meaning that the attack has in the general picture of hysteria, or about the modifications of the attacks in individual cases. We are perhaps not mistaken in supposing that most physicians tend to conceive of a hysterical attack as a periodic discharge of the motor and psychic centers of the cerebral cortex. We have achieved our conceptions of the hysterical attack by treating cases of this illness by means of hypnotic suggestion and by investigating its psychic processes, during the attack itself, by means of interrogation under full hypnosis. Thus we establish the following postulates for the hysterical attack, but we must anticipate that for the explanation of hysterical phenomena we consider it essential to accept a dissociation, a split of the content of consciousness. 1. The invariable and essential content of a recurrent hysterical attack is the return of a psychic state that the patient has already experienced once, that is, in other words, it is the return of a memory. We therefore consider that the essential element of the hysterical attack lies in the phase of Charcot's attitudes passionnelles. In many cases it is quite evident that this phase involves a recollection of the patient's own life, recollection which is often always one and the same. In other cases, however, such a phase seems to be lacking, and the attack manifests itself as if it consisted solely of motor phenomena, epileptoid jerks, states of cataleptic or hypnoid restlessness, but even in such cases examination during hypnosis is irrefutable evidence. Doubts the intervention of a psychic mnemonic process, the same as that which in other cases manifests itself openly in the phase passionnelle. The motor phenomena of the attack are never disconnected from its psychic content, they already constitute the general expression of the concomitant emotion, they already correspond exactly to the actions implicit in the hallucinatory mnemonic process. 2. The memory that forms the content of the hysterical attack is not just any memory, but is the return of that experience that caused the unleashing of the hysteria, that is, the psychic trauma. Again, this circumstance is quite evident in those classic cases of traumatic hysteria which Charcot demonstrated in male patients, and in which a previously non-hysterical individual suddenly falls into neurosis after a single intense fright, such as a railway accident, a fall, etc. In such cases, the content of the attack consists of the hallucinatory reproduction of that event that endangered the subject's life, perhaps accompanied by the train of ideas and by the sensory impressions that originated on that occasion. The behavior of these patients, however, does not differ in any way from common female hysteria, but rather constitutes an example. Par excellence of it. If the content of the attacks of one of these hysterical women is examined with the method indicated above, experiences appear that by their nature are equally apt to act as traumas, scares, mortifications, deceptions. Here, however, the single major trauma is often replaced by a series of minor traumas, linked by their similarities or by representing parts of the same story of misfortune. Consequently, such patients also frequently suffer attacks of different kinds, each with its own particular mnemonic content. This circumstance leads us to considerably extend the concept of traumatic hysteria. In a third group of cases, the content of the attacks consists of memories which by themselves would not be conferred a traumatic character, but which evidently acquire it by the fact of having coincided with a moment in which the subject's hysterical disposition pathologically exalted, thus promoting them to the category of traumas. 3. The memory that forms the content of the hysterical attack is an unconscious memory or, expressed more properly, it belongs to the second state of consciousness that all hysteria presents in a more or less highly organized form. Therefore, said memory is completely absent from the patient's memory when it is in its normal state, or else it only appears in a summary way. If we can bring such a memory fully into normal consciousness, its ability to produce attacks ceases. In the course of the attack itself, the patient is totally or partially immersed in the second state of consciousness. In the first case, the entire attack is covered by amnesia during normal life. In the second case, the patient is aware of the change in his state and his motor manifestations, but the psychic process that took place during the attack remains hidden from him. However, this can always be evoked by hypnosis. 4. The problem of the origin of the mnemonic content of a hysterical attack coincides with that of the conditions that determine whether a particular experience, a representation, an intention, etc., has to be incorporated into the second consciousness, instead of entering the second consciousness. Normal consciousness. Of these determining conditions we have found two with certainty in cases of hysteria. If the hysteric intentionally wants to forget an experience, or if he tries to repudiate, inhibit, and violently suppress an intention, a representation, these psychic acts consequently enter the second state of consciousness. From there they produce their permanent effects and the memory of them return as hysterical attack. Hysteria of nuns, abstinent women, well-educated children, people with an inclination to art, theater, etc. Also enter the second state of consciousness all those impressions that have been received in the course of states extraordinary psychic, affective shocks, states of ecstasy, self-hypnosis. It should be added that these two determining conditions are often combined with each other by internal links, and that, in addition to them, there may be still others. 5. The nervous system has the tendency to maintain constant, in its functional conditions, something that can be called excitation sum. Try to keep this precondition of health, associatively resolving any sensory increase in arousal or discharging it by means of an appropriate motor reaction. If we start from this theorem, which, on the other hand, is much broader in scope, it is found that the psychic experiences that form the content of hysterical attacks have one characteristic in common. All of them are, in effect, impressions that have been deprived of an adequate discharge, either because the patients refuse to resolve them for fear of painful psychic conflicts, or because, as in the case of sexual impressions, they were prevented from doing so by modesty or social circumstances, or, finally, because they suffered these impressions in the course of states in which the nervous system was unable to face their resolution. Furthermore, a definition of psychic trauma is reached in this way, which will be useful for the theory of hysteria. Any impression that the nervous system has difficulty in resolving through associative thought or motor reaction becomes a psychic trauma. In the foregoing we had to accept, as a fact of observation, that the memories underlying the hysterical phenomena are not found in the patient's accessible memory, while they can be evoked with hallucinatory vivacity in the state of hypnosis. We have also pointed out that a series of such memories refer to events that occurred in particular conditions, such as cataplexy caused by frights, twilight states, self-hypnosis and other similar ones, whose contents escape the associative link with normal consciousness. It was therefore impossible for us up to now to consider the pathogenic conditions of hysterical phenomena without relying on a certain hypothesis tending to characterize the hysterical disposition, a hypothesis according to which hysteria involves a propensity for temporary dissociation from the content of consciousness and for the separation of particular ideational complexes, which are not associatively connected. Thus, we look for the essence of the hysterical disposition in the circumstance that such states arise in it spontaneously, for internal causes, or are easily caused by external influences, the relative participation of each factor being complementarily variable. We have described these states as hypnoid, and we have pointed out as their essential characteristic that their contents are more or less isolated from the rest of the content of consciousness, thus being deprived of the possibility of their associative resolution, as in sleep and wakefulness. Models of two different psychic states we do not tend to associate, but only, with each other. 17. In persons with a hysterical disposition, any affect could lead to such a separation, and an impression received in the course of the affect. In this sentence, neither the word omitted between brackets nor its exact ordering is known. James Strachey has given it the following meaning: in the same way, in the case of dreaming and waking, the model of two different psychic states, we do not tend to establish associations between them, but only within them. N. Del T. It would thus become a trauma, although by itself it would not be capable of exerting such an action. Furthermore, the print itself could also produce such an effect. In their fully developed form, these hypnoid states, which can be associated with one another, represent the condition second, etc., which we know so well from clinical cases. There would always be, however, rudiments of such a disposition, which could be developed by appropriate traumas, even in indisposed persons. The sexual life lends itself particularly to form the content of such traumas 18, due to the profound contrast in which it stands with the rest of the personality and the impossibility of abreacting its ideational contents. It will be understood that our therapy consists of annulling the effects of non-abreacted representations, either by reliving the trauma in the somnambulistic state, to then abreact it and correct it, or by bringing it back to normal consciousness in the state of mild hypnosis. Clinical Records 1895. 1. M.R.S. M.E. de N. 40 years old, of Livonia. On May 1, 1889, I began to provide medical assistance to a lady of about 40 years of age, whose condition and personality came to inspire me with such a keen interest that I had to dedicate a large part of my time to her, putting a tenacious effort to achieve her cure. It was a hysterical woman who did not present any difficulty in submerging herself in a state of somnambulism, and having noticed this circumstance, I decided to use with her the method pioneered by Brewer of research in hypnosis, a method that was known to me from the data that my colleague he had to provide me with the clinical history of his first patient. This was my first attempt at this therapeutic method. I was still very far from mastering it and, in fact, I did not go deep enough into the analysis of pathological symptoms, nor did I adjust it to a sufficiently regular plan. In order to give a precise idea of the patient's condition and of my own medical conduct, I believe it would be best to transcribe here the daily notes taken by me during the first 3 weeks of treatment. In calls and intercalations I will be making room for the best knowledge that my subsequent experience has provided me on some points. May 1, 1889. I find the patient, a woman with a still youthful appearance and very fine and characteristic physiognomic features, stretched out on a divan, with a cushion under her neck. His face presents a contracted and sorrowful expression. His eyes are half closed, his gaze is lowered, his brows are furrowed and the nasolabial folds are intensely marked. Speaks laboriously and in a very low voice. Sometimes he stutters, seized by a spasmodic aphasia. Their fingers, intertwined, show a constant agitation. Frequent tics-like contractions run through the muscles of his face and neck, some of which, especially the sternocleidomastoid, stand out plastically. It is frequently interrupted while speaking to produce a singular inarticulate sound. 20. Their conversation is perfectly coherent and testimony to an unusual culture and intelligence. Thus it is all the more strange to me to see that every 2 minutes he suddenly stops, contorts his face in an expression of horror and disgust, stretches out a hand towards me with open and clenched fingers, and exclaims in a changed and terrifying voice, "Be quiet! Do not talk to me! Do not touch me!" He is probably under the impression of a terrifying periodic hallucination and rejects with such exclamations the intervention of any stranger. 21. This phenomenon then ceases as suddenly as it arose, and the patient continues the interrupted conversation without alluding to it, nor does she excuse or clarify her conduct, for which reason it is to be suspected that she has not noticed the interruption. The following is known to me about his personal circumstances. His family, originally from central Germany, has resided, for 2 generations now, in the Russian provinces of the Baltic Sea, in which he is richly settled. Of 14 brothers who were she was number 13. Only 4 are left alive. Her mother, an energetic and stern woman, had brought her up carefully, if excessively rigorously. At the age of 23 she married a rich industrialist, very intelligent and industrious, but much older than her, who died suddenly of a heart attack after a short married life. This painful event and the worries and displeasures that the education of her 2 daughters has caused her, who are now 16 and 14 years old respectively, and have always been very sick, being affected by various nervous disturbances, constitute, according to her, the causes of his suffering. Since her husband's death 14 years ago, she has always been ill, to a greater or lesser extent. 4 years ago, a combined treatment of massage and electric baths brought him temporary relief. Other than this, all his efforts to recover his health have been totally unsuccessful. He has traveled widely and shows signs of lively intellectual interest. He currently resides in a farm he owns on the shores of the Baltic, close to a major city. But 4 months ago she felt worse, and she went to Abbasia looking in vain for relief from her ills, and then from here to Vienna, where she has been under treatment by one of our leading medical authorities for 6 weeks. By coming to me, she accepted without any objection my proposal to separate from her daughters, leaving them in the care of the governess, and to enter a sanatorium, where I could see her daily. On May 2nd, I go to the sanatorium in the afternoon, and I observe that the patient shows a violent start every time the door of her room is opened unexpectedly. Consequently, I recommend that the staff of the establishment not enter until after knocking and hearing the answer of "come in." Despite this, the patient shudders every time someone enters. On this day he mainly complains of cold and pain in his right leg. I prescribe warm baths and full body massage twice a day. It is extremely accessible to hypnosis. Putting a finger before his eyes and ordering him, "sleep," he immediately falls backwards, with an exclamation of confusion and astonishment. I suggest a quiet sleep, improvement of all his symptoms, etc., and he listens to me with his eyes closed, but showing signs of intense attention, while his countenance calms down little by little, until it acquires a complete expression of peace. After the first hypnosis session, he retains a dark memory of my words during that session, but after the second session, total somnambulism, amnesia, occurs. Before beginning the treatment, he had announced that he was going to hypnotize her, to which he had no objection. She has never been hypnotized, but I suspect that she has read something about hypnosis, although I don't know what her idea of the hypnotic state might be. 23. The treatment of warm baths, massage, and hypnotic suggestion was continued in the following days. The patient slept well, recovered visibly, and spent most of the day calm and restful. He was allowed to see his daughters, read and send his mail. On May 8, during my morning visit, he told me terrifying stories about animals, apparently in a normal state. Thus, he points me to a copy of the Frankfurter Zeitung and tells me that he has read in it that a boy, an apprentice, has tied up a boy and put a white mouse in his mouth, causing the boy to die of fright. Then he tells me that Dr. K has sent a crate full of white rats to Tiflis. A deep expression of horror accompanies his words. Stretching out his clenched hand towards me, he exclaims repeatedly, "Be still. Do not talk to me. Do not touch me. Look, if I had hidden any of those bugs in my bed. Fright. Imagine what will happen when you open the drawer. Among the rats there is a dead one, all gnawed." Upon awakening from hypnosis, she looked around her for a moment, as if disoriented, then he fixed his eyes on me, seeming then to recover. She put on her glasses, which she had taken off before falling into hypnotic sleep, and afterward she was animated and completely in control of herself. Although in the course of the treatment, which lasted 7 weeks the first year and the second year 8, we talked about all sorts of matters, and although during all this time we held hypnotism sessions twice a day, he never asked me any question or comment about hypnosis, seeming to be as ignorant as possible, during the waking state, of the fact that I was hypnotizing her. During hypnosis I endeavored to dispel such zoological hallucinations. While the patient slept, I took the newspaper and found the news that a boy, an apprentice, had been mistreated, but there was no mention of rats or mice in it. The latter was, then, a delusion of the patient, added by her to her reading. In the afternoon I told him about our morning conversation about white rats. He does not remember anything about her, he is surprised that he said such things and ends up laughing happily. Before my visit she had a slight migraine, but very short, it only lasted 2 hours. During hypnosis I invite her to speak, succeeding after slight effort. Speak quietly and reflect for a moment before each answer. His expression changes correlatively to the content of his story, calming down as soon as I put an end, by suggestion, to the impression it causes on him. I ask him why he is so easily frightened, and he says, "Those are memories from my early childhood." What era? Firstly, from when I was 5 years old and my brothers scared me by throwing dead bugs at me. About this time I had the first attack, fainting and convulsions, but my aunt told me that I should do everything possible to control such attacks, and I never had any more. Then, when at the age of 7 I saw a sister of mine dead and put in the coffin, then, when my brother, when I was 8 years old, scared me by disguising himself as a ghost with a white sheet, and finally, when, at the age of 9, I went in to see my aunt's corpse and, finding myself before it, he suddenly opened his mouth. This series of traumatic motives, which the patient communicated to me in response to my question as to why she was so frightened, must have already been constituted and organized in her memory, otherwise it would not have been possible for her to search and gather, in a space as brief as the one that mediated between my question and his answer, the memories of events belonging to such different periods of his childhood. At the end of each of the fragments of his story he experiences general contractions and shows an expression of horror. After the last one she opens her mouth violently and breathes as if in anguish. The words corresponding to the fearful part of his story come laboriously and longingly from his lips. At last his countenance calms down again. When asked, she confirms that during her narration she visually saw before her, with their corresponding colors, the scenes she was referring to. In general, he thinks of these scenes very frequently and during the last few days he has especially remembered them. Every time he thinks of them he sees them appear before him in all the vivid relief of reality. Now I understand why he talks to me so often about scenes involving animals and corpses. My therapy consists of banishing such images so that they cannot reappear before your eyes. To strengthen the suggestion, I pass my hands over her eyelids several times. The sudden interpolation of a delusion in the waking state was a frequent phenomenon in this patient. He used to lament that in conversation he sometimes gave discordant and unintelligible answers to his interlocutors. On my first visit, having asked her how old she was, she answered me seriously, "I am a woman from the last century," and weeks later she explained to me that, in her delirium, she was thinking at that time of a beautiful antique chest of drawers that she had recently acquired. The chronological fixation expressed by the subject referred to this chest of drawers when I asked her age, I gave her the opportunity to make some statement regarding times. May 9, in the afternoon he slept well, without it having been necessary to renew the suggestion, but in the morning she had stomach aches, which started yesterday in the garden, where she stayed too long with her daughters. He agrees, without difficulty, to limit their stay at his side to 2.5 hours. A few days before he had reproached himself for having them very neglected. Today I find her somewhat excited, the forehead is contracted, it produces the singular clicking noise described above, and it is frequently interrupted when speaking. During the massage, she tells me that her daughter's governess has brought with her an atlas of the history of civilization, in which there were pictures, some Indians disguised as animals, that have scared her a lot. Imagine that they suddenly come to life. Fright. In hypnosis I ask her why those pictures have frightened her so much, when she is no longer afraid of animals, and she answers that they have reminded her of visions that she had when her brother died, when she was 19 years old. I will return to this memory later. Then I ask him if he has always spoken interrupting himself and stuttering from time to time, and for how long has he suffered from that tic, the singular click. 25. He replies that his stuttering is a phenomenon of his illness, and that he has had the tic since a time when, 5 years ago, he was watching over his youngest daughter, who was seriously ill, and he decided to keep the most absolute silence. I try to weaken the importance of this memory by telling her that nothing happened to her daughter after all, etc. But the tic comes back every time I get scared or startled. I command you not to be frightened any more by the images of the Indians. What they should cause her is laughter, and she herself will have to call my attention to them. This is what happens, in effect, when you wake up. Look for the book, he asks me if I've seen it yet. He opens it to the page where the much feared print is found, and laughs out loud at the grotesque figures, all without the slightest sign of fear and with a serene face. Dr. Brewer unexpectedly enters this, accompanied by the sanatorium doctor. The patient is frightened and shows repeated signs of great excitement, so that the two visitors quickly leave the room. She then explains her excitement by saying that the habitual appearance of the sanatorium doctor with the other visitors makes an unpleasant impression on her. During this hypnotism session, I also make the stomach pain disappear by means of passes, and I tell the patient that after lunch she will wait for it to start again, but that it will not be like that. At dusk. For the first time I find her cheerful and decisive. She shows signs of a witticism that I did not suspect in a woman of such a severe manner, and, revealing a full aware of his improvement, he mocks the treatment prescribed by my predecessor. He had been meaning to escape from it for a long time, but could not find a courteous formula to carry it out, until a remark by Dr. Brewer, whom he consulted once, provided him with a way out. Seeing that I seem to miss his story, he is frightened and strongly reproaches me for having committed an indiscretion, but then he allows himself to be reassured, apparently, by me. He has not had stomach pains, despite having expected them. Under hypnosis I tell her to tell me about other events that have frightened her lastingly, and with the same promptitude as the first time she tells me another series of them, from later years, affirming again that she frequently sees these scenes before her, with all its details. When she was 15 years old, she saw how a cousin of hers was taken to the asylum. He wanted to ask for help, but he couldn't, and he lost his voice until the night of that day. Since during the waking state she often talks to me about asylums and sanatoriums for the mentally ill, I interrupt her and invite her to tell me about other occasions in her life when she has dealt with madmen. He then tells me that his mother was also in an asylum for some time. In addition, they had a maid who had served a lady, later admitted to one of these establishments, and who used to tell terrifying stories about them, such as that the sick were tied to the chair and cruelly beaten, etc. During this story, the patient clenches her hands, showing signs of fright and denoting that she sees everything she talks about plastically. For my part, I am trying to rectify your idea of mental hospitals, and I assure you that from now on you will be able to hear about these establishments without implying any connection with your own person. These words restore serenity to his face. Then their relationship of frightening memories continues. When he was 15 years old, he found his mother lying on the ground one day, shocked by the effects of lightning struck nearby, and 4 years later, when he returned home one day, he found her dead, her face all contracted. Naturally, it is much more difficult for me to weaken these memories. After lengthy explanations, I assure you that from now on you will not see such images before you except in a very blurred and pale way. Finally, he tells me how, when he was 19 years old, he lifted a stone, and seeing a toad under it, he lost his speech for a few hours. 26. In this hypnosis I am convinced that he knows everything that happened in the previous session, while in the waking state he does not remember any of it. 10. Morning today, for the first time, he took a bran bath, instead of the usual hot bath. I find her with a grumpy and contracted expression, her hands wrapped in a shawl and complaining of cold and pain. To my questions, he answers that the pain has been caused by the discomfort of the bathroom in which he bathed, too short. During the massage he begins to reproach himself again for his indiscretion the day before with regard to Dr. Brewer. He reassured her with the white lie that he knew everything happened before she told me, and thus her arousal disappears, clicking, twitching of the face. My influence on the disease is already manifested always from the beginning of the massage session. She regains calm and intellectual clarity, and finds, without the need to question her in hypnosis, the reasons for her previous discomfort. The conversation she has with me during the massage is not as meaningless as it seems, but contains almost a complete reproduction of the memories and new impressions that have influenced her since our last interview, and often reverts unexpectedly to reminiscences. Pathogens, that the patient herself prohibits herself without the need for an invitation from me. It happens as if my procedure had been appropriated and I used the conversation apparently without purpose and guided only by chance to complete the hypnosis. In this way he comes today to talk about his family, and through all kinds of detours, to the story of a cousin of his. Rare man with limited intelligence whose parents had all his teeth extracted in one session. This story takes place accompanied by gestures of fright and repeated exclamation of the protective formula, "Be quiet. Do not talk to me. Do not touch me." Afterwards, her physiognomy calms down again and she appears happy and content. I verify, then, that his behavior in the waking state is determined by the experience acquired in the somnambulistic state, of which, awake, he thought he knew nothing. In hypnosis I ask him again what upset him, and I receive the same answers, but in reverse order. First, his indiscretion the day before. Second, the pains caused by the discomfort of the bathroom. Today I ask him to explain the meaning of the phrases "stay still," etc., and he tells me that when he has distressing ideas he is afraid of seeing their course interrupted, because then his thinking becomes even more confused and his discomfort grows. The phrase "be still." It is explained by the fact that the animal figures that appear to her in states of discomfort acquired movement and threw themselves at her as soon as someone made a movement in her sight. Finally, the warning "don't touch me." It is linked to the following events. 1 degree her brother, sick from the abuse of morphine, suffered terrible attacks, and in one of them, the patient was 19 years old, he had held her tightly in his arms. 2 degree an acquaintance of hers had suffered a sudden attack of madness while visiting her house, and had grabbed her by the arm. 3 degree an analogous case that he does not remember precisely. 4 degree his youngest daughter, in the course of an illness, had embraced him, delirious, around his neck with such force that he almost suffocated him. When this last event occurred, the patient was 28 years old. Despite the fact that these events belong to such diverse periods, the patient refers them to me in rapid succession and within a single sentence, as if they constituted a single event in 4 acts. Noticing that the function of the protective formula is to keep her from the repetition of similar events, I make her fear disappear by suggestion and I manage to prevent her from pronouncing it again. When I return in the afternoon I find her very happy. Laughing, he tells me that he was scared by a little dog that barked at him in the garden. However, I observe in her a certain internal excitement, which only disappears after she asks me if I have disliked something. Remark he made to me the day before during the massage and deny it myself. Today, after an interval of only 14 days, her period has come again. I promise to achieve its regularization by means of hypnotic suggestion, and I fix an interval of 28 days in hypnosis 27. I also ask him if he remembers the last thing he had to tell me and if he has no idea that yesterday we had some point to clarify. But, as it was the right thing to do, he begins by referring to the phrase "don't touch me," which we discussed in the morning session of hypnosis. So I have to take her back to the subject of the previous day, in which I had questioned her about the origin of her periodic stuttering, receiving a resounding "I don't know" 28 for any answer. For this reason I had asked her to remember this point until today's hypnosis, in which she gave me, without any previous reflection, but very excited and with spasmodic interruptions of speech, the following answer. When once the horses of the carriage in which my daughters were riding ran away, and when another time I was driving with them through the woods, and lightning struck a tree in front of the horses, and the horses were frightened, and I thought, now you must try not to make any noise, because if you shout, the horses will be more frightened and the driver will not be able to hold them back. Then the stuttering started. This disjointed story has excited her extraordinarily. Then he tells me that the stuttering began as a result of the first of the aforementioned events, but it disappeared shortly, returning after the second, analogous one, to become chronic. I erase the plastic memory of such scenes and then invite her to represent them again. The patient shows signs of trying, but no longer upset. From then on, he speaks regularly during hypnosis, without any spasmodic interruption. 29. As I find her very willing to provide me with clarifications, I also ask her what other events in her life have equally frightened her, to the point of preserving her plastic memory. In his answer he includes a series of such events. 1 degree dash. A year after the death of his mother, he was at the house of a French lady, a friend of hers. She sent her, together with another girl, to look for a dictionary in an adjoining room, and on entering it she saw a person get up from a bed identical to the one she had left in the room from which she had come. Faced with such a strange apparition, she remained as if nailed to the ground. Then they told her that it was a doll prepared to tease her. For my part, I explained to him that this had to be a hallucination, and I appealed to his current good judgment, getting all signs of alteration to disappear from his physiognomy. 2 degree. Her brother, sick from the abuse of morphine, suffered terrible attacks, in which he held her tightly, scaring her. She had already told me about this same event this morning, and as proof I ask her on what other occasions had someone violently seized her. To my greater satisfaction and surprise, she reflects this time for a long time and then asks, uncertainly, my little daughter, making it impossible for her to remember the other 2 similar events that she had related to me that morning. Thus, my prohibition and the suggested banishing of such memories have worked effectively. 3 degree. Finding himself next to his brother's bed, an aunt of his, who had come with the effort to convert him to Catholicism, suddenly appeared her pale face above a screen. Observing that he had reached the root of his constant fear of surprises here, I ask him which others he has experienced, obtaining the following series. First, a friend, who spent time at his house, used to sneak into the rooms and scare those who were in the house. They were. Second, after the death of his mother, he became ill from some care, and a water cure was prescribed for him in a certain spot. Finding herself in this one, a crazy woman, staying in the same hotel, made the wrong room for several nights and entered hers, reaching the same bed. Third, on his journey from Abbasia to Vienna, a stranger opened the door of his car 4 times, staring at it each time for a long time. The singular behavior of that individual ended up scaring her so much that she called the conductor. Finally, I erase all those memories, wake up the patient and assure her that she will sleep well that night, suppressing the corresponding suggestion in hypnosis for today. His observation that today he has not devoted a single moment to reading testifies to the improvement in his general condition. She, who, before carried away by her inner restlessness, always had to be doing something, now lives in a happy dream. 11. Morning. Today is the day appointed by Drive-In to recognize the patient's eldest daughter, who has complained of menstruation disorders. I find my sick person somewhat restless, but his arousal is now manifested by weaker somatic signs than before. From time to time he exclaims, "I am afraid, I'm so scared that I think I'm going to die." I ask him if it is perhaps Drive-In who inspires him fear, and he answers that he is afraid, but he does not know what or who. Later, hypnotized, before Drive-In's visit, she confessed to me that she was afraid of having offended me with a remark she made to me yesterday during the massage, a remark that now seems rude to her. He is also afraid of everything new, and therefore the new doctor. I manage to calm her down, and then, awake now, she behaves very well during Dr. N's visit. She only gives any sign of startling twice, but she doesn't stutter or click her tongue. After the visit is over, I hypnotize her again to make any remaining arousal disappear. She is very satisfied with his conduct and has high hopes for his recovery. For my part, I take advantage of these demonstrations to show you that there is no reason to be afraid of the new, that it can also be good. 30. In the afternoon I find her very calm, and in the conversation we have before the hypnosis, she relieves herself of many objections and scruples. In hypnosis I ask her what is the event in her life that has left the most lasting effect on her and comes up most frequently in her memory. Answer: the death of my husband. I invite her to tell me this event in detail, and she does so, showing deep emotion but without stuttering or clicking her tongue. Being both in a place on the Riviera that they liked very much, they were going for a walk one day, and when crossing a bridge, her husband suffered a heart attack and fell to the ground, where he remained as if dead for a few minutes, but he soon recovered and was able to return home on his own foot. A short time later, while she was in bed, convalescing from childbirth, her husband, who was having lunch next to her at a small table, suddenly got up, looked at her with a strange expression, and fell dead to the ground. She jumped out of bed and sent for the doctor, but it was all useless. The patient pauses here and then continues: the girl whom I had then given birth to, and who was only a few weeks old, was ill for more than 6 months, and I myself, too, had to stay in bed with stubborn fevers. Then, adopting an angry expression, as when we refer to a person we are fed up with, he exposes, in chronological order, all the trouble and worries that his youngest daughter has caused him. For a long time she had been strange and abnormal, he screamed and cried continuously, he did not sleep, and he suffered from paralysis of his left leg, which the doctors despaired of curing. At the age of 4 she had visions, and she did not walk or speak, so that they came to believe her to be an idiot. The doctors declared that he suffered from meningitis, myelitis and various other serious conditions. Arriving here, I interrupt her, indicating that today that girl enjoys normal flourishing health, and I deprive her of the possibility of seeing those sad events again, not only vanishing the plastic memory, but expelling all reminiscence from her memory, as if she never would have existed in it. Likewise, I promise you that in this way the fearful expectation of unfortunate events that continually torment her will cease and the general pains will disappear, precisely about which she has complained again during her story, after not having spoken about them for several days. 31. To my surprise, immediately after my last suggestion, he begins to speak of Prince L, whose escape from an asylum was then the event of the day, and manifests new terrifying representations concerning establishments of this kind, such as that to calm the sick, they are subjected to icy showers or attached to a rotating apparatus that makes them spin rapidly. 3 days before, when he first expressed his fear of asylums to me, I had interrupted her statements when she finished telling me a first story, that of the patients being tied to chairs and I now observe that such interruptions are counterproductive, and that it is best to listen to the end of the patient's statements on each specific point. So I let her exhaust the subject now and delete the new terrifying images, appealing to her present good judgment, and arguing that she should give my words more credit than the fearful stories told by a stupid maid. Observing that he stutters a little, I ask him again what caused that defect. Silence. Don't you know? No. Because. With violence and anger. Why? Because I don't drink. In this manifestation I think I see a result of my suggestions, but then she expresses the desire to be awakened, and I agree to it. This time I overextended my energy. A year and a half later, when the patient was already in a relatively good state of health, she complained to me that it was not possible for her to remember, except very dimly, certain very important events in her life. I saw in it a proof that he was losing his memory, and I very carefully refrained from giving him the real explanation for that particular amnesia. The total success of the therapy on this particular point undoubtedly also depended on having allowed the patient to relate this memory to me in full detail, much more extensively than appears in the notes, while, in general, she answered me with a mere mention of events. May 12. Contrary to my hopes, he has slept little and poorly. I find her very distressed, but her distress is not revealed by the usual somatic signs. He does not want to say what is happening to him, and only states that he has had bad dreams and continues to see the same things. How terrifying if they suddenly came to life. During the massage, she asks me several questions that calm her down, and then she tells me about the life she leads in her possessions, on the shores of the Baltic, naming important people who live in neighboring cities and spend time at her house, etc. Hypnosis. You have had horrible dreams. The legs and backs of the chairs became snakes, a vulture-beaked monster swooped down on her and devoured her, other beasts chased her, etc. He then goes on to recount other zoological delusions, distinguishing them from the earlier ones with the warning, "This is true, and not a dream." Thus, he recounts that once, long ago, he went to pick up a fleece from the ground, and when he almost touched it, he saw that it started to run, because it was a white rat. Another time, while going for a walk, she saw a repulsive toad jumping towards her. I observe, then, that my general prohibition has been totally useless and that I will have to dispel separately each one of these fearful impressions. 33. In the course of the dialogue I get to ask him why he has also had stomach pains, and what is the origin of them. From what he had observed, these pains always occurred to him when he had an attack of zoopsy. Reluctantly, he answers that he doesn't know anything about what I'm asking, and I give him until tomorrow to remember. Then, frankly already in a bad mood, she tells me that I shouldn't always be asking her where this or that comes from, but let her tell me what she wants. It was not until the next day that I came to a clear understanding of this scene. The harsh nature of the patient, who, both in hypnosis and in wakefulness, rebelled against all coercion, had led her to become enraged at the fact that I had terminated her story prematurely, interrupting her with my final suggestion. This proves, and many other subsequent observations confirm it, that the patient critically watched my work in her hypnotic consciousness. He probably wanted to reproach me for disturbing his story that day, as on previous days I had disturbed his narrative of the horrors of the asylums, but she did not dare to express it directly. Instead she resumed the interrupted subject, hiding the reasons that made her return to it. The next day, a critical observation by the patient made me realize the mistake I had made in interrupting her. Unfortunately, I did not take care, in this case, to investigate the significance of zoopsy, distinguishing what zoophobia had as primal horror, as presented by many neuropaths since childhood, and what was symbolism in it. I agree to this, and without further preliminaries, he tells me, when they took him outside, I still couldn't believe he was dead. She tells me, then, again, about her husband, and in this way I recognize the cause of her bad mood in the fact that she had suffered under the effects of the remains retained in this story. Afterwards, she hated her youngest daughter for 3 years. For it was said that if the pregnancy and childbirth had not prevented her, she would have been able to take better care of her husband and perhaps save him. When she became a widow, she also had nothing but displeasures and setbacks. Her husband's family, who had opposed the marriage, and who were then irritated by the happiness they enjoyed, claimed that she had poisoned him, to such an extent that she was about to ask for a judicial investigation to be launched to make her innocence clear. Through an odious figurehead, they then raised all kinds of disputes with him. This abject individual had agents, who acted against her, and published defamatory articles in the local newspapers, later sending her the clippings. From this time comes her misanthropy and her hatred of new people for her. After the appeasing words that I linked to her story, she seems calmer. May 13. He has also had little sleep because of stomach pains. He hasn't eaten last night. In addition, he complains of pain in his left arm. However, I find her calm and in a good mood. Since yesterday he treats me with special attention. He asks my opinion on a wide variety of things that he thinks are important, and he gets worried and excited when, for example, I can't find the necessary cloths for the massage in the usual place, and I have to look for them. Clicking and facial tic occur frequently today. Hypnosis. Last night you suddenly discovered why small animals grow before your eyes to gigantic proportions. The first time he saw something similar was in a play, in which an immense lizard appeared. This memory had tormented her throughout the previous day. The return of the click comes from the fact that yesterday she had stomach pains, and she made an effort not to reveal them, sobbing, of its true origin. As he related it to me in a previous session, he no longer knows anything. Remember that yesterday I commissioned you to find out the origin of your stomach pains, but it has not been possible, and you ask for my help. I ask him if he has ever forced himself to eat after experiencing an intense shock. My guess is correct. When her husband died. For a long time she lost her appetite, and only the duty of living for her daughters sustained her. At that time he began to suffer from stomach pains. With a few passes on the epigastrium I make them disappear, and the patient then speaks to me spontaneously about what has excited her. I have told you that for some time I did not love my youngest daughter. I must add now that no one could have noticed such a lack of affection in my conduct. I have done everything necessary for her. Even today I reproach myself for loving my eldest more. The visual mnemonic image of the gigantic lizard surely did not acquire such a category except by temporal coincidence with an intense affection that seized the subject during the aforementioned theatrical performance. But as I have confessed before, in the therapy of this patient I was content, frequently, with very superficial manifestations. This specific point recalls, on the other hand, the hysterical macropsia. The patient was astigmatic and highly myopic, and her hallucinations could often be caused by the imprecision of her visual perceptions. May 14. She is well and happy. He has slept until 7:30, and only complains of slight pain in his hand, head, and face. The conversation, in which the patient lets off steam, giving free rein to her concerns, is becoming more important every day. Today he has almost nothing terrifying to tell me. She complained of pain and numbness in her right leg, and recounted that in 1871, barely convalescing from an intestinal disease, she had to take care of her brother, who was ill, then presenting the stomach pains that still afflict her sometimes, and sometimes cause a paralysis of the right leg. In hypnosis I ask her if it will be possible for her to get back in touch with people or if she is still afraid of strangers. She replies that it is still very unpleasant for her to feel someone close to her, and for this reason she tells me about new cases in which the sudden appearance of a person has caused her an unpleasant surprise. While she was taking her daughters for a walk near Rugen, two suspicious-looking individuals suddenly appeared from behind some bushes and insulted them. Another afternoon, in Abbasia, a beggar suddenly met her and knelt before her. Then he turned out to be a harmless madman. Finally, he tells me about a nocturnal robbery attempt, which he was subjected to in his isolated farm in the middle of the field, event that scared her in a way. However, it is easy to see that her fear of people comes, above all, from the persecutions she suffered after the death of her husband. In the afternoon I find her very serene in appearance, but she receives me exclaiming, "I'm dying of fear. You can't imagine how afraid I am. I hate myself." Then I find out that Dr. Brewer has been visiting her, and she was startled to see him enter. As the doctor noticed the effect that her appearance caused, the patient told him, "This is the last time I'll be scared," because she was sorry, for me, for not having been able to repress that remainder of her previous pusillanimous. In general, I have had the opportunity during these last few days to observe how hard she is on herself and how ready she is always to reproach herself for serious faults with the slightest carelessness, such as the fact that the necessary cloths for the bath are not in their usual place. Massage or the newspaper I read in my sleep. Once the first and most superficial layer of tormenting reminiscences has been derived, his personality appears morally hypersensitive and affected by a tendency to diminish himself. At that time I was inclined to accept, for all the symptoms of hysteria, a psychic origin. Today I would ascribe a neurotic character to this patient's tendency to anxiety. Who lived in total sexual abstinence, anxiety neurosis. Both in wakefulness and in hypnosis I repeat to him, paraphrasing the old principle of minima non curat praeter, that between good and bad there is a whole wide group of small and indifferent things, for which no one should be reproached. But I seem to observe that he pays no more attention to these teachings than would an ascetic of the Middle Ages, who would see the hand of God and the temptation of the devil in the smallest events, and would be incapable of imagining for a single moment the world, or even a minimal part of it, free of relation with his own person. In hypnosis, he adds some terrifying images to those reported in previous sessions. Thus, he recounts that in Abasia he saw bloody heads dancing on the crest of the waves. Then I have him repeat the advice that I have given him in a waking state. 15. She slept until 8:30, but in the morning she felt restless. Tick, chattering and difficulty speaking. I'm scared to death. When questioned, she tells me that the pension where her daughters are staying is on the 4th floor and that yesterday she asked that they also be allowed to use the elevator to go down, request that he now regrets, because the elevator is not trustworthy, according to what the owner of the pension himself has told him. The Countess of SCH died in an elevator accident in Rome. But I know the pension in question, and it seems unlikely to me that the owner himself, who mentions the elevator in his advertisements as one of the comforts of his home, then warn your guests against it. I think, then, that it is a confusion of memory, produced by anguish. I tell her so, and I manage without difficulty to make her laugh herself at the improbability of her fears. This very fact confirms my suspicion that the cause of his anguish was quite another, and I propose to question his hypnotic consciousness on the matter afterwards. During the massage, which I am starting again today, after several days of interruption, he successively tells me several stories without any connection to each other, but which may be true, thus speaking to me about a toad that he found in a cellar, of an eccentric woman, who took care of an idiot son with a singular procedure, and of another woman, who suffered from melancholy and was locked up in an asylum. In this way, she reveals the reminiscences that run through her thoughts when discomfort takes over. After having unburdened herself with these stories, she calms down and tells me about the life she leads on her farm and the relationships she maintains with notable people from Germany and Russia, making it difficult for me to reconcile this social aspect of her personality with the idea of such a woman. Intensely nervous. Under hypnosis I ask her why she was so restless this morning, and instead of repeating her fears about the elevator, she tells me that she was afraid that her period would come again, forcing her to interrupt the massage again. Tell the story of your leg pains. The process had been, then, as follows: when she woke up in the morning she found herself anguished, and to explain her state of mind, she made use of the first fearful representation that she found in her imagination. The previous afternoon she had had a conversation with her daughter's governess, in which it was about the elevator of the boarding house where they were staying. Always careful of the good of her daughters, asked if the eldest, who because of an ovarian disease and pain in her right leg could not walk much, also used the elevator to go down from the floor. A confusion of memories allowed her then to link the anguish, of the who was perfectly aware, to the idea of the elevator. At first, her conscience did not offer her the true reason for her anguish, which only emerged later, but without the slightest hesitation, when I questioned her about it under hypnosis. This is the same process studied by Bernheim and other later scientists in subjects who, after hypnosis, carried out acts whose execution had been entrusted to them during it. Thus, Bernheim once suggested to a patient that after awakening from hypnotic sleep he put the thumbs of both hands in his mouth. The patient carried out this act at the prescribed time, and explained it by saying that the day before, in the course of an epileptiform attack, he had bitten his tongue, the wound now aching. A girl to whom an assassination attempt on the person of a judicial employee and a total stranger to her had been suggested, carried it out, and when she was arrested and interrogated about the motives for her criminal act, she invented the story that she had been offended by that individual and tried to take revenge on him. The subject seems to feel a need to link by means of a casual link those psychic phenomena of which he is aware with other conscious elements, and in those cases in which the true cause is hidden from the perception of consciousness, he tries to establish a different connection, to which Lucio lends complete faith despite being false. Naturally, a pre-existing dissociation of the content of consciousness greatly favors such false connections. The case of false connection cited above deserves to be carefully considered, since it is, from different points of view, typical and exemplary. It is so in the first place as regards the patient's behavior, which repeatedly gave me, during the course of treatment, the opportunity to undo, by means of hypnotic suggestion, such false connections and to destroy their effects. I will relate here in detail a case of this kind, which sheds vivid light on the corresponding psychological fact. I had proposed to my patient that the usual warm bath be replaced by a cold sitz bath, promising that it would do him better. The patient obeyed without the slightest resistance all the medical prescriptions, but she followed them with manifest distrust since, as we have already indicated, no medical treatment had given her much relief. My suggestion of the cold bath was not so authoritative that it prevented her from expressing her mistrust. Whenever I have taken a cold bath I have been melancholy all day afterward. But if you want, I'll try again, don't go saying that I don't do what you tell me. Faced with these objections, I apparently gave up my proposal, but in the following hypnosis I suggested that he talk to me as if it were his idea now, about baby baths, telling me that he had thought about it and wanted to try it, etc. This is what actually happened the following day, when the patient presented to me all the arguments that I had previously adduced in favor of the cold bath, and I gave in to her wishes without showing any enthusiasm. But the next day in the bathroom I found her, indeed, deeply in a bad mood. "Why are you like this today?" I already knew it. "Every time I take a cold bath, the same thing happens to me." "Well, you yourself asked my permission to take it. Now we know that you feel bad and we will return to the warm baths." In hypnosis I then ask him, "Was it really the cold bath that put you in such a bad mood?" "Nothing of that. The cold bath has nothing to do with my mood. The thing is that I read this morning in the newspaper that a revolution has broken out in Santo Domingo, and as always when there are riots on that island, the whites are in danger. I fear for a brother of mine who lives there, which has already caused us great concern." With this the matter was definitively settled between us, and the patient continued to take the cold bath for several weeks, without again attributing unpleasant effects to it. It will be readily conceded to me that this example is also typical of the behavior of many neuropaths when faced with the therapy prescribed by the physician. Whatever the cause, a given day gives rise to a certain symptom, the patient is always inclined to derive said symptom from the latest prescription or medical influence. Of the two necessary conditions for the establishment of such false connections, one of them, distrust, seems to always exist, and the other, the dissociation of consciousness, is replaced by the fact that most neuropaths do not have, in part, knowledge of the true cause, or at least of the occasional cause, of his illness, and he partly intentionally avoids this knowledge because it is unpleasant for him to remember what personal guilt there is in his illness. It could be thought that the psychic conditions indicated in neuropaths, other than hysterics, ignorance or voluntary ignorance had to be more favorable for the establishment of a false connection than the previous existence of a dissociation of consciousness, which subtracts, however, to the proper material consciousness for the causal relationship. But this dissociation is only rarely complete. Fragments of the subconscious complex of representations almost always reach ordinary consciousness, and it is precisely these fragments that give rise to such disturbances. Usually, it is the general sensation linked to the complex anguish, sadness, etc., the one that makes itself felt consciously, as in the example reported, and the subject is led by a kind of associative coercion to link it with a complex of representations given in his consciousness. Other observations made by me not long ago in a different sector have shown me the power of such associative coercion. For several weeks I had to leave my usual bed and lie down in another harder one, in which I dreamed perhaps more vividly than usual, or at least it was impossible for me to sleep with the normal depth. It turned out, thus, that in the quarter of an hour following waking up, he kept in mind all the dreams of the night and put them in writing to try to interpret them, managing, among other things, to refer the dreams of the season, in their entirety, to two factors: 1 degree the need to elaborate those representations that I had only fugitively dealt with during the day without exhausting them. 2 degrees to the imposition of linking together the elements given in the same state of consciousness. The senseless and contradictory nature of dreams depended on the free activity of the latter of these two factors. In another patient, Cecilia M., of whom I came to acquire a deeper knowledge than of any other of those mentioned here, I have been able to verify that the state of mind corresponding to an event and its content can regularly enter into a different relation to primary consciousness. This patient has provided me with the most numerous and convincing proofs of the existence of the psychic mechanism of the hysterical phenomena that we postulate here, but, unfortunately, it is impossible for us to communicate, for private reasons, his clinical history. Cecilia M. had recently been in a singular hysterical state, which surely is not a unique case, although I am not aware that a state that could be described as extinction hysterical psychosis has ever been observed. The patient had suffered numerous psychic traumas and suffered, for many years, chronic hysteria with many different manifestations. The motives of all these states were unknown to him. Her memory, splendid in general, showed singular gaps, and she herself lamented that her life seemed fragmented to her. One day an old reminiscence suddenly arose in her, with all the plasticity and all the intensity of a new sensation, and from that moment she lived again, for nearly 3 years, all the traumas of her life, including some that he believed forgotten long ago, and others never remembered. Suffering terribly through this period, in which all the symptoms he had suffered in earlier times reappeared. This extinction of old debts covered a period of 33 years and made it possible to discover the determination, sometimes very complicated, of all its states. Some relief could only be achieved by giving him the opportunity to vent verbally, in hypnosis. Beginning like yesterday, he later narrates a long series of painful and debilitating events, at the time of which he suffered said pain, and whose effects had to intensify it, until it produced paralysis and anesthesia of both legs. The same thing happens with the pain in his arms, which started simultaneously with what he says he felt in the back of his neck when he was caring for a patient. Regarding the pains in the neck, he tells me that they followed singular states of restlessness and bad mood, and consisted of a sensation of icy pressure in the neck, rigidity and painful cold in the extremities, inability to speak, and prostration. They usually last 6 to 12 hours. My attempts to reduce this complex of symptoms to a reminiscence completely fail, the questions directed to this end being answered in the negative about whether her brother, whom she attended when he was delirious, ever grabbed her by the neck. In short, he does not know where such attacks come from. 37. In the afternoon I find her very happy and corresponding affective and somatic manifestations, the reminiscence that tormented her precisely, and when I could not find myself present at such moments and had to speak in front of a person before whom she was ashamed to give free rein to her emotions, it sometimes happened that she recounted to such a person reminisced with complete tranquility and reserved for the next hypnosis session the crying and the manifestations that should have accompanied his story. After such a cleaning in hypnosis, she felt, for a few hours, well and in control of herself. But after some time the next reminiscence arose, which sent ahead of her, in advance, the corresponding mood. The patient felt irritable, anguished or desperate, never suspecting that this state of mind did not belong to the present, but to something that was going to arise in her at a later time. In the meantime he regularly made a false connection, which he defended with great tenacity until hypnosis. Thus, he received me one day with the question, "Don't you think I'm infamous? Isn't it a sign of infamy to have said that to you yesterday?" What she had told me the day before could in no way justify such a judgment, and this was the way the patient herself understood after a short discussion, but the following hypnosis brought up a reminiscence relating to an event that 12 years earlier had made her turn violent. Reproaches, for which he now does not recognize much justification either. Subsequent reflections have led me to suppose that those cramps in the neck, as the patient called them, must be organically conditioned states, analogous to migraine. In practice, we observe many other states of this kind, not yet described, and whose unique coincidence with the classic hemicrania attack leads us to broaden the concept of the latter. It is known that many neuropathic women tend to link hysterical attacks, contractions and delusions, with the hemicrania attack. Whenever Mrs. M.E.N. suffered from pain in the neck, she had a fit of delirium at the same time. As regards the pain in the arms and legs, I think that it was one of those cases, not very interesting, but frequent, of determination by chance coincidence. The patient suffered from them during a time of excitement when she was assisting a patient, and as fatigue made her feel them more intensely than ever, such pains, at first only casually associated with those events, were later repeated in her memory, like somatic symbol of the association complex. I will give several other examples of this process later. Probably, such pains were, at first, rheumatic, that is, to give a precise meaning to this word, so frequently used inappropriately, belonging to that genre of pains that reside mainly in the muscles, allow us to observe in them an intense sensitivity to pressure and a change in its consistency, manifest with maximum intensity after a long rest or immobility. Showing signs of excellent humor. The thing about the elevator, he tells me, was not as he had told me before. Then he asks me a series of questions, in which there is nothing pathological. He has had severe pain in his face, hand, thumb, and leg. When she had been sitting for a long time or staring at some point, she felt stiffness and pain in her eyes. Trying to lift a heavy object caused pain in his arms. Examination of the right leg reveals relatively good sensation in the thigh, intense anesthesia below the knee, and less in the region of the kidneys. In hypnosis, he tells me that from time to time he still has distressing ideas, such as that his daughters may become ill and die prematurely, or that his brother, now on his honeymoon, may have an accident or his wife may die. Well, all the brothers have had the misfortune of being widowed early. It is clear that he harbors other fears, but I cannot make him reveal them. I reproach him for the need he feels to be anxious, even though there is no reason for it, and he promises me not to do it anymore. Because I ask him to. Other suggestions follow regarding the pains he suffers, etc. May 16. He slept well. He still complains of pain in his face, arms, and legs, but she is happy and in a good mood. Faradization of the anesthetic leg. In the afternoon I find her very startled. I am very glad that you are coming. I'm really scared. Shows all the signs of fright, tic, and stuttering. Before the hypnosis, I make him tell me what happened to him, and extending his clenched hands towards me, in a magnificent personification of terror, he tells me, while in the garden, a monstrous rat suddenly jumped over my hand. Then disappearing. Mice and rats appeared and disappeared everywhere. Illusion produced perhaps by shadow play. There were also many mice in the trees. Don't you hear the horses stamping in the circus? Next door a man complains. He must be in pain as a result of the operation. Am I maybe in ruin? He had a similar stove there. Lost in the multitude of thoughts that crossed her imagination, she made an effort to fix, in the midst of her confusion, the present. He doesn't know how to answer my questions about current things, for example, to whether her daughters had been with her. Of the corresponding extremity in the morning dash, they improve through the repeated execution of the painful movement and can be made to disappear by means of massage. These myogenic pains, very frequent in all individuals, acquire great importance in neuropaths. They are considered by them, with the support of physicians who are not in the habit of examining the muscle by exerting pressure on it, as nerve pains, and furnish the material of an indeterminate number of hysterical neuralgias, and c. About the relationship of this condition with the disposition to gout, I will only say a few words here. My patient's mother and two sisters had suffered severely from gout, or acute rheumatism. Some of the pains of which she complained must also have this character, but I cannot be sure, since at that time I had no practice in the diagnosis of muscular conditions. In hypnosis I try to undo the confusion of this state. Hypnosis. What are you scared of? He repeats the story of the mice to me, giving new signs of fright, and adds that later, when he went up the stairs, there was a disgusting animal on it, which disappeared, as he approached, before his steps. I declare that all of these are hallucinations, and I reproach him for his fear of mice, indicating that it is typical of alcoholics, which inspires great disgust in him. Then I tell her the legend of Bishop Hatto 38, which she already knows, despite which she hears her showing signs of fright. How did it occur to you to tell me about the circus? He says that he can perfectly hear how the horses stamp their feet in the stable, entangling their legs in the branches, which can cause them to fall and seriously injure themselves. When this happened, Juan used to go to the stable to untie them. I dispute the proximity of the stable and deny that I could have heard the neighbor complain. Then I ask him if he knows where he is. Now you know, but before that he thought he was on Rügen. How could you believe such a thing? Earlier they talked about how there was a very dark place in the garden, and this reminded him of Rügen's terrace, completely devoid of shade. What painful memories do you have of your stay on Rügen? There he suffered terrible pain in his arms and legs, got lost in the fog on several excursions, she was twice chased by a bull, etc. How did you have this attack today? He has written many letters. He has spent 3 hours writing, and this has weighed on his head. I can, therefore, suppose that fatigue has caused the delusional attack, the content of which has been determined by reminiscences arising from the stimulation of certain analogies of place, such as the sunny part of the garden, etc. I repeat the usual advice and leave her numb. May 17. You have slept very well. In the bran bath prescribed for today, he has screamed several times, for the bran particles seem to him like worms. I know this from the nurse, because she refuses to tell me. She appears satisfied and happy, but is interrupted frequently with inarticulate screams and frightened gestures, stuttering more than in recent days. He dreamed that he was walking on a ground infested with leeches. During the previous night she had also had horrible dreams, in which she was forced to shroud several corpses and place them in their coffins. But he could never bring himself to close the lid on them. Probably a reminiscence of her husband's death. She later recounts that numerous adventures with animals have happened to her in her life, the most terrible being the time when she found a bat in her dresser and had to leave the room half-dressed. For that occasion, her brother gave her a safety pin that represented a bat to cure her of her fear, but she could never put it on. Hypnosis. His fear of worms comes from a time when he was given a pad to stick pins in, and when he went to use it he saw a multitude of small worms come out of it, born from the humidity of the bran that filled it. Hallucination. Maybe reality. I ask her to tell me more animal stories. Once she was taking a walk with her husband for a park. They saw that the path that led to the pond was covered with toads, and they had to turn around. He has had times when he did not dare to shake hands with anyone, for fear that by doing so he would become a disgusting animal, a case that had already happened many times. I try to free her from her fear of animals, naming her a large number of them one by one, and asking her each time if that one scared her. Sometimes he answers me negatively, and other times, I shouldn't be scared. 39. I ask him why he stuttered and was so startled yesterday and today. I do that whenever I'm afraid. 40. And why were you so afraid yesterday? While in the garden, she has thought about many things that worry her. Among them, how I could avoid a possible relapse when I terminated the treatment. I repeat the 3 reasons that you have to find yourself more hopeful and that I have already indicated to you during the vigil. 1. That you are better now and have greater resistance. 2nd, that he will get used to talking calmly to a person who is next to him. 3rd, that a portion of things that worry her now will be indifferent to her later. In addition, She has been worried about not having thanked me yesterday for my last visit and the thought that, having gotten worse these days, she will end up making me lose patience. He was also very impressed to hear how one of the doctors in the house asked a gentleman in the garden if he had the courage to undergo surgery. The woman questioned was present, and must have thought, like her, that this afternoon could be the last of the poor patient. After this story, his discomfort seems to vanish. 41. In the afternoon she appears very serene and satisfied. Hypnosis does not reveal anything important. I dedicate myself to the treatment of muscular pains and to restore the sensitivity of the right leg, something that I easily achieve in hypnosis. But when he woke up, the anesthesia returned, although somewhat less. Before concluding my visit, he expressed his astonishment for not having had pains in the neck for many days, which arose before whenever the weather threatened a storm. 18. Tonight he slept like he hadn't been able to for many years, but since bath time, she complains of coldness in the neck, tightness and pain in the face, hands and feet. His face appears contracted and his hands clenched. Hypnosis does not reveal any psychic content of the state, which I manage to alleviate later, waking up the patient. 4. Means of massage. I hope that the foregoing extract from the chronicle of the first 3 weeks of treatment will suffice to offer the reader an evident picture of the patient's condition, of the nature of my therapeutic work, and of its results. I will now complete the clinical history. The hysterical delirium, recently described, was also the last important disturbance in the state of Mrs. M.E.N. As I did not look for pathological symptoms, but waited for them to appear or for the patient to communicate a fearful thought to me, the hypnosis soon proved ineffective, and I used them for the most part to imbue him with teachings that were to remain ever present in his thoughts and prevent him from falling back into such states when he returned home. At that time I was completely under the sway of Charcot's work on suggestion, and I expected more from such an instructive influence than I would today. My patient's condition improved so much in a short time that she herself claimed that she had never felt better since her husband's death. After 7 weeks of treatment, I authorized her to return to her residence, on the shores of the Baltic. 7 months later Dr. Brewer received news of him. His improvement had been maintained through several months, but he had ended up succumbing to a new psychic upheaval. Her eldest daughter, who already during her first stay in Vienna had imitated her mother, presenting with neck cramps and slight hysterics, suffered mainly from pain when walking, caused by retroflexion, and at my suggestion she had gone to consult Drive N, one of our most renowned gynecologists, who corrected the indicated retroflexion through massage, freeing the patient from her discomfort for a few months. But when the family was already in their residence, they presented themselves again, and the mother went to a gynecologist in the nearby city. Thus, his astonishment the day before at not having had cramps in the neck for a long time was an anticipation of this next state, which was already being prepared and warned by the unconscious. This singular form of anticipation was, in the other patient to whom we referred before, Cecilia M. Something habitual and current. Whenever, feeling well, he said to me, "It's been many nights since I've been afraid of witches," or "I'm so glad my eyes haven't hurt again, I could be sure that the next night I wouldn't be able to." The nurse, to get away from her side, to assuage as much as possible her horrible fear of witches, or that the next state would begin with the dreaded pain. It became transparent, because what was already prepared in the unconscious, and the official consciousness, according to Charcot's classification, exempt from all suspicion, elaborated the representation that emerged as a quick occurrence, turning it into an expression of contentment, immediately contradicted for reality. This patient, a person of great intelligence, to whom I owe great help in understanding hysterical symptoms, herself drew my attention to the fact that such cases could give rise to the well-known superstitions that claim one should never boast of his happiness nor to speak of what he fears. In reality, we only know how to value our happiness when misfortune already threatens us, and we express suspicion in the form of vainglory, because in this case the content of the reminiscence emerges before the corresponding sensation, that is, because in consciousness there is a satisfactory contrast. University, who prescribed a combined local and general therapy for the girl, which caused her a serious nervous disease. Probably this was but the first manifestation of the pathological disposition of the girl, who was then 17 years old, disposition that was evidenced a year later in a modification of its character. The mother, who had placed her daughter in the hands of the doctors with her usual mixture of obedience and distrust, became the object of the harshest reproaches when she verified the bad result of the treatment, and by a mental path that I had not suspected, she arrived to the conclusion that Drive N and I were responsible for the girl's illness for having described her serious ailment as mild. In this belief she annulled, by means of an energetic volition, the effects of my treatment and immediately fell into the same states from which I had freed her. An excellent doctor from her region and Dr. Brewer, with whom she communicated in writing, managed to convince her of our innocence, but the animosity that arose against me at this time persisted in her, despite everything, as a hysterical remnant, and she declared that it was impossible for her to place herself in my hands again. Following the advice of the doctor mentioned above, he was admitted to a North German sanatorium, and at Brewer's suggestion I communicated to the director of said institution what modification of hypnotic therapy had been shown to be effective in that case. This transfer attempt failed completely. From the beginning the patient seemed not to get along with the doctor. She exhausted herself in a tenacious resistance against everything that was undertaken with her. She lost her appetite and sleep and did not recover until a friend of hers, who was going to visit her at the sanatorium, he took her out of him almost surreptitiously and took her home, where he lavished his care on her. A short time later, precisely the year of his first visit to my practice, he returned to Vienna and once again placed himself in my hands. I found her much better than I had imagined from her letters. Animated and free from anguishing fears, despite everything, she showed that she conserved a large part of my therapeutic work. He complained mainly of frequent mental confusion, or, to put it in his own words, of having a storm in the brain. In addition, she suffered from insomnia. She sometimes spent whole hours crying and became sad at a certain time in the afternoon, 5 o'clock, that is, the time when he used to visit his sick daughter while she was in a sanitarium. She stuttered and clicked her tongue with great frequency, wrung her hands as if in a rage, and when I asked her if she saw many animals, she simply replied, "Oh, shut up." In the first attempt to hypnotize her, she clenched her fists forcefully and shouted, "I don't want antipyrin injections. I prefer that the pain not go away. I don't want to see Dr. R, I don't like him very much." She was therefore dominated by the reminiscence of a hypnosis in the sanatorium where she had lately resided, and she calmed down as soon as I transferred her to her present situation. At the very beginning of the treatment I made a most instructive discovery. When the patient was asked since when she had stuttered again, she replied that since a scare she had received that winter, when she was in D. A waiter from the inn where she lived had hiding in his room. In the dark, she thought it was a coat fallen from a hanger, and as she reached for it, the intruder suddenly stood before her. Once this memory image had been erased by suggestion, he did not stutter again except imperceptibly, neither in hypnosis nor in wakefulness, but, moved by I don't know what impulse, I decided to submit the good result obtained to a definitive test, and when I returned that afternoon I asked her, pretending the greatest innocence, as I had to do, leaving her asleep, to close the door of so that no one could enter the room. To my surprise, he was extraordinarily startled on hearing the foregoing, began to chatter his teeth and wring his hands, and indicated that indeed he had received a fright of this kind, but I could not get him to tell me. However, I was able to observe that it was the same event that he had narrated to me that morning in hypnosis and that I believed I had erased from his thoughts. In the following hypnosis he already gave me a more detailed and faithful account of it. One afternoon when she was walking excitedly through the corridors of the inn, she found the room of the waitress who served her open and she wanted to go in to sit there for a moment. The waitress tried to avoid him, but she paid no attention, and when she entered she saw a dark shape against the wall, which later turned out to be a man. What moved the patient to give me an inaccurate account of this little adventure was undoubtedly an erotic overtone. But in this way he revealed to me that the stories made by the patients under hypnosis lacked, when they were incomplete, any curative effect, and from that day on I became accustomed to seeing in the faces of the patients when they silenced an essential part of me. His confession. The task that he now had to carry out with this patient was to annul, by means of hypnotic suggestion, the unpleasant impressions that he had received during his daughter's treatment and during his own stay in the German sanatorium. She was full of rage against the doctor of that establishment who had forced her, in hypnosis, to spell the word toad, and she made me promise that I would never make her pronounce that word. At this point I allowed myself to use suggestion somewhat jokingly, the only abuse of hypnosis, quite innocent by the way, of which I have to accuse myself with this patient, assuring her that her stay in X would henceforth remain so far from her memory that he would not even remember the name of said locality well, doubting, every time he wanted to pronounce it, between Valle, Monte, Bosque, and other similar beginnings. So it happened, in effect, and soon her hesitation in pronouncing such a name was the only disturbance that could be observed in the patient's speech until, obeying an observation of Dr. Brewer, I freed her from this forced paramnesia. For a longer time than with the remains of these events, I had to struggle with the states that the patient described by saying that she felt a storm in her brain. The first time I saw her in such a state, she was lying on a divan with her face contorted, her body in constant restlessness, clasping her forehead in her hands and repeating madly the name of Emmy, which was his and his eldest daughter's. Under hypnosis, she explained that the state was a repetition of the many attacks of despair that used to affect her during her daughter's illness, after long hours of meditating in vain on what it would be like possible to remedy treatment failure. When then she began to feel that her ideas were becoming confused, she got into the habit of repeating her daughter's name out loud, using it as a fulcrum to regain lucidity, because on those days when her daughter's condition she imposed new duties on her and she felt that nervousness was dominating her again, she had proposed that what referred to that daughter should be respected with her mental confusion, even if everything else succumbed to her. After a few weeks these reminiscences were also subdued and the patient recovered her health, but, at my request, he remained for some time under observation. Nearing the day appointed for her departure from Vienna, something happened that I will relate in detail, in order to shed a vivid light on the character of the patient and on the genesis of her conditions. One day when I went to visit her at lunchtime, I surprised her at the moment when she was throwing an object wrapped in paper into the garden, where the children of the doorman had picked it up. Questioned, she confessed that it was the dessert that she threw away every day. This discovery led me to inspect the other remains of his lunch, verifying that he had left most of it. Asked why he ate so little, he replied that he was not used to eating more and that it would hurt him, since he was the same as his late father, who always remained extremely sober. When I later found out what he drank, he replied that he only tolerated liquids of a certain consistency, such as milk, coffee, cocoa, etc., and that whenever he drank natural or mineral water his stomach would go bad. All of this bore the unmistakable stamp of a nervous choice. I did a urinalysis and found it very concentrated. So I considered it convenient to advise him to drink more water, and I also decided to increase his diet. She wasn't overly skinny, but I still found some overfeeding desirable. But when on my next visit I prescribed him alkaline mineral water and forbade him to throw dessert into the garden, he became visibly excited and told me, "I'll do it because you told me to, but from now on I assure you that it will make me sick, because it's contrary to my nature," and the same thing happened to my father. In hypnosis I then asked her why she couldn't eat more or drink water, and she answered, in a very bad mood, that she didn't know. The next day the nurse told me that the patient had eaten well, without leaving anything, and had drunk a full glass of alkaline water. But, going in to see her, I found her stretched out on the divan, deeply in a bad mood and complaining of a stomachache. "Didn't I tell you?" We have already lost everything that we have worked so hard to achieve. I have spoiled my stomach, as it always does when I drink water or take more food than usual. Now I will have to be on a diet for 6 or 8 days, until I can tolerate food again. I assured her that she would not have to go on a diet, as there was no way a little more food and a glass of alkaline water would upset her stomach. The pains were a consequence of the fear with which he had eaten and drunk. But this explanation of mine must not have made any impression on her, because when I tried to put her to sleep afterwards, the hypnosis failed for the first time, and in the angry look she gave me I recognized that she was in complete rebellion against me and that the situation was very serious. Giving up the hypnosis, I announced that I was giving him 24 hours to reflect and convince himself that his stomach pains were nothing but fear. After said period, I would ask her if she continued to think that a glass of mineral water and a modest meal could spoil her stomach for 8 days, and if she answered me in the affirmative, I would terminate my medical mission with her and ask her to entrust herself to another doctor. This little scene contrasted sharply with the general tone of our relations, outside of it very friendly. 24 hours later I found her humble and docile. To my question about his opinion about the origin of his stomach pains, he replied, incapable of pretense, "I think they are the consequence of my fear, but only because you assure me so." Immediately hypnosis and I ask again, "Why can't you eat more?" The answer followed immediately, and consisted of a chronologically ordered series of reasons given in her memory. As a child, I sometimes refused, on a whim, to eat the meat that was served to me. My mother was always very severe on such occasions, and as a punishment she made me eat what she had left me 2 hours later, without heating it or changing the plate. The meat was then cold and the fat had solidified around it. Disgust. I still see before me the fork that my mother made me hold. One of its tines was somewhat bent. When I now sit at the table I always see the plate with cold meat and solidified fat in front of me. Many years later I lived with a brother of mine, an army officer, who suffered from a terrible disease. I knew it was contagious and I was terribly afraid of making a mistake and using their cutlery, terror, but, nevertheless, he ate with him so that no one would notice that he was ill. Shortly after I had to assist another brother of mine, tubercular. During his illness we ate by his bedside, and by his side, on the table, he always had a spittoon, terror, into which he would spit over the plates. All this caused me terrible disgust, to which I could not give expression for fear of offending my brother. Now, when I sit down to eat, I see before me the spittoon from then and it disgusts me. After erasing all these disgusting reminiscences, I asked him why he couldn't drink water. His answer was that, being 17 years old, he spent a few months in Munich with his family, almost all of them suffering from intestinal colds, due to the poor drinking conditions of the natural water. Everyone was cured soon, except her, who remained sick for a long time, despite having replaced the natural water with mineral water. When the doctor entrusted him with such a replacement, he thought that it was no longer going to be of any use to him. From this time on, he suffered such intolerance in relation to natural and mineral water innumerable times. The therapeutic effect of this hypnotic research was immediate and long-lasting. The patient ceased her intention to keep a diet for 8 days, and the next day she ate and drank without worry or further disturbance. 2 months later he wrote to me, "I eat very well and I have put on a lot of weight. Of the mineral water that you prescribed, I have already drunk 40 bottles. Tell me if I should keep drinking it." A year later I saw the patient on her farm in X. Her eldest daughter, the one whose name she used to repeat in her states of brainstorm, entered, around this time, an abnormal phase of development. Showing excessive self-esteem, disproportionate to her few gifts, and becoming rebellious and even aggressive towards her mother. I still had the confidence of the latter and was called by her to give my opinion on the condition of her daughter. The girl's psychic transformation made a bad impression on me, all the more so since in order to establish my prognosis I had to take into account that all of the girl's half-sisters, daughters of her father's first marriage, had succumbed to paranoid insanity. His mother's family was not without neuropathic individuals either, although none of the members closest to her suffered from open psychosis. The mother, to whom I clearly expressed my opinion, welcomed her calmly and understandingly. He had recovered his strength, presented a flourishing appearance, and during the 9 months since the termination of the treatment he had been in good health, only disturbed by a few pains in the neck and other minor disorders. During the days that, on this occasion, I spent in his house was when I was able to fully appreciate the extent of his occupations, duties, and intellectual interest. A conversation with the doctor who used to treat her there also showed me that she had finally reconciled with our profession. The patient had improved extraordinarily, but the fundamental traits of her character had changed little, despite all my instructive suggestions. He did not seem to have accepted my proposal to establish a broad category of indifferent things, and his tendency to fret over trifles was hardly less than during treatment. His hysterical disposition had not rested during this time either. Thus, she complained that during the last few months an inability to withstand long railway journeys had manifested itself in her, and a quick and forced attempt to dissipate this incapacity revealed only various disagreeable impressions, without importance, experienced by the subject in her last trips to X and its surroundings. I was also able to observe that under hypnosis he was not as docile as before, and already at this time the suspicion arose in me that he was in the process of escaping from my influence again, and that the secret intention of his inability to travel was to prevent him from coming to my office in Vienna again. It was also during these days that she regretted having observed gaps in her memory that referred precisely to the most important events of her life, a statement from which I deduced that my therapeutic work of 2 years ago had exercised a profound effect on the patient. And lasting influence. Walking one day along a path that led from the house to a small cove, I dared to ask him if there used to be many toads there. The answer was a hard look of reproach, unaccompanied, however, by any sign of terror, and then, well, there are. During the hypnosis, in which I worked to dispel her repugnance to railway journeys, she herself was dissatisfied with her answers and expressed the fear that she would not now obey my suggestions as meekly as before. So I decided to convince her otherwise. I wrote a few lines on a piece of paper and handed it over to him, saying, "At lunch today you will serve me a glass of wine, as you did yesterday. Then, when you see me raise the glass to my lips, you will say to me, 'Do me the favor of serving me too.' Wine," and as I extend my hand towards the bottle, he will exclaim, stopping me, "Leave it. I prefer not to drink." Immediately you will put your hand in your pocket and take out and read the paper that I now hand you, which contains these very words. This was in the morning, and a few hours later, at lunch, the scene described took place, without any of the diners noticing anything unusual. The subject seemed to struggle with herself when she asked me to serve her wine. She never drank it and after returning with her agreement, with visible satisfaction, she reached into her pocket, took out the paper on which the previously transcribed words were recorded and, perplexedly moving her head, she looked at me in astonishment. Since this visit to Mrs. N, in May, 1890, her news became less and less frequent. I learned indirectly that her daughter's poor condition, an inexhaustible source of painful excitement for her, ended up putting a damper on her improvement. Finally, 1893, I received a short letter from her, in which she begged me to give permission for another doctor to hypnotize her, as she was ill again and could not come to Vienna. At first I did not understand why he needed such authorization, until I remembered that in 1890 I had suggested, at his request, the corresponding prohibition, to avoid the danger of suffering the painful domination of a doctor who did not inspire confidence or sympathy, as it happened with the one from the Monte Sanatorium. Valley, Forest. Thus, I immediately waived in writing my prior exclusive right. Epicrasis. Without a previous and detailed fixation of the value and meaning of the word hysteria, it is not easy to decide if a pathological case can be placed under this concept or included among the other neuroses, not purely neurasthenic. On the other hand, even in the field of common mixed neuroses, no orderly work of differentiation and delimitation has yet been carried out. In this way, if to diagnose hysteria proper we used to guide ourselves, until now, by the analogy of the case in question with the known typical cases of such a disease, there is no doubt that MEDN must be diagnosed with hysteria. The frequency of delusions and hallucinations, in the midst of an absolutely normal mental function, the transformation of his personality and memory during artificial somnambulism, the anesthesia of the painful extremity, certain data from the anamneses, etc., leave no doubt as to the hysterical nature of the disease, or at least of the sick. If, despite all this, such a diagnosis can offer us any doubt, it depends on a certain character of this case, which gives us a pretext to develop an observation of a general order. As we have already explained in the first chapter of this work, we consider hysterical symptoms as effects and remnants of excitations that have acted as traumas on the nervous system. When the primitive excitation is derived by reaction or by intellectual elaboration, no such remains subsist. Thus, then, we will already have to take into account quantities, although not measurable ones, and we will describe the process by saying that a magnitude of excitation flowing into the nervous system is transformed into permanent symptoms, to that extent, proportional to its assembly, in which it has not been used for foreign action. Now, in hysteria we are accustomed to seeing that a significant part of the magnitude of excitation of the trauma is transformed into purely somatic symptoms. This peculiarity of hysteria is what has long been an obstacle to considering it as a mental condition. If, for the sake of brevity, we call the transformation of psychic arousal into permanent somatic symptoms, characteristic of hysteria, conversion, we can say that the case of MEDN shows little amount of conversion, the primitive psychic arousal remaining circumscribed in it, almost completely, to the psychic sector, thus making it present a great analogy with those of non-hysterical neuroses. There are cases of hysteria in which the conversion affects the entire increase in arousal, so that the somatic symptoms of hysteria emerge in apparently normal consciousness. More common, however, is incomplete conversion, so that at least some of the affect concomitant with the trauma remains in consciousness as a component of the mood. The psychic symptoms of our case of hysteria with little amount of conversion can be grouped based on the concepts of mood transformation, anguish, depression, melancholy, phobias and apathy. These last two kinds of psychic disturbance, considered by psychiatrists of the French school as stigmata of nervous degeneration, are shown in our case to be sufficiently determined by traumatic events, constituting, for the most part, as we will show later, traumatic phobias and avolitions. Some of the phobias could be counted, however, among the primaries, common to all men and especially to neuropaths. Thus, above all zoophobia, fear of snakes, toads, and all those vermin who recognize Mephistopheles as sovereign, fear of storms, etc. But these phobias were also intensified by traumatic events. Thus, the fear of toads, due to the impression of the subject, as a child, the day her brother threw a dead toad at her, which caused her to have an attack of hysterical contractions, the fear of storms, due to the shock already described, which gave rise to the habit of chattering the tongue, and the fear of fog, due to his walks in Rügen. In any case, the primary and, so to speak, instinctive fear plays, considered as psychic stigma, the main role in this group. The other phobias, more special, also appear determined by particular events. The fear of a sudden and unexpected shock is a consequence of the tremendous shock received at seeing her husband die suddenly struck down by a heart attack. The fear of strangers, and of everyone in general, proves to be a residue of the time when she was persecuted by her husband's family and believed she discovered in each stranger an agent of her persecutors, or thought that everyone those who approached her knew the infamies that were spread verbally or in writing about her. The fear of mental hospitals and their unfortunate guests is related to a whole series of sad events that occurred in her family circle and to the stories that, as a child, she heard from a stupid maid. This last phobia is also based, on the one hand, on the primary instinctive horror of the healthy man towards the insane and, on the other, on his concern, common to all nervous people, of succumb to madness. The particularly specialized fear of having someone after her appears to be motivated by various fearful impressions from her childhood and later times. After the event at the hotel, which was particularly painful for the subject because it included an erotic element, his fear of the surreptitious entry of a strange person into his room became more accentuated than ever. Finally, the fear of being buried alive, so frequent in neuropaths, finds a complete explanation in her belief that her husband was not dead when the body was taken out of the house, a belief in which the inability to accept the abrupt interruption of the life of the loved person. For the rest, all these psychological factors can only explain, in my opinion, the choice of phobias, but not their duration. As far as this is concerned, we must take into account a neurotic factor, that is, the circumstance that the patient observed complete sexual abstinence for years, a very frequent reason for a tendency to anxiety. Even less than phobias, the apathy of our patients can be considered as psychic stigmas consequent to a general decrease in functional capacity. The hypnotic analysis of the case shows rather that the apathy is conditioned by a double physical mechanism, basically simple. Apathy can be of two kinds. It can simply be a consequence of the phobia, and this is what happens when the phobia is linked to an act of one's own, leaving the house, seeking the society of others, etc., instead of an expectation, that someone may sneak into in the fourth, etc., being then the anguish linked to the result of the act the cause of the coercion of the will. It would be wrong to present this class of apathy alongside their corresponding phobias as special symptoms, but it must be taken into account, however, that such phobias can exist, when they are not too intense, without leading to apathy. The other class of apathy is based on the existence of associations that are not detached and saturated with affection, which oppose the constitution of new ones, especially those of a painful nature. Our patient's anorexia offers us the best example of such apathy. If she eats so little, it is because she finds no taste in the food, and the latter depends, in turn, on the fact that the act of eating has been linked to her, for a long time, with repugnant memories, the amount of affection of which has experienced any decline. Naturally, it is impossible to eat with disgust and pleasure at the same time. The long-standing concomitant disgust with food has not diminished because the subject had to repress it every time, instead of getting rid of it through reaction. As a child, fear of punishment forced her to eat cold food with disgust, and in later years fear of upsetting her siblings prevented her from displaying her dominating affections while eating with them. I must refer here to a small paper in which I tried to give a psychological explanation of hysterical paralysis, reaching the conclusion that the cause of such paralysis was the inaccessibility of a circle of representations, for example, that corresponding to a limb to new associations. This associative inaccessibility would come, in turn, from the fact that the representation of the paralyzed member was included in the memory of the trauma, charged with non-derivative affect. With examples taken from ordinary life, he showed that such a cathexis of a representation by non-derived affect always brings with it a certain measure of associative inaccessibility, that is, of incompatibility with new cathexis 43. It has not yet been possible for me to demonstrate such hypotheses in a case of motor paralysis by means of hypnotic analysis, but I can adduce MEDNS anorexia as proof that the mechanism described is indeed that of some apathy, and apathy is not they are nothing more than highly specialized psychic paralysis, or according to the French expression systematized. MEDNS mental state can be characterized by highlighting two extremes. First, the painful effects of various traumatic events persist in her, without having experienced any derivation, thus, sadness, pain, since the death of her husband, anger, since the persecutions she was subjected to by the family of the deceased, disgust, since the meals she was forced to eat; fear, since the multiple terrifying events of which he was the protagonist or witness, etc. Second, there is an intense memory activity in her, which both spontaneously and as a result of stimuli from the present, for example, in the case of the news of the outbreak of the revolution in Santo Domingo, attracts to the current consciousness, piece by piece, the traumas, with all its concomitant effects. My therapy was linked to the progress of said memory activity and tried to solve and derive, day by day, what in each one of them arose to the surface until the available supply of pathogenic memories seemed to be exhausted. To these two psychic characteristics, typical, in my opinion, of all hysterical paroxysms, we could link several observations, which we will defer until having devoted some attention to the mechanism of somatic symptoms. It is not possible to accept the same genesis for all somatic symptoms. On the contrary, even in the case of MEDN, little instructive from this point of view, she shows us that the somatic symptoms of hysteria arise in many different ways. In my opinion, a part of the subject's pain was organically determined by those mild muscular, rheumatic, disorders, to which we have already referred, disorders more painful for the nervous than for the normal ones. On the other hand, another part of her pain was, most likely, a memory symbol of the exciting times in which she had to attend to sick members of her family, times that had occupied so much place in the patient's life. These last pains could also once have, primitively, an organic justification, but later they were the object of an elaboration that adapted them to the ends of neurosis. These statements about MEDN's pain are supported by observations made in other cases, which I will explain later, since her own case did not provide me with sufficient clarification regarding this specific point. Some of the subject's unique motor phenomena were simply a manifestation, not difficult to recognize as such, of her moods. Thus, when extending the hands, clenching the fingers, manifestation of terror, the contraction of the face, etc. In any case, this expression of moods was livelier and less withheld than the usual mimicry of the subject, her upbringing, and her race led one to expect. Indeed, outside of hysterical states, the patient was very measured and sober in the expression of her emotions. Another part of her motor symptoms was, according to her, in direct connection with her pains. If he waved his fingers incessantly, 1888, or wrung his hands, 1889, it was to keep himself from shouting, a motivation that recalls one of the principles established by Darwin for the clarification of expressive movements, that is, the principle of the derivation of excitations, by means of which he explains, for example, the tail wagging of dogs. The substitution of screams for other motor innervations in cases of painful stimuli is something that we all know. Those who intend to keep their mouth and head immobile during the dentist's intervention and also avoid separating their hands from the arms of the chair, always end up moving their feet. The tic-like movements observable in the subject, tongue clicking, stuttering, repeating the name Emmy in her bouts of mental confusion, and the compound formula, "Be still. You don't speak. Don't touch me," show a complicated form of conversion. Two of these motor manifestations, stuttering and chattering, find their explanation in a mechanism described by me as objectification of contrasting representation in an essay published by the Journal of Hypnotism, first volume, 1893. This process would be, in the case at hand, as follows: the hysteric, exhausted by the fatigue and worry caused by her daughter's illness, is sitting at the head of the bed where she lies, and check what, finally, has managed to fall asleep. In his view, he formulates the firm intention of avoiding all the noise that could wake up the sick girl. This purpose probably gives rise to a contrasting representation, the fear that, despite everything, he would make some noise that would wake the little girl from the much-desired rest. Such contrasting representations, opposed to the purpose, are constituted in us, singularly, when we do not feel sure of the execution of an important purpose. The neurotic, whose self-consciousness is seldom without a trace of depression and anxious expectation, forms a large number of such contrasting representations or perceives them more easily and, moreover, attaches greater importance to them. In our patient's state of exhaustion, the contrasting representation, which in other circumstances would have been rejected, proves to be the strongest and is the one that is objectified, causing, to the horror of the subject, the much feared noise. For the total explanation of the process, we will have to suppose that the exhaustion of the patient is only partial, falling solely, to express ourselves in the terms of Janet and her disciples, on the primary self of the subject, and not having as a consequence an equal weakening of contrasting representation. We also assume that the factor that gives the event a traumatic character and fixes the noise produced by the subject as a somatic symptom evocative of the whole scene, is the horror that caused her to realize that, against her will, she was ending up produce it. I even go so far as to believe that the very character of this tic, consisting of several spasmodically emitted sounds separated by slight pauses, reveals traces of the process at hand, which owes its origin. A struggle seems to have developed between purpose and contrasting representation, the contrary will, a struggle which has given the tic its peculiar character and limited contrasting representation to unusual pathways of innervation of the vocal muscles. An event of a similar nature left behind the spasmodic inhibition of speech, the singular stuttering, with the difference that memory did not choose here, as the symbol of the event, the result of the final innervation, that is, the scream, but rather the process. Same of innervation, that is, the attempt of a convulsive inhibition of the vocal organs. Both symptoms, chattering and stuttering, related by their genesis, also entered into a mutual association, and their repetition on an occasion similar to those of their origin turned them into permanent symptoms. Once they reached this category, they found different jobs. Born in an attempted state of startle, they joined from this point, according to the mechanism of monosymptomatic hysteria, which we will deal with later, to all states of this kind, even those that could not give rise to the objectification of a representation. Contrasting. Thus, they ended up being linked to so many traumas and for having such a broad reason for reproducing themselves in memory, that they came to constantly interrupt their speech, without any stimulus that led them to it, in the manner of a tic devoid of all meaning. But the hypnotic analysis was able to show that this apparent tic had a precise meaning, and if Brewer's method was not able, in this case, to make both symptoms disappear once and completely, it was because the catharsis only relapsed. On the three main traumas, without extending to the secondarily associated ones 44. The repetition of. The reader will perhaps experience the impression that I attach excessive importance to the details of the symptoms and lose myself in an unnecessary task of interpretation. But I have seen very well that the determination of hysterical symptoms really reaches its most subtle nuances and that one never errs too much by attributing meaning to them. An example will fully justify my conduct in this regard. Months ago I was assisting an 18-year-old girl, in whose complicated neurosis a large part corresponded to hysteria. The first thing I learned about her was that she suffered fits of despair of two different kinds. In the first few I felt extraordinary tightness and itching on the inside of my face from cheeks to mouth. Within seconds he would convulsively stretch out his toes and wave them restlessly. At first I was not inclined to ascribe any significance to these details, in which other observers before me would have seen evidence of the excitation of cortical centers in hysterical attack. We certainly do not know where the centers of such paresthesias are located, but we do know that the latter initiate partial epilepsy and constitute Charcot's sensory epilepsy. The shaking of the toes was finally explained as follows. When my trust with the patient became greater, I asked her one day what were the thoughts that arose in her during her fits, inviting her to communicate them to me without qualms, since surely she could give me an explanation of those phenomena. The patient blushed intensely and, without resorting to hypnosis, gave me the following explanations, the reality of which was confirmed to me by the governess who had been accompanying her. The girl had suffered, from the presentation of the menses and for several years, attacks of cephalia adolescentium that prevented her from any prolonged occupation, thus delaying her intellectual education. Freed, finally, from this obstacle, the girl, ambitious and somewhat naive, decided to work hard to catch up with her sisters and former companions. For this purpose, he made excessive efforts that ended in Emmy in the attacks of mental confusion which, according to the norms of hysterical attacks, reproduce the frequent states of perplexity of the patient during the treatment to which her daughter was subjected, was linked, by means of a complicated chain of ideas, to the content of the access and perhaps corresponded to a protective formula used by the patient against it. This exclamation would probably also have been susceptible, given a broader use of its meaning, of becoming a tic, as the complicated protective formula had already become, "Don't touch me," etc., but hypnotic therapy arrested, in both cases, the further development of these symptoms. The exclamation Emmy, recently raised when it caught my attention, was still confined to its place of origin, that is, to the access of mental confusion. Whatever the genesis of these motor symptoms, chattering, by objectifying a contrasting representation, stuttering, by simple conversion of excitation. Violent crises of despair as he realized that he had trusted too much in his strength. Naturally, she also compared herself, physically, with other girls, feeling miserable when some bodily interior was discovered. Tormented by her marked prognathism, she had the singular idea of correcting it by exercising long periods of time every day to stretch her upper lip until it completely covered the lips. Protruding teeth. The futility of this childish effort gave him a fit of despair, and from this moment the tightness and itching of his cheeks became the content of one of the two kinds of attacks he suffered from. No less transparent was the determination of the other attacks in which the motor symptom appeared, consisting of the expression and shaking of the toes. The subject's relatives had told me that the first of these attacks developed after returning from a hike in the mountains, and they attributed it, naturally, to excessive fatigue. But the girl told me the following: among the sisters it was an ancient custom to make fun of each other for the excessive size of their feet. Our patient, who was tormented by this aesthetic defect, always tried to wear the smallest possible shoe, but her father opposed it, putting hygiene before aesthetics. The girl, annoyed by this paternal imposition, constantly thought of her and acquired the habit of always moving her toes inside the shoe, as one does when one wants to check if it is too big, or to show someone that it could still be used. A smaller one, etc. During the excursion, which did not cause her any fatigue, the usual joke arose among the sisters about the size of her feet, and one of them told her, "Today you have really worn boots that are too big for you." The girl tried to move her fingers inside them, since she also had the idea that she could wear much smaller footwear, and from that moment on, she did not stop thinking about her unfortunate defect all day long. Then, on returning home, he suffered a fit in which for the first time he convulsively extended and wriggled his toes, as a memory symbol for the whole series of unpleasant thoughts that had occupied his imagination. We must note that these were attacks and not lasting symptoms. We will also add that, after this confession, the attacks of the first type ceased, while those of the second continued, that is, those in which the patient shook her feet. Therefore, his confession on this point could not have been complete. Much later I learned that the naive girl cared so much about her aesthetics because she wanted to please a young cousin of hers. Psychic into a motor phenomenon, and the exclamation Emmy. And the other more extensive formula, as protective devices, by a voluntary act of the patient, in the hysterical paroxysm whatever their genesis, we repeat, they have the common characteristic of being in a visible connection primitive or permanent with traumas, of which they constitute symbols in memory activity. Other of the patient's somatic symptoms were not of a hysterical nature, for example, cramps in the neck, which we must consider as a modified migraine, and must therefore be included among the organic affections and not among the neuroses. But hysterical symptoms are almost always linked to them. Thus, Emmy de N took advantage of them as content for her hysterical attacks, not showing, on the other hand, the typical phenomena of this kind of access. To complete the characteristic of the psychic state of this patient, we will now examine the pathological changes of consciousness observable in her. In the same way as the cramps in the neck, painful impressions, cf. the last delirium in the garden, or allusions to any of her traumas also caused the patient a delusional state in which, according to the few observations on this extreme I can do, dominated a decrease in consciousness and a forced association, analogous to those we see in the dream phenomenon, being extremely facilitated hallucinations and illusions, and being deduced false or even foolish conclusions. This state, comparable to that of mental alienation, plausibly replaces the attack, perhaps being an acute psychosis that emerged as the equivalent of the hysterical attack, a psychosis that we could describe as hallucinatory insanity. The fact that a fragment of the old traumatic memories was sometimes revealed as the basis of the delusion shows us another analogy of these states with the typical hysterical attack. The passage from the normal state to this delusion sometimes takes place imperceptibly. At the beginning of the treatment, the delirium spread throughout the day, thus making it difficult to say, with respect to each of the symptoms, whether they corresponded solely, like the gestures, to the psychic state, as symptoms of the onset, or had become, like chattering and stuttering, true chronic symptoms. Many times, it was only after the fact that it was possible to differentiate what belonged to the delirium and what to the normal state. These two states were separated by memory, the patient being astonished when she was made to see what the delirium had introduced into a conversation held in a normal state. My first conversation with her was a singular example of how both states were mixed without having the slightest notice of the other. Only once was it possible for me to verify, during this psychic imbalance, an influx of normal consciousness, which pursued the present. That was when she gave me the answer, coming from delirium, that she was a woman from the last century. The analysis of this delusion of M.E.D.N. could not be carried to its final conclusion, because the patient's condition immediately improved, to such an extent that the delusions differed precisely from normal life, being limited to fits of neck cramps instead. I gained extensive experience of the patient's behavior in a third psychic state, that is, in artificial somnambulism. While in its own normal state, he was unaware of what he had experienced psychically in his delusions or in sleepwalking. He had in the latter the memories corresponding to these three states, sleepwalking really being his most normal state. Leaving aside, in the first place, that in somnambulism she was less reserved towards me than in her best moments in ordinary life, talking to me about her family circumstances, etc., while outside of said state she treated me as a stranger, and apart from his complete suggestibility as a hypnotic subject, I can affirm that during somnambulism he was in a perfectly normal state. It was very interesting to observe that this somnambulism did not show, on the other hand, any supernormal character, involving all the psychic defects that we attribute to the normal state of consciousness. The following examples will clarify the characteristics of the patient's memory in the somnambulistic state. In one of our conversations he told me about how beautiful a plant was that adorned the hall of the sanatorium, asking me later, "Can you tell me what it is called?" I knew his German name and his Latin name before, but I have forgotten both. The patient was an excellent botanist, while I had to confess my ignorance in these matters. A few minutes later I asked him in hypnosis, "Do you now know the name of the plant in the hall?" And, without stopping to reflect for a single moment, he answered me, "Her common name is hydrangea, I have really forgotten the Latin name." Once again, feeling well and very encouraged, she told me about a visit to the Roman catacombs, and when she described it to me, it was impossible for her to find the names corresponding to two places in them, without later, in hypnosis, being able to remember them either. Then I ordered her not to think about them anymore, because the next day, when she was in the garden and it was already close to 6 o'clock, they would suddenly appear in her memory. The next day we were discussing a subject totally unrelated to the catacombs, when he suddenly broke off, exclaiming, "The crypt and the columbarium, doctor. Oh. Those are the words you couldn't find yesterday. When have you remembered them?" "This afternoon, in the garden, just before going up." With these last words he indicated to me that he had strictly adhered to the appointed time, since he used to stay in the garden until 6 o'clock. Thus, even in somnambulism, she did not have all her knowledge, there still existed for her an actual and a potential awareness. It also frequently happened that when I asked him, in somnambulism, where a certain phenomenon came from, he would frown and timidly answer, "I don't know." In these cases I used to tell him, "Think about it a little and you'll know right away," as was actually the case, since after a few moments of reflection he almost always provided me with the requested answer. When this immediate reflection had no result, he gave the patient a day to remember what he was looking for, always obtaining the desired information. The subject, who in ordinary life scrupulously avoided being untruthful, never lied in hypnosis either. It only happened at times to give incomplete information, silencing part of it, until I forced her to complete it in a second session. In general, it was the disgust that the subject inspired in him that sealed his lips on these occasions. Notwithstanding these restrictions, your conduct on the somnambulism gave the impression of a free development of his mental energy and of a complete mastery of his stock of memories. His great suggestibility in somnambulism was, however, far from constituting a pathological lack of resistance. In general, my suggestions produced no more impression on her than was to be expected, given such an insight into the psychic mechanism in any person who had listened to me with great confidence and complete mental clarity, with the only difference that this patient could not in his normal state to observe with respect to me a favorable disposition. When I couldn't make convincing arguments for her, as was the case with respect to zoophobia, and I wanted to act by means of authoritative suggestion, there was always a tight and unfamiliar expression on the subject's face, and when at the end I asked her, "We'll see. Will you still be afraid of that animal?" his answer was, "No. Because you told me to." These promises, which were only supported by his docility to my commands, never gave the desired result, similarly to the general instructions I lavished on him, instead of which he could have repeated, with the same result, the suggestion, "There you are. Completely healthy." The subject, who maintained her symptoms so tenaciously against all suggestion and only abandoned them before psychic analysis or conviction, was, on the other hand, extremely docile when the suggestion dealt with topics unrelated to her illness. In previous pages we have already recorded several examples of such post-hypnotic obedience. In my opinion, there is no contradiction here. In this area, as always, the most energetic representation had to win. Examining the mechanism of the pathological fixed idea, we find it based and supported by so many and so intense events, that it cannot surprise us to verify its property of opposing victorious resistance to a contrary representation provided only with a certain energy. A brain from which it was possible to make disappear by means of suggestion such justified consequences of intense psychic processes would be truly pathological. 45. Of this interesting antithesis between the broadest hypnotic obedience in everything that refers to pathological symptoms and the tenacious persistence of the latter, due to its deeper foundation and its inaccessibility to analysis, we have subsequently found, in another case, a most interesting example. Having treated a very lively and intelligent girl who had suffered from walking disorders for a year and a half, we had gone 5 months without obtaining any positive results. The patient had analgesia and painful areas on her legs, rapid tremor of her hands, and she walked hunched over, with small, clumsy steps, wavering, as if she had some brain injury, and frequently falling to the ground. His mood was singularly serene and cheerful. One of our medical authorities at the time had been misled by the symptom complex and had diagnosed multiple sclerosis, but another doctor ruled for hysteria, in favor of which he advocated, at the beginning of the disease, the complexity of the pathological picture, pains, fainting spells, amaurosis, and directed the patient to my office. Without any result, despite the fact that the patient was an excellent hypnotic subject, I tried to improve her condition by means of suggestion, local treatment of the legs during hypnosis, etc. One day, seeing her staggering into my consulting room, arm in arm with her father and leaning on an umbrella, the tip of which was already very worn, I had a fit of impatience, and, once hypnotized, I impetuously questioned her, "This is not, you can go on like this." Studying MEDN's state of somnambulism, important doubts arose in me about the accuracy of Bernheim's principle, tout est dans la suggestion, and of the deduction of Dolbeuf, his ingenious friend, comme tu il New York pas de hypnotisme. Even today it is impossible for me to understand that my finger extended before the eyes of the patient and the command "you sleep." They have been able to create by themselves that special state of mind, in which the memory of the patients encompasses all their psychic experiences. At most, it could have caused this state, but never have created it through my suggestion, since the characteristics it presented, common in general to states of this order, surprised me extraordinarily. The previously transcribed clinical history of this patient shows sufficiently clearly how I developed my therapeutic action during somnambulism. In the first place, as is the practice of hypnotic psychotherapy, he fought the pathological representations given by means of reasoning, commands, and the introduction of contrary representations of all kinds, but I did not limit myself to that, but rather investigated the genesis of each one of the symptoms in order to also be able to combat the premises on which the pathological ideas had been built. During these analyses, it regularly happened that the patient would break into speech, showing signs of violent excitement, on topics whose affection she had not found until then an outlet other than the expression of emotions. It is not possible for me to indicate how much of the therapeutic result always obtained corresponded to the suppression by suggestion in statu nascendi, and how much to the suppression of affect by means of reaction, since I allowed both factors to act together. Thus, we cannot adduce this case as proof of the therapeutic efficacy of the cathartic method. However, we must state that only tomorrow morning your umbrella will break and you will have to walk home without your help, which you will always do without from now on. I don't know how the foolishness of directing such a suggestion to an umbrella could occur to me, and I was immediately ashamed of her, without suspecting that the patient herself would take it upon herself to save me in the opinion of her father, my college colleague, who told me at next day, "Do you know what my daughter did this morning?" We were taking a walk, and suddenly he began to sing happily, keeping time with his umbrella on the flagstones, with such force that he ended up breaking it. Naturally, the patient did not have the slightest suspicion that in that way she had achieved, with great ingenuity, a complete success to a foolish suggestion. When I verified that the hypnotic treatment, with its mandates, teachings, and suggestions, did not alleviate the patient in any way, I resorted to psychic analysis and invited her to communicate to me the states of mind that had preceded the onset of the illness. She then related to me, under hypnosis, but without any excitement, that shortly before she fell ill, a young relative of hers had died, to whom she was engaged. But since this communication did not change his condition at all, when the next hypnosis session arrived, I expressed my conviction that his cousin's death had no relation to his illness. Something else must have happened that he had not told me. At these words of mine, the patient began a different confession, but she immediately stopped, and her father, who was sitting behind her, began to sob bitterly. As is natural, I did not want to continue delving into the psyche of the patient, whom I have not seen since that day. We managed to permanently disappear those symptoms with respect to which we carry out the psychological analysis. The therapeutic result was, in general, very considerable, but short-lived, since it left intact the patient's ability to get sick again under the action of new traumas. Whoever wants to undertake the definitive cure of such hysteria will have to penetrate into the connection of the phenomena with each other more than I tried. MEDN naturally entailed a hereditary neurotic defect, since without such a disposition it is probably impossible to fall ill with hysteria. Now, neither is such a disposition sufficient by itself to engender hysteria, other factors are equally necessary which, in addition, must be adequate. Thus, with the disposition there will have to be a certain etiology. We said before that in the case of ME/DN the effects of numerous traumatic events appeared to persist, and that a lively memory activity made one or another of said traumas emerge on the psychic surface as soon as possible. We now believe that we can already indicate the reason for the conservation of said effects in this case, conservation related, certainly, to the hereditary disposition of the patient. She possessed, in the first place, a very violent nature, capable of great passions, and her sensations were very intense. But, in addition, since the death of her husband, she lived in total spiritual isolation, and the persecutions she had been subjected to had made her suspicious and jealous that no one would gain influence over her actions. As her duties as mother of a family were many and very thorny, she carried out the psychic work required by them without the help of a single advisor, friend, or relative, seeing, furthermore, her task made difficult by her conscientious scrupulousness, by her tendency to worry and torment herself, and sometimes because of her natural feminine indecision. The retention of large magnitudes of arousal is, therefore, indisputable in this case, and is supported both by the particular circumstances of the subject's life and by her natural disposition. Thus, her reluctance to communicate her own affairs to others was so great that when she invited me to spend a few days with her in 1891, I observed with astonishment that none of the people who visited her almost daily knew nothing of her illness or that I had assisted her in it. The preceding consequences do not exhaust the subject of the etiology of this case of hysteria. Now I think that there must have been some other factor that would have caused the disease to explode at a given moment, since the etiologically effective circumstances had existed for a long time before without having had such a consequence. It also seems strange to me that in all the intimate confessions that the patient had to make to me, the sexual element was completely lacking, more proper, however, than any other to give rise to traumas. As excitements of this kind could not have vanished like this without leaving any residue, I must assume that the accounts I heard from the subject's lips constituted an editio adiosum Delphini of her life story. The patient was, in actions and words, of absolute chastity, apparently without any pretense, but also without prudery. But if I think about the reserve with which she related to me in hypnosis the little adventure of the hotel chambermaid, I come to suspect that the subject, a woman of intense sensations, had not been able to overcome her sexual needs without hard combats, exhausting himself mentally in his attempt to repress the sexual instinct, the most powerful of all. She once confessed to me that she had not remarried because, given her great fortune, she did not believe in the disinterest of her suitors, apart from the fact that she had reproached herself for harming the interests of her two daughters with a new marriage. Before concluding the clinical history of ME/DN, I will add a new observation. Dr. Brewer and I, who knew and treated the subject for a long time, smiled whenever it occurred to us to compare her personality with the description of the hysterical psyche, integrated since long ago in books on the subject and defended by doctors. If the case of Cecilia M. had shown us the compatibility of the most serious hysteria with extensive and highly original intellectual gifts, a fact that is shown to us, moreover, evident in the biographies of famous women in history or literature, that of ME/DN provided us with an example that hysteria does not exclude a flawless development of character and full awareness in the government and orientation of one's life. Our patient was a woman of extraordinary worth, in whom Brewer and I had to admire a great moral rectitude with regard to the conception of her duties, an intelligence and energy not commonplace in her sex, an extensive culture and a high love of the truth, united all this to a sincere inner modesty and a distinguished stately treatment. To apply to such a woman the adjective of degenerate would mean distorting the meaning of such a word beyond recognition. We will therefore have to carefully differentiate between the concepts disposition and degeneration, if we do not want to be forced to recognize that humanity owes a large part of its conquests to the efforts of degenerate individuals. I also confess that it is impossible for me to find in this patient's history the slightest trace of psychic functional decline on which P. Janet makes the genesis of hysteria depend. The hysterical disposition would consist, according to this author, in an abnormal narrowing of the field of consciousness, resulting from hereditary degeneration, which gives rise to the neglect of entire series of perceptions and, subsequently, to the disposition of the ego and the organization of secondary personalities. In this way, what remains of the ego, after the removal of the historically organized psychic groups, would have a lesser functional capacity than the normal ego, and in reality, according to Janet, this ego of hysterics presents psychic stigmata. It becomes he is condemned to monoideism and is incapable of the most ordinary volitions of life. In my opinion, Janet has here mistakenly elevated states resulting from the hysterical change of consciousness to the category of primary conditions of hysteria. This issue deserves to be the subject of a broader discussion, which we will develop elsewhere. For now, we will point out that in MEDN we could not observe the slightest indication of a decrease in functional capacity. During the most serious period, he retained sufficient capacity to attend to his participation in the management of a large industrial company, not to lose sight of the education of his daughters for a single moment, and to continue his correspondence with people of cultivated spirit, that is, to fulfill all his duties, to the point that no one suspected his illness. It could be foreseen that everything. This constituted a considerable psychic overload, unsustainable in the long run, which would lead to exhaustion and secondary misère psychologique. Actually, at the time when I saw her for the first time, such disturbances of her functional capacity were already beginning to make themselves felt, but, in any case, the hysteria had been subsisting with a serious character for many years before the appearance of these symptoms of exhaustion. 2. Miss Lucy R. 30 years old. At the end of 1892, a colleague and friend of mine referred a young patient to me, whom he was treating for chronic suppurative rhinitis. The cause of the tenacity of his suffering was, as was later shown, a caries of the ethmoid. In recent days the patient had complained of new symptoms, which my colleague, a very expert in the matter, could no longer attribute to the local condition. Having completely lost her sense of smell, the patient was persecuted, almost continuously, by one or two totally subjective olfactory sensations, which she found extremely painful. In addition to this, she felt depressed and fatigued, suffered from a heavy head, had lost her appetite, and was unable to engage in any activity. This patient was of English nationality and exercised the functions of governess in the home of the director of a factory located in a suburb of Vienna. Of delicate constitution and very poor pigmentation, he was in normal health, apart from the indicated condition of the nose. She suffered from depression and fatigue, was tormented by subjective olfactory sensations, and presented, as a hysterical symptom, a clear general analgesia, while retaining full sensitivity to touch. There was also no decrease in the visual field. The inside of the nose was completely analgesic and without reflexes, although sensitive to touch. The ability to perceive olfactory sensations appeared completely nullified, both with respect to specific stimuli and those of any other kind, ammonia, acetic acid. When the patient came to my office, the suppurative nasal catarrh was already in a period of improvement. In the first attempt to understand this case, we had to interpret subjective olfactory sensations as permanent hysterical symptoms, given their quality as periodic hallucinations. Perhaps depression being the affect concomitant to the trauma, it must have been possible to find an event in which such odors, which had now become subjective, were objective, and this event must be the trauma of which said olfactory sensations would constitute a symbol that kept coming back to memory. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to consider olfactory hallucinations, together with concomitant depression, as an equivalent of a hysterical attack, since by their nature of periodic hallucinations they could not constitute permanent hysterical symptoms. In any case, this issue was unimportant in the case at hand, only rudimentarily developed. What was essential was that subjective olfactory sensations show a specialization that could correspond to their origin from a perfectly determined real object. This hypothesis was immediately confirmed. When asked what was the smell that haunted her most often, she replied that like burnt flour. I had, therefore, to assume that the smell of burnt flour had really been the one that had reigned on the occasion of the traumatically effective event. The choice of olfactory sensations for mnemonic symbols of traumas is certainly very unusual, but in this case it could be explained by the fact that the subject's nasal condition led her to pay special attention to everything related to the nose and its perceptions. About the patient's private life, he only knew that the girls whose care he was entrusted to had lost their mother several years ago, after a brief and acute illness. So I decided to take the smell of burnt flour as the starting point of the analysis. I will tell the story of this analysis as it should have unfolded under favorable circumstances. In reality, what should have resulted from a single session took us several, since the patient could not come to my house more than at the time of the consultation, during which I could only dedicate little time to her. In this way, and since the subject could not abandon her obligations every day, to travel the long road that separated her from my home, it turned out that only one of our analytical dialogues on a specific point in need of clarification sometimes extended, through more than a week, stopping where it had come at the end of one session, to be resumed at the next. Miss Lucy R. did not fall into a state of somnambulism when trying hypnosis with her. So I renounced somnambulism and carried out the entire analysis while the patient was in a state that, in general, differed perhaps very little from normal. At this point, I think I should explain myself in more detail than up to now about the technique of my procedure. When, in 1889, I visited the clinics of Nancy, I heard Dr. Liebald, a great teacher of hypnosis, say, if we had the means to plunge all subjects into a state of somnambulism, hypnotic therapy would be the most powerful of all. In the Bernheim Clinic it seemed almost like such an art existed and could be learned from its director. But as soon as I wanted to exercise it with my own patients, I observed that, at least for my strength, there were narrow limits in this field, and that when 2 or 3 attempts to hypnotize a patient were unsuccessful, I could already give up absolutely to use said therapeutic method with him. Likewise, the percentage of hypnotizable subjects in my medical practice remained well below the level indicated by Bernheim. Thus I was faced with the dilemma of dispensing with the cathartic method in most cases where it could find application, or daring to use it outside of somnambulism in cases of very slight or even doubtful hypnotic influence. The degree of hypnosis to which the somnambulistic state corresponded according to one of the existing scales was completely indifferent to me, since each of the weapons of suggestibility is, in any case, independent of the others, and thus, the provocation of states of catalepsy or automatic movements, etc., does not mean a greater facility in the revival of forgotten memories, as I needed it. Thus I soon got used to dispensing with attempts to determine the degree of hypnosis, since such attempts aroused in a whole series of cases the resistance of the patient, diminishing his confidence in me, which was so necessary for my psychic work, much more important. On the other hand, it already tired me to hear, in cases of shallow hypnosis, that at my command you are going to sleep. You sleep, the subject replied, I don't sleep, doctor, and then having to enter into a too subtle distinction, replying, I am not referring to ordinary sleep, but to hypnosis. Take a good look. You are hypnotized. You can't open your eyes, etc. Besides, I don't need him to sleep, etc. In any case, I am convinced that many of my colleagues in psychotherapy know how to circumvent these difficulties more skillfully than I do, and will therefore be able to use other procedures. More, for my part, I think that if we are sure that the use of a word will put us in a bind, we will do well to avoid said word and its consequences. Thus, in those cases in which the state of somnambulism or a degree of hypnosis with manifest somatic modifications did not result from the first attempt, he apparently abandoned hypnotism, demanding only concentration, and as a means to achieve it, he ordered the patient to lie down on a couch and close his eyes. With this procedure I think I have managed to achieve the deepest degree of hypnosis possible in such cases. But in giving up somnambulism, I perhaps also gave up a previous condition, without which the cathartic procedure seemed unusable, based on the circumstance that in the state of expanded consciousness the patients had certain memories and recognized certain connections, non-existent, apparently in his normal state of consciousness. Thus, lacking the expansion of memory, dependent on the state of somnambulism, the possibility of establishing a causal determination must also be lacking, which the patient could not communicate to the doctor because it was unknown to him, since pathogenic memories are precisely those that they are missing from the patient's memory in his habitual psychic state, or are only contained in it very summarily. I was saved from this new difficulty by my recollection of having seen Bernheim himself carry out the demonstration that the reminiscences of somnambulism were only apparently forgotten in the waking state, and could be aroused in it by a slight intervention of the hypnotist. Thus, one day he suggested to a sleepwalker the negative hallucination that he, Bernheim, was not present, and then he tried to make himself warned by the subject, using all kinds of means, including aggression, without being able to achieve it. Immediately afterwards, he woke her up and asked her what she had done while she thought he was absent, the patient responding, with an expression of astonishment, that she did not remember anything at all. But Bernheim was not satisfied with this negative statement. He assured the subject that she was going to remember everything immediately, and placing a hand on her forehead, as if to help her concentrate her thoughts, he got her to relate everything that in the somnambulistic state she seemed not to have noticed or known in the waking state. So, I took this singular and instructive experiment as a model and decided to adopt as a starting point the hypothesis that my patient knew all that he could have possessed. A pathogenic importance, just trying to force her to communicate it. Thus, when we reached a point where to my questions, "How long have you been suffering from this symptom?" or "Where does it come from?" the subject answered, "I don't know." I adopted the procedure of place a hand on the patient's forehead, or take her head between my two hands, and tell her, "The pressure of my hand will awaken in you the memory you are looking for. The moment you get them out of your head you will see something or an idea will come to you. Keep it well, because it will be what we are looking for." "Good, now tell me what you have seen or what has occurred to you." The first times I used this procedure, it was not with Miss Lucy R. I myself was surprised to see that it really gave me what I was looking for, and I must state that since then it has almost never failed me, always showing me the path that I had to continue my research and make it possible for me to complete any analysis of this kind without having to resort to somnambulism. Little by little I came to acquire such certainty that when a patient told me he had not seen anything or had thought of nothing, I flatly affirmed that it was not possible. Surely they had been aware of what they were looking for, but they had rejected it, not recognizing it as such. We would repeat the procedure as many times as they wanted and they would see how the same thing would always occur to them. The facts always proved me right. What happened in these cases is that the patients had not yet learned to leave their critical faculty at rest and had rejected the memory emerging from the event, considering them unusable and believing that they were foreign elements to the subject matter, but as soon as they came to communicate them, they revealed themselves to be what was sought. Sometimes, when the communication took effect on the third or fourth attempt, the subject stated that it had already occurred to him the first time, but that he had not wanted to say it. This procedure of expanding the supposedly restricted consciousness was very painful and, of course, much more painful than the investigation in the somnambulistic state, but it made me independent of that state and allowed me to penetrate somewhat into the motives on which the somnambulistic state often depends. Forgetting memories. I can affirm that this forgetting is frequently voluntary, but that it is never achieved except apparently. Even more singular than this fact has seemed to me that figures and dates apparently forgotten long ago can also be awakened again by means of an analogous procedure, thus demonstrating an unsuspected fidelity of memory. The limitation of the field in which the choice has to be made, in the case of figures and dates, allows us to rely on the well-known principle of the aphasia theory, that knowledge is, as a function of memory, less important than knowledge. Remembering spontaneously. Thus, to the patient who cannot remember in which year, month, and day a certain event took place, we successively tell him the years that can be dealt with, the names of the 12 months of the year and the 31 figures of the days of the month, assuring them that when the true figure arrives, their eyes will open automatically or they will feel that it is what they were looking for. In most cases, the patients really decide on a certain date, and very often it has been possible to verify, through notes taken at the corresponding time, that the reference date had been rightly recognized. On other occasions, and with other patients, the connection of the remembered facts demonstrated that the date found by the procedure described was, indisputably, the one sought. The patient recalled, for example, that such a date corresponded to his father's birthday, and then added, "Of course, and precisely because that day was my father's birthday, I expected such and such to happen," the event about which the analysis fell on those moments. I can only touch on this subject here. The conclusion that I deduced from all this was that important events, from the pathogenic point of view, with all their accessory circumstances, are faithfully preserved by memory, even in those cases in which they seem forgotten and the patient lacks the faculty of memory. Remember them. After this, for a long but indispensable digression, we return to the history of Miss Lucy R. The attempts to hypnotize her did not go so far as to provoke in her the state of somnambulism, but a simple state of more or less light influence, in which she remained calmly lying on a divan, with eyes closed, expression somewhat rigid and almost complete immobility. Asked if she knew when she first noticed the smell of burnt flour, she replied, "I do. It was approximately 2 months ago, 2 days before my birthday. I was with the 2 girls of whom I am governess in their study room and we were playing at making a little meal on a stove prepared for that purpose, when they handed me a letter that the postman had just brought. From the seal and the handwriting on the envelope I recognized that the letter was from my mother, a resident of Glasgow, and I prepared to open it and read it. But the girls snatched it from me, shouting that it was surely a congratulations for my birthday and that they would save it for me for that day. As an example of the technique described above for research in a non-sleepwalking state, that is, with non-extended consciousness, we will present here a case whose analysis we have carried out very recently. It was a 38-year-old woman affected by anxiety neurosis, agoraphobia, attacks of fear of death, etc. Like most sufferers of this genre, he was reluctant to admit that he had acquired his ailment in his married life and tended to transfer its beginnings to his early youth. This is how he told me that at the age of 17 he had his first attack of vertigo with anguish and sensation of paralysis, walking down the street of his small hometown, and that these attacks had been repeated periodically, until they were replaced, some years ago, by your current ailment. In my judgment, such first attacks of vertigo were of a hysterical nature, and I decided to carry out their analysis. At first, she only knew how to tell me that the first access surprised her outside her house, from which she had left to do some shopping. "What were you going to buy?" "Several things I needed, I think, to attend a ball to which I was invited." "When was that ball to be held?" "I think 2 days later." "Then something must have happened days before that excited and impressed you." "I have not heard of this for 21 years. "It doesn't matter. I am going to place my hand on your forehead, and when I withdraw it, you will think or see something and tell me, whatever it is." "What, nothing has occurred to you?" "Yes, I have thought something, but it has nothing to do with our subject." "Say it, anyway." "I have thought of a friend of mine who died very young. But his death occurred when I was 18, that is, a year later." "We'll see about that later. What can you tell me about that friend?" "His death moved me a lot, because we professed a great friendship. Weeks before another girl had died, and these 2 unexpected deaths made quite an impression on the town. Now I remember that, in effect, I was 17 years old at that time, and not 18, as I said before. Do you see how you can trust the accuracy of what occurs to you when I place my hand on your forehead? Now remember what you were thinking when you had the attack in the street." "I didn't think anything. Suddenly I felt vertigo, and nothing else." It's not possible. There is no state of that kind that is not accompanied by an idea. I am going to put my hand on her forehead again, and the thought that was then occupying her imagination will reappear in her. Well, what have you thought? It occurred to me, now it's my turn. And what does that mean? It is known that when I had the attack I thought, now I am going to be the one who dies. This, then, was the idea we were looking for. When you had the attack, you were thinking of your friend. So did his death make a big impression on you? I think so. I remember now that when they gave me the sad news I thought it was terrible to have to go to a dance while she was dead, but I was so excited about going to the dance and I was so excited to have been invited, that I decided not to think more about the unfortunate event. Note here the voluntary expulsion of the event from consciousness, a repression that gives the memory of the friend a pathogenic character. The attack was thus clarified to a certain extent. While they were playing like this, going around me, a strong smell of burnt flour spread through the room. The girls had abandoned their kitchen, and a flour paste, which was on the fire, had begun to scorch. Since then this smell has followed me without leaving me for a single moment and becoming more intense when I am excited. Do you now see clearly before you that scene that you have just told me? Clearly, as developed. And how do you explain why it impressed her so much? I was impressed by the affection that the girls showed me on that occasion. Weren't they always like that with you? Yeah, but precisely at that moment when. But since it was still necessary to find an occasional factor that would have provoked the memory at the precise moment, I had the happy idea of orienting the continuation of the analysis in the following direction. Do you remember exactly which street you were passing when you felt the vertigo? Yeah, down the main street. I still see before me their old houses. And where had her friend lived? Precisely in this street. I had just passed in front of his house when, two further on, I had the attack. Then what happened was that as you passed the house where your friend had lived you remembered her death, and the contrast that you spoke to me about before between this misfortune and your happy projects, a contrast that you did not want to think about, it overwhelmed her again. Suspecting that there might still be some other factor that might have aroused or strengthened a hysterical disposition in the girl, until then normal, and that such a factor could very well be the periodic female indisposition, I still did not want to be satisfied and continued my questioning. Do you remember for which days in that month you had your period? Do I have to know that too? I can only tell you that at that time I had my period only very rarely and with great irregularity. The year I turned 17 he only came to me once. Then we are going to go through the dates until we find the true one. We did so, the patient choosing a specific month and vacillating between 2 days immediately following a fixed holiday. Does any of those days coincide with the one set for the ball? The dance was held precisely on the day of the holiday. And now I remember that I was impressed by the fact that my only period of that year coincided with the date of the ball, the first one to which I was invited. With these data we were able to easily reconstruct what happened and penetrate the mechanism of the reference hysterical attack. Obtaining this result was certainly very difficult, having required complete confidence in my technique and several happy initiatives in directing the analysis to awaken in an incredulous patient treated in a waking state the exposed details of a forgotten event and happened 21 years earlier. I received a letter from my mother. I do not understand why the letter from your mother and the affection of the girls should form a contrast, as you seem to indicate with your words. It's just that I had the intention of going back to England with my mother, and it was hard for me to leave the girls, whom I love very much. Why did you plan to go with your mother? Is it that she lives alone and had called her to her side? Or was she sick at the time and you were waiting to hear from her? No, she is delicate, but not exactly sick, she lives with another lady. Then why did you think of leaving the girls? Because my position in the house was somewhat difficult. The housekeeper, the cook, and the French governess, assuming that I was trying to get out of my position, hatched a little conspiracy against me, going to tell the girls' grandfather all kinds of gossip to my detriment, and when, for my part, I went to him and to the father of my students in complaint against such machinations, I did not find in them the support that I expected. Seeing this, I presented my resignation to the father, who affectionately begged me to reflect on this point for a couple of weeks and then communicate my final resolution. I was in these hesitations, but almost determined to leave the house, when the scene related took place. Then I have decided to stay. And apart from her affection for the girls, wasn't there something else that kept her by his side? Yeah, her mother was a distant relative of mine, and on her deathbed she made me promise that I would watch over her daughters, never leaving her side and substituting her close to them. By saying goodbye to the house, then, I would have broken my promise. With this, the analysis of the subjective olfactory sensation seemed to be completed. This sensation had been, then, at the beginning, objective, as I had supposed, a small scene being intimately linked to an event in which contrary affections had come into conflict, the feeling of abandoning the girls and the displeasure that arose from it. They pushed her. His mother's letter reminded him of the reasons for such a resolution, since when he left the house he intended to go with her. The conflict of affects had elevated the moment to the category of trauma, and the olfactory sensation linked to it had endured as a symbol of said trauma. It still remained to be clarified why the patient had chosen that scene as a symbol of trauma, and among all the sensory perceptions, precisely the smell of burnt flour, and I tended to explain this choice by the subject's nasal condition. To my direct questions on this point, she replied that precisely at that time she suffered from a severe cold that deprived her almost completely of all olfactory sensation. In his excitement during the described scene, however, he perceived the smell of burnt flour, which overcame his organically motivated anosmia. However, I was not satisfied with the explanation thus achieved. Despite being quite plausible, I missed in it an admissible reason that the series of excitations experienced by the subject and the conflict of affects had led precisely to hysteria. So, then, I wondered why all of this had not developed within the limits of normal psychic life, or, in other words, what justified the conversion given in this case, and what was the reason that, instead of rather than constantly remembering the reference scene itself, the patient would prefer to recall, as a symbol of her recollection, the sensation of said link scene. These questions would have been impertinent and superfluous if she had been dealing with an old hysteric, in whom such a conversion mechanism was habitual, but our patient had only acquired hysteria on the occasion of this trauma, or, at least, of this little pathological history. Now, from the analysis of similar cases we already knew that in cases of acquisition of hysteria the existence of a prior condition is essential, that of a representation being voluntarily expelled from consciousness, repressed, and excluded from associative elaboration. In this voluntary representation I also see the foundation of the conversion of the magnitude of excitation, be it partial or total said conversion. The magnitude of excitation that cannot enter into psychic association finds the wrong path all the more easily, leading to somatic innervation. The reason for the repression itself could only be an unpleasant sensation, the incompatibility of an idea intended for repression with the stock of dominant representations in the self. But the repressed representation takes its revenge by becoming pathogenic. From the fact that Miss Lucy R. succumbed to hysterical conversion at the moment of reference, I therefore drew the conclusion that among the premises of the trauma there must be one that the subject voluntarily silenced or left in the dark, trying to forget it. Linking her affection for the girls with her susceptibility towards the other people in the house, there was only one interpretation, which I had the courage to communicate to the patient. I don't believe I told her that all those reasons that you have given me are enough to justify his affection for the girls. I rather suspect that you are in love with your father, perhaps without being exactly aware of it, and that you are hoping that you will in fact take the place of your deceased mother. It would also depend on this to have suddenly become so touchy with respect to the other people in the house, after having lived peacefully with them for several years. You are afraid that your hopes will be discovered and mocked. To these words of mine the subject responded with her usual conciseness. Yeah, I think you are right. and if you knew that you loved the girl's father, why haven't you told me until now? I didn't know it until now, or, less said, I didn't want to know, I wanted to get it out of my mind, not to think about it again, and I think that in recent times I had managed to do it. 47. Why didn't you want to confess your love interest? Were you ashamed of loving a man? No, I'm not so sappy as to do that, and I know very well that we are not responsible for our. This is the best description that can be made of that state in which we simultaneously know and ignore something, a state only comprehensible to those who have passed through it. Personally, I have a very unique memory of this genre, which I keep with extraordinary clarity. When I try to remember what happened in me then, I do not achieve great results, however. I know that on that occasion I saw something that did not conform at all to what I expected, and that perception, which should have moved me to give up a certain purpose, did not make me change it in any way. I was not aware of the existing contradiction, nor was I aware of the opposite effect on which, undoubtedly, the fact that said perception had no psychic effect depended. Thus, at such moments, I suffered from that blindness that we are so astonished to see in mothers with respect to their daughters, in husbands with respect to their wives, and in sovereigns with respect to their favorites. Feelings. If something is painful to me, it was that it was the person who has me at his service, in whose house I live and with respect to whom I do not feel as completely independent as I do with any other. And since I was a poor girl and he was a rich man from a distinguished family, everyone would laugh at me if I suspected anything. Without any resistance, he later related to me the birth of that inclination. During the first year of her stay in the house, she had lived quietly in it, dedicated to the fulfillment of her duties and exempt from any unrealizable desire. But once, the father of her students, a very serious man, constantly busy with his duties as factory manager and who had always observed a great reserve, began a conversation with her about the requirements of child education, during which he showed more open and cordial than usual, telling him how much he counted on her to mitigate the orphanhood of his daughters, while a singular tenderness was reflected in his eyes. At this moment he began to love him and cherish the hope that such a conversation had awakened in him. She. Only when he saw that this dialogue had no consequence and that, contrary to his hopes, another moment of the same intimate and cordial character would not come, he decided to expel his loving imaginations from his thoughts. Currently, he agrees with me in the hypothesis that the tenderness he observed in his interlocutor's gaze during the aforementioned conversation was caused by the memory of his dead wife. He is also perfectly aware that his love wishes are totally unrealizable. This analytic dialogue of mine with the patient did not produce in her condition the immediate fundamental change in her condition that I expected. Miss Lucy continued to complain of continual bad temper and depression. Only in the mornings did she feel somewhat invigorated by a hydrotherapeutic cure that I had to prescribe for her. The smell of burnt flour, although it had not completely disappeared, was already weaker and less frequent, presenting itself only when the patient was excited. The persistence of this mnemonic symbol led me to suppose that it integrated not only the representation of the main scene reported, but also that of other small secondary traumas, and, therefore, I dedicated myself to investigating everything that could be found in relation to the scene of the burnt flour, reviewing issues related to the subject's domestic troubles, the behavior of the girl's grandfather, etc., investigation during which the olfactory sensation of a subjective nature became increasingly rare. At about this time the treatment suffered a long interruption, motivated by a worsening of Miss Lucy's nasal affection, when it was then discovered that she suffered from ethmoid caries. When he returned to my office, he told me that, on the occasion of the Christmas holidays, he had received numerous gifts, and not only from the girl's grandfather and father, but also from the domestic staff of the house, as if they all wanted to reconcile with her and erase from his memory the conflicts of the past months. But this public display of affection had made no impression on him. Having asked him about the smell of burnt flour, he informed me that it had completely disappeared, but only to be replaced by a smell of tobacco smoke, an odor that he had already perceived before, but what, as long as the burnt flower one existed, it was dominated and almost hidden by it. Now it came unmixed and very intense. I could not, therefore, be very satisfied with the result of my therapy. I was running into that inconvenience that is always attributed to all purely symptomatic therapy, that is, that of not making a symptom disappear, but rather for another to take its place. However, I vigorously undertook the analytical work aimed at achieving the suppression of this new mnemonic symbol. But this time the patient did not know where her subjective olfactory sensation could come from, nor on what important occasion it had previously been objective. Every day the gentleman smoke at home, he told me, and I can't remember now if on some important occasion for me the smell really reigned that now haunts me. Nevertheless, I persisted in my purpose and invited the patient to make an effort to remember, helping her by pressing my hands on her forehead. I have already indicated before that the subject belonged to the visual type, thus presenting her memories with great plasticity. Under the pressure of my hand, a memory image, wavering and fragmentary at first, did emerge in the subject. It was the dining room of his house, where he waited, with the girls, for the gentleman to come for lunch. Now we are all seated around the table, the gentleman, the French governess, the gouvernante, the girls, and myself. But this happens every day. Keep looking at the image and you will see it develop and become more detailed. It's true, there is also a guest, the chief accountant, an old gentleman, who loves the girls as if they were his family. But this gentleman often comes for lunch and his presence does not mean anything special now. Be patient and keep considering what you see. You will surely find something. No problem. We get up from the table, the girls say goodbye and then go up to the second floor with me, like every day. And nothing more. Wait you. Something special is really going on. Now I see the scene well. When the girls say goodbye, the account manager wants to kiss them. But the father yells at him violently, "Don't kiss the girls." Such an unexpected outburst made a deep impression on me, and since the gentlemen were smoking, the smell of tobacco smoke that reigned in the room stuck with me. This, then, had been the second most deeply situated scene, which had acted as a trauma and left behind a mnemonic symbol. But where did the traumatic efficacy of the scene come from? To elucidate this question I asked the patient. Which of the two scenes took place first, the one you just told me about or that other one with the smell of burnt flour? The one I have now told you preceded the other by nearly 2 months. But if the violent words of the father were not directed at you, why did they make such an impression on you? Anyway, it was not right for him to treat an old man like this, who was also a good friend and a guest. All this can be said politely. So, then, were you hurt by the rude way in which the father of your students acted and you were ashamed for him, or perhaps you thought that if by such a trifle you violated an old friend and guest in such a way, what would he not do with her if she were his wife? No, not that. But, all the same, what impressed you was the violence of the father. Yeah, it always annoyed him when his daughters were kissed. At this point, under the pressure of my hand, the memory of an even earlier scene arises in the patient, which constituted the truly effective trauma and lent the one developed with the chief accountant its dramatic effectiveness. Months before, it had indeed happened that a lady, a friend of the house, had kissed both girls on the mouth, at the end of their visit. The father, who was present, controlled his displeasure and said nothing to the lady, but when she left, he made the unfortunate governess the victim of his anger, warning her that if anyone kissed the girls on the mouth again, he would hold her responsible for a serious breach of her duties, since it was her duty to avoid it, claiming to have her order to proceed in such a way. If this happened again, she would entrust the education of her daughters to someone else. This violent scene took place at the time when Miss Lucy believed she was loved and was waiting for a repetition of that first intimate dialogue, and it extinguished all her hopes, making her think that if for such a small reason and she being, moreover, totally innocent of what had happened, he directed such threats at her. He had been completely wrong in assuming that he harbored some affectionate feeling towards her. The memory of this painful scene later assailed her, when the father violently prevented the chief accountant from kissing his daughters. When Miss Lucy returned to visit me 2 days after this last analysis, I had to ask her if anything very satisfactory had happened to her, for I found her completely transformed. Her head, once gloomily bowed, was now straight up, and a joyous smile lit her face. For a moment I thought I had made a mistake in my judgments, and I supposed that Miss Lucy's love had finally found a match. But the interested party herself immediately dispelled my suspicions. Nothing extraordinary has happened. It is that you have only seen me sick and depressed, and you do not know my true character, which was always cheerful and lively. Yesterday, when I woke up, I verified that the oppression that had tormented me in recent times had disappeared, and since then I have felt very well. And what do you think now of her situation in the house where she performs her educational duties? I clearly realize that it will always remain the one I occupy now, but this idea no longer makes me unhappy. Then will you be able to live in peace with the other staff in the house now? I think that everything that tormented me on this side was due solely to an exaggerated susceptibility of mine. But do you still love the girl's father? Of course. I still love him, but without tormenting myself. In your inner self you can think and feel what you want. An examination of the nose showed that sensation and reflexes had almost completely returned. The patient already distinguished the various odors, although with some uncertainty and only when they were intense. In any case, this anosmia was to be attributed, in large part, to the subject's nasal condition. The treatment of this patient had extended through 9 months. 4 years later I met her again, by chance, in a summer season. He felt very well and had not experienced any further disturbances. Epicresis. The preceding pathological case is not without interest, despite being a mild history, with very few symptoms. On the contrary, it seems to me very instructive that such a simple neurosis also requires so many psychical premises, and a closer examination of its clinical history even leads me to consider it as a model of a type of hysteria, that is, of that form of hysteria that a person without any hereditary defect of this kind can acquire through the action of appropriate events. It must be understood that I am not talking about a hysteria independent of any disposition, since it is most probable that such hysteria does not exist, but we speak of this kind of disposition only when the subject already shows that he is hysterical, without any indication of disposition having previously been revealed in him. The neuropathic disposition, as it is generally understood, is something different and appears to be determined before the outbreak of the disease by the measure of the subject's hereditary defects or by the sum of their individual psychic abnormalities. Miss Lucy R. did not present the slightest indication of either of these two factors, and in this way we can consider her hysteria as acquired, without this implying more than the capacity probably very widespread to acquire hysteria, a capacity whose characteristics we are still almost unaware of completely. In such cases, what is essential is the nature of the trauma and, of course, also the subject's reaction against it. An indispensable condition for the acquisition of hysteria is that a relationship of incompatibility arises between the ego and a representation that affluent to it. In another place I hope to show how various neurotic disturbances arise from the various means that the ego uses to get rid of such incompatibility. The hysterical form of defense for which a special capacity is necessary consists in the conversion of the excitation into a somatic innervation, thus achieving that the unbearable representation is expelled from the consciousness of the ego, which receives, in its place, the somatic reminiscence born by conversion in our case, olfactory sensations of a subjective nature and suffers under the control of affect, linked with greater or lesser clarity to such reminiscences. The situation thus created can no longer undergo any modification, since the contradiction that would have required the derivation of the affect has been suppressed by means of repression and conversion. In this way, the mechanism that creates hysteria constitutes, on the one hand, an act of moral vacillation and, on the other, a protective device placed within the reach of the ego. There are many cases in which we must admit that the defense against the increase of excitement by means of the production of a hysteria was, at the time, the most appropriate, but, of course, we more often come to the conclusion that a greater measure of moral worth would have been to the advantage of the individual. Thus, the true traumatic moment is the one in which the contradiction reaches the self and decides the estrangement of the contradictory representation, which is not, by this fact, destroyed, but only driven into the unconscious. Once this process has been developed, a crystallization nodule or nucleus is constituted for the formation of a psychic group of the self, a nucleus around which everything that it would have to have as a premise the acceptance of the incompatible representation. The dissociation of consciousness in these cases of acquired hysteria is therefore voluntary and intentional, or at least frequently initiated by an act of the will. In reality, something other than what the subject intended is happening. He wanted to suppress a representation, as if moms had existed, but he only succeeded in isolating her psychically. In our patient's history, the traumatic moment corresponds to that scene in which the father of her students harshly reprimanded her for having allowed them to kiss them. But this scene does not carry, at first, any consequence, unless the depression and susceptibility of the subject began at that time, which I do not know. The hysterical symptoms arose only later, at moments that we can describe as auxiliary and characterized by the fact that the two separate psychic groups temporarily merge in them, as occurs in the expanded consciousness of the state of somnambulism. The first of these moments, in which the conversion took effect, was, for Miss Lucy R., the scene that took place when the chief accountant wanted to kiss the girls. At this point the traumatic memory came into play, and the subject behaved as if she had not rejected everything related to her inclination towards the father of the girls. In other case histories these different moments coincide, and the conversion takes effect immediately after the trauma and under its effects. The second auxiliary moment repeats the mechanism of the first. An intense impression temporarily restores the unity of consciousness, and the conversion follows the same path that opened before it the first time. It is very interesting to verify that the symptom that arises in the second place covers up the first, in such a way that the latter is not clearly felt until after the former has been suppressed. The inversion of the chronological order, to which we are forced to adapt the analysis, also seems worthy of attention. In a whole series of cases it has happened to me like this, that the symptoms that arose later covered the first ones and only the last one up to which the analysis penetrated is the one that contained the key to the totality. The therapy consisted here in the coercion that achieved the union of the dissociated psychic group with the consciousness of the ego. The therapeutic result did not follow, due to singular circumstance, a parallel march and proportional to the work of the treatment. Only when she managed to solve the last of the issues raised, did the total cure suddenly emerge. 3. Catherine. In the vacations of 189. I undertook an excursion through the mountains, with the purpose of forgetting medicine for a while, and especially neuroses, an aim that I had almost achieved one day when I left the Royal Road to climb a peak, famous as much for the panorama that it dominated as for the inn nestled in it. Refreshed from the arduous climb by an appetizing snack, I was immersed in the contemplation of the enchanting distance, when behind me the question resounded, "The gentleman is a doctor, isn't it?" which at first I didn't believe was addressed to me, I was so forgetful of myself. My interlocutor was a 17 or 18-year-old girl, the same one who told me before. She had served lunch, by the way, with a marked gesture of bad humor, and to whom the hostess had addressed several times with the name of Catalina. From her appearance and her dress, she must not have been a servant, but a daughter or a relative of the innkeeper. Thus torn from my contemplation, I answered, "Yes, I am a doctor." "How do you know?" "I saw you when you signed up for the visitors' register and I thought you could spare me a few moments. I'm sick with nerves. L.'s doctor, whom I went to consult some time ago, prescribed several things, but they have not helped me at all." In this way I was forced to enter again into the realm of neurosis, since it was hardly possible to suppose another suffering in that robust girl with the ill-tempered face. Interested in the fact that neuroses also flourished at 2,000 meters above sea level, I began to question her, developing the following dialogue between us, which I transcribe without modifying my interlocutor's peculiar way of expressing herself. Good. Tell me, what do you feel? It's hard for me to breathe. Not always. But sometimes it feels like I'm going to drown. This does not present, at first sight, a definite nervous character, but it immediately occurred to me that it could very well constitute a description of an anxiety attack, in which the subject highlighted, among the complex of anguishing sensations, that of suffocation. Sit here and tell me what happens to you when you choke. They hit me suddenly. First I feel a weight in my eyes and on my forehead. My head is buzzing and I get dizzy and feel like I'm going to fall. Then my chest tightens so that I can hardly breathe. And you don't feel anything in your throat? It squeezes me as if I were going to drown. And in your head, do you notice something more than what you told me? Yes, it beats me as if it were going to skip me. Good. And don't you feel afraid at the same time? I always think I'm going to die. And that ordinarily I am brave. I don't like going down to the house cave, which is very dark, or walking alone on the mountain. But when he gives me that, I don't feel comfortable anywhere and it seems to me that there is someone behind me who is going to suddenly grab me. Thus, what the subject suffered were, in effect, anxiety attacks, which began with the signs of the hysterical aura, or, better said, hysterical attacks with anxiety as their content. But wouldn't they also contain something else? Do you think something, always the same, or do you see something when you have these attacks? Yeah, I always see a very hideous face looking at me with terrible eyes. This is what scares me the most. This detail offered, perhaps, the way to quickly reach the core of the issue. And do you recognize that face? I mean, what if it's a face you've ever really seen? No. Do you know why you have these attacks? No. When did you get the first one? 2 years ago, when I was still with my aunt on the other mountain. A year and a half ago we moved here, but I still have shortness of breath. It was therefore necessary to undertake a full-fledged analysis. Not daring to transplant hypnosis at this stage, I thought it might be possible to carry out the analysis in an ordinary dialogue. It was about guessing correctly. Anguish had revealed itself to me many times, in the case of young female subjects, as a consequence of the horror that assails a virginal spirit when the world of sexuality appears for the first time before its eyes. 48. With this idea I said to the girl, since you don't know, I'm going to tell you where I think your attacks come from. 2 years ago, shortly before you began to have them, you must have seen or heard something that embarrassed you greatly, something that you would rather not have seen. Yes, by the way. I surprised my uncle with a girl, with my cousin Francisca. What has happened? Do you want to tell me? I want to present here the case that revealed this casual relationship to me for the first time. As a result of a complicated neurosis, I had a young lady under treatment, who refused to admit, as is usual in these patients, that the origin of her ailment lay in her married life, objecting that even when she was single she suffered from fits of anxiety, anguish and fainting spells, notwithstanding which I maintained my point of view. When we already had confidence, he suddenly told me one day, "Now you will know what is the origin of the anxiety attacks that I used to get when I was single." At that time I slept in a room next to my parents' bedroom, who left the door open and a light on the table. In this way I saw some nights that my father went to my mother's bed, and then I heard noises that excited me a lot. From then on I started having seizures. A doctor can tell everything. My uncle, the husband of this aunt of mine whom you have just seen, then had an in with her in X. Now they are separated, and it is my fault, because it was through me that his relationship with Francisca was discovered. How did you discover them? I'm going to tell him. 2 years ago, two hikers came to the inn one day and asked for food. The aunt was not at home, and neither my uncle nor Francisca, who was the one who cooked, were nowhere to be found. After going through the whole house looking for her with my cousin Luisito, still a child, he exclaimed, "Maybe Francisca is with Dad," and we both started laughing, thinking nothing bad. But when we arrived in front of the uncle's room, we saw that he had turned the key, which already seemed singular to me. Then my cousin told me, "In the corridor there is a window through which you can see what is happening in the room." We went to the corridor, but the little one did not want to look out, saying that he was scared. I told him then, "You are a fool. It's not scary to me," and I looked out the window, still not imagining anything wrong. The room was very dark, but, nevertheless, I could see Francisca lying on the bed and my uncle on her. And then? Immediately I moved away from the window and had to lean against the wall, which gave me a suffocation like the ones I have been suffering from since then. My ears closed and my head began to buzz and throb as if it were going to break. "Did you say anything to your aunt that day?" "No, I did not say anything." "Why were you so scared when you saw your uncle with Francisca? Did you understand what was happening, or did you have any idea of it?" "Oh no. By then I didn't understand anything. I was only 16 years old, and I did not even imagine such things. I don't really know what I was scared of. If you could now remember everything that happened in you at that moment, how you had the first attack and what you thought during it, you would be cured of your drowning." "I wish I could. But I got so scared, I've forgotten everything." Translating this into the language of our preliminary communication, we will say that the affect itself creates the hypnoid state, the products of which are excluded from the associative trade with self-consciousness. Tell me, the face you see when you choke, is it perhaps Francisca's, just as you saw when you surprised her? No, the face I see is that of a man. Maybe Uncle's? No. I couldn't see the uncle's face well at the time, because the room was very dark. Besides, I suppose you wouldn't have such a hideous expression at that moment. You are right. Here the path along which we had oriented the analysis seemed to suddenly close. But, thinking that a continuation of the story that had begun could offer me some new way out, I continued my questioning. What happened next? My uncle and Francisca must have heard some noise in the corridor, because they left immediately. I continued to feel bad and couldn't stop thinking about what I had seen. 2 days later it was Sunday and there was a lot to do. I worked tirelessly morning and afternoon, and on Monday I choked again, threw up, and had to go to bed. I was like this for 3 days, vomiting every moment. The hysterical symptomatology can be compared to a hieroglyphic script that we would have come to understand after the discovery of some bilingual documents. In this alphabet, vomiting means disgust. So, then, I said to Catalina, the fact that 3 days later you had repeated vomiting makes me suppose that, when you saw what was happening in your aunt's room, you felt disgusted. Yes, I must have felt disgusted, he replies with a meditative expression. But what? Perhaps you saw some part of the body of those who were in the room naked? No. There was little light to be able to see anything. They were also dressed. As much as I do, I can't remember what it was that disgusted me. I couldn't know either. But I invited her to continue telling me whatever occurred to her, with the certainty that she would come up with precisely what was necessary for me to clarify the case. She tells me, then, that as her aunt noticed something strange in her and suspected some mystery, she questioned her so repeatedly that she had to tell her of her discovery. As a result, violent scenes developed between the spouses, in which the children heard things that it would have been better for them to continue ignoring, until the aunt decided to move, with her children and Catalina, to the house they now occupied, leaving her husband with Francisca, who was beginning to show signs of being pregnant. Arriving here, the girl leaves, to my surprise, the thread of her story and goes on to tell me two series of stories that extend to 2 and 3 years before the traumatic event. The first series contains scenes in which the uncle persecuted my interlocutor for sexual purposes, when she was barely 14 years old. Thus, one winter day they went down to the valley together and spent the night in an inn. The uncle stayed in the dining room until very late, drinking and playing cards. Instead, she retired early to their room on the first floor. When her uncle went up to the bedroom, she had not yet completely fallen asleep and felt enter. She then fell asleep, but suddenly woke up and felt his body next to her. Frightened, she got up and reproached him for that strange behavior. "What are you doing, uncle? Why don't you stay in your bed?" The uncle tried to convince her. "Shut up, silly. You don't know how good that is. I don't want anything from you, good or bad. You can't even sleep peacefully." In this attitude, she remained close to the door, ready to flee the room, until her uncle, tired, stopped asking for it and fell asleep. Then she lay down on the empty bed and slept, without any more shocks, until morning. From the way in which he rejected his uncle's attacks, it seemed to be deduced that he had not clearly recognized their sexual nature. Questioned on this point, she stated, in effect, that it was not until much later that she understood her uncle's true intentions. So far, she had resisted only because she found it unpleasant to have her sleep interrupted and because she didn't think it was right. I transcribe these details carefully because they are of considerable importance for the understanding of the case. Next, Catalina told me about other events from later times, including a new sexual assault that her uncle committed on her one day when he was drunk. To my question whether on these occasions she felt anything similar to the choking that now afflicts her, she answers with great certainty that she always felt the weight of the bears and the oppression that accompany her current attacks, but never as intensely as when she surprised her uncle with Francisca finished the series of memories. He immediately begins to tell me another in which he deals with those occasions in which he noticed something between Francisca and her uncle. Once the whole family slept in a haystack. She woke up when she heard a noise and saw how her uncle abruptly separated from Francisca. Another time, at N.S. Inn, she slept with her uncle in a bedroom and Francisca in another next door. At midnight she woke up and saw next to the connecting door between the two of them a white figure that was preparing to unbolt it. "Is that you, uncle? What are you doing there, at the door?" "Shut up, I'm looking for something. The door that leads to the hallway is the other one." "You are right, I was wrong," etc. Arriving here, I ask her if all this did not arouse any suspicion in her. "No, I didn't suspect anything at the time. I was shocked by those things, but it did not go beyond that." "Did you also feel fear on these occasions?" "He thinks so, but he can't say it with as much certainty as before." After these two series of reminiscences have been exhausted, the girl remains silent. During his story he has undergone a curious transformation. On her face, previously saddened and sorrowful, an expression full of life is now painted. Her eyes have regained their youthful glow and she is lively and cheerful. In the meantime I have come to understand your case. The events you have lately recounted to me, in apparent disorder, make your conduct at the scene of the discovery quite clear. When this took effect, the subject carried in her two series of impressions, which had been recorded in her memory, without her having come to understand them or being able to use them to deduce any conclusion. At the sight of the surprised couple in the performance of coitus, the link of the new impression with these two series of reminiscences was established immediately, beginning immediately to understand them and simultaneously to defend themselves against them. This was followed by a short incubation period, then the symptoms of the conversion, that is, the substitutive vomiting of moral and physical repugnance. So the enigma was solved. What had repulsed the subject had not been the sight of the couple, but a memory that it awoke in her, a memory that could only be that of that night scene in which she felt her uncle's body next to hers. In this way, once the subject finished her confession, I told her, I know what you thought when you noticed what was happening in your uncle's room. You probably said to yourself, now he does with Francisca what he wanted to do with me that night and then the other times. This was what disgusted you, making you remember the feeling you had when you woke up at night and noticed your uncle's body next to yours. Yeah, that must have disgusted me and I must have remembered it later. Good. So tell me exactly. Now you are a woman and you know everything. Yes, now yes. Then tell me exactly what part of your uncle's body was the one you felt next to yours. The subject does not give a precise answer to that question. She smiles confused and like a convict, that is, as someone who is forced to admit that the real core of the issue has been reached and there is no need to talk about it anymore. It can be easily assumed what was the sensation of contact that he felt in the night scene with his uncle, a sensation that he soon learned to interpret. His expression also seems to tell me that he realizes that I have guessed exactly, but he avoids going any further into that topic. In any case, I have to thank the subject for the ease with which she allowed herself to be questioned about such lurid things, conduct opposite to that observed by the honest ladies of my citizen consultation, for whom omnia naturalia turpia sunt. This would clear up the case. It only remains to explain the origin of the hallucination that returned in all the attacks of the subject, making her see a horrible head, which inspired her fear. So I questioned her on this point, and as if our dialogue had broadened her understanding, she answered me immediately. Now I know. The head that I see is that of my uncle, but not as I saw it when the events that I have related to him. When, after surprising him with Francisca, trouble began at home, my uncle hated me terribly. He said that everything that happened was my fault and that if I hadn't been such a chatterbox his wife wouldn't have asked for a divorce. When he saw me, a fierce expression of anger would appear on his face and he would run after me, ready to mistreat me. I ran away and tried not to run into him, but I was always afraid that he would take me by surprise. The face that I see now, whenever I choke, is that of my uncle in those days, contracted by anger. These words reminded me that the first symptom of hysteria, that is, vomiting, disappeared after a while, the attack of anxiety subsisting with a new content was treated. Well, from a hysteria derived by reaction, abreagiert, to a large extent, a circumstance due to the fact that the subject had reported the traumatic event to her aunt shortly after. Did you also tell your aunt about the other scenes with your husband? By then, no, but later, when the separation had already been considered. My aunt then said, all this must be taken into account, because if there is any difficulty in the divorce lawsuit, we will tell it in court. Nor can it surprise us that the mnemonic symbol came precisely from this later period, during which violent scenes occurred continuously in the house, the aunt's interest withdrawing from Catalina's state, totally absorbed by her domestic quarrels, because under these circumstances, this was a time of accumulation and retention for the patient. Although I have never heard from Catalina again, I hope that her conversation with me, in which she vented her spirit so early injured in her sexual sensibility, did her some good. Epicrasis. I would have no objection to those who saw in this pathological history, more than the analysis of a case of hysteria, the solution of it by a lucky guess. The patient accepted as plausible everything I interpolated into her story, but she was not in a state to admit that she had really lived it. This would have been necessary, in my opinion, hypnosis. If we accept the correctness of my interpretation and try to reduce this case to the pattern of acquired hysteria as presented to us in that of Miss Lucy R., we can regard the two series of erotic events as traumatic factors, and the discovery scene of the couple, as an auxiliary factor. The basis of this comparison would be the circumstances that in these series a content of consciousness was created, which, being excluded from the mental activity of the ego, remained preserved without any modification, while at the scene of the discovery there was a new impression, which it imposed the associative connection of said isolated group with the self. Alongside this analogy there are variants that must also be taken into account. The cause of the isolation is not, as in the case of Miss Lucy, the will of the self, but her ignorance, which prevents her from elaborating on sexual experiences. From this point of view, the case of Catherine can be considered typical. In the analysis of all hysteria based on hysterical traumas, we verify that impressions from the presexual period, whose effect on the girl has been nil, acquire traumatic power later, as memories, when the subject, adolescent or already a woman, comes to understand of sex life. The dissociation of psychic groups is, so to speak, a normal process in the development of adolescence, and it cannot seem strange that their subsequent incorporation into the ego constitutes a frequently seized opportunity for psychic disturbances. I also want to express here my doubts that the dissociation of consciousness, due to ignorance, is really different from that produced by conscious revulsion, since it is very likely that adolescents have much more precise sexual knowledge than is generally believed, and even what they themselves suppose. Other of the variants that the psychic mechanism of this case consists in the fact that the scene of the discovery, which we have described as auxiliary, can also be traumatic, since it acts by its own content and not only by awakening the memory of previous traumatic events. In this way, it brings together the characteristics of the auxiliary factor and those of the traumatic. But in this coincidence I see no reason to abandon a differentiation of concept, which in other cases also corresponds to a temporal separation. Another peculiarity of the case of Catherine, a peculiarity that, moreover, was already known to us, is that the conversion, that is, the creation of hysterical phenomena, does not develop immediately after the trauma, but after an interval of incubation. Charcot called this interval the epoch of psychic elaboration. The anguish that Catalina suffered in her attacks was of a hysterical order, that is, it constituted a reproduction of that which oppressed her on the occasion of each of the sexual traumas. I also omit to explain here the process, regularly verified by me in a large number of cases, that the suspicion of sexual relations gives rise to an anxious affect in virginal subjects. 4. Miss Isabelle de R. In the fall of 1892, a colleague and friend of mine asked me to recognize a young lady who had been suffering from pain in her legs and difficulty walking for more than 2 years. To his demand he added that, in his opinion, it was a case of hysteria, although he did not show any of the usual signs of neurosis. She knew something of the sick woman's family and knew that the last few years had brought her more misfortune than happiness. First, the patient's father had died, then his mother had to undergo a serious eye operation, and soon after his sister, married, who had just had a child, succumbed to an old heart disease. In all these illnesses and misfortunes the subject had taken a very active part, not only effectively, but also giving her relatives the most devoted assistance. My first confrontation with Mademoiselle de R., who was then about 24 years old, did not lead me to penetrate much further in understanding her case. She seemed intelligent and mentally normal, and she carried her illness, which kept her from social interaction and the pleasures of her age, with extraordinary compliance, making me think of the belle indifference of hysterics. She walked leaning forward, although she did not require any support, nor did her gait present a pathological character or any other visible singularity. However, she complained of great pain when walking, and that both this movement and simply remaining on her feet caused her rapid and intense fatigue, and she was thus forced to rest, during which, although the pain lasted, it was quite severe. Mitigated. This pain was of a very indeterminate nature, deserving rather the name of painful fatigue. As the focus of his pain, he indicated a rather extensive and poorly defined area, located on the front face of the right thigh. This area was where the pain originated most frequently and where it became more intense, noting in it a greater sensitivity of the skin and muscles to the pressure and pinching, while needle sticks were received rather indifferently. This hyperalgesia of the skin and muscles was not limited to the indicated area, but extended to the entire surface of the legs. The muscles appeared perhaps more painful than the skin, but both the former and the latter reached their highest degree of hyperalgesia in the thighs. Since the motor energy of the legs was sufficiently high, the reflexes presented medium intensity, and there were no symptoms of any other kind, no serious organic condition could be diagnosed. The subject had been suffering from the ailments referred to for a couple of years, during which they had developed little by little, their intensity being highly variable. It was not easy to establish a specific diagnosis in this case, but, nevertheless, I decided to adhere to that of my colleague for two different reasons. Firstly, the general impression of the data that the subject, very intelligent, however, provided me about the nature of her pains, seemed singular to me. A patient who suffers from organic pains will describe them, if he is not also nervous, with precision and clarity, detailing whether or not they are lancinating, at what intervals they occur, what area of his body they affect and what they are, in his opinion, the influences that cause them. The neurasthenic 49 who describes his pains gives us, on the other hand, the impression of being engaged in a difficult intellectual task, beyond his strength. His face contracts as if under the control of a painful affection, her voice becomes shrill, she laboriously searches for expressions and rejects all the qualifiers that the doctor proposes for her pain, even if they later prove rigorously accurate. It is clear that, in his opinion, language is too poor to give expression to his sensations, which are something unique, never experienced by anyone, making it impossible to exhaust their description. In this way, the neurasthenic never tires of adding new details, and when he is forced to finish his story, he does so with the impression that he has not been able to make himself understood by the doctor. All this comes from the fact that his pains have completely captured his attention. Isabelle de R observed, as far as this is concerned, the opposite behavior, and given that, nevertheless, she attached enough importance to her pains, we had to deduce that her attention was held by something other than which were not the pain but a concomitant phenomenon, this is, probably by thoughts and sensations with said linked pains. But there was a second, much more important factor in determining the subject's pain. When we stimulate a painful area in an organically ill patient or in a neurasthenic, we see an expression of displeasure or physical pain appear on the patient's face, who suddenly contracts, avoids contact or defends himself against it. On the other hand, when the skin or the hyperalgesic muscles of Isabelle de R's legs were squeezed or pinched, the patient showed a singular expression, more of pleasure than pain. She screamed like someone experiencing a voluptuous tickle, she blushed intensely, closed the bears and folded his torso backwards. All without exaggeration, but marked enough to make one think that the subject's illness was hysterical and that the stimulus had touched a hysterical zone. Hypochondriac or suffering from anxiety neurosis. This expression of the patient could not correspond in any way to the pain which, according to her, was produced by the pressure exerted on the muscles or the skin, but more probably to the content of the thoughts that were hidden behind such pains, thoughts that were awakened in the patient by the stimulation of the areas of her body associated with them. In indisputable cases of hysteria we had repeatedly observed similarly significant expressions, concomitant with the stimulation of hyperalgesic zones. The subject's other gestures were clearly mild signs of a hysterical attack. At first we were unable to find the reasons for the unusual location of the hysterogenic zone. The fact that the hyperalgesia occurred mainly in the muscles also gave us pause. The condition that most frequently produces a diffuse and local sensitivity of the muscles to pressure is their rheumatic infiltration, that is, the current chronic muscular rheumatism, about whose property of feigning nervous affections we have already spoken previously. The consistency of the painful muscles did not contradict this hypothesis in the case of Isabelle de R, since the recognition of the muscular masses revealed the existence of numerous hardened fibers, which also proved to be especially sensitive. Thus, the existence of an organic muscular modification of the indicated character, on which the neurosis would be based and whose importance was extraordinarily exaggerated by this last ailment, was very likely. For our therapy we take this hypothesis of the mixed nature of the subject's sufferings as a starting point, and we prescribe systematic massage and faradization of the painful muscles, without worrying about the pain that this would give rise to. For my part, and with the sole purpose of staying in contact with the patient, I reserved the electrical treatment of the legs. To his question as to whether he should make an effort to walk, we answered in the affirmative. In this way we achieved a slight improvement, and meanwhile my colleague was preparing the ground to start the psychic treatment, so that when, after a month, I decided to propose it to the patient, giving her some information about its method and efficacy, I found quick understanding and only very slight resistance. But the work that I undertook from this moment on turned out to be one of the most painful that I have been faced with, and the difficulty of giving an exact and synthetic account of it does not detract in any way from those that I had to overcome at that time. For a long time it was impossible for me to find the connection between the pathological history and the disease, which had to have been provoked and determined, however, by the series of events integrated in it. The first question we address when undertaking such a cathartic treatment is whether the subject knows the origin and reason for his illness. If so, a special technique is not required to obtain from him the reproduction of his pathological history. The interest that we show him, the understanding that we make him suppose, and the hopes for a cure that we give him, decide the patient to give us his secret. In the case of Isabelle de R., it seemed to me from the beginning that the subject knew the reasons for her illness and that, in this way, what she held in her consciousness was a secret and not a foreign body. Thus, at the outset, I could renounce hypnosis, reserving in any case the right to resort to it when, in the course of the confession, connections arose for the clarification of which his waking memory was not sufficient. In this way, in this my first complete analysis of a hysteria, I already arrived at a procedure that I later had to raise to the category of method, that is, that of the discovery and suppression, by successive layers, of the pathogenic psychic material, procedure comparable to the technique used to excavate an ancient buried city. First, I had myself relate what the patient knew, carefully taking into account the points in which some connection remained enigmatic or some member of the causal concatenation seemed to be missing, and then I penetrated into deeper strata of recollection, resorting to the clarification of said points to hypnotic research or another analogous technique. The prerequisite of all this labor was, of course, my hope that it might be possible to discover an entirely sufficient determination. In the following pages we will talk about the means used for the investigation of the deepest psychic strata. The pathological history that Isabelle de R. told me was very extensive and was made up of very diverse painful events. During her narration the patient was not in a hypnotic state, but simply lying on a divan with her eyes closed, but I did not object to her opening her eyes from time to time in the course of her narration, changing her posture, get up etc. When a part of his narration moved her most deeply, she seemed to enter spontaneously into a state analogous to hypnosis, then lying motionless on the couch with her eyelids closed. The most superficial layer of her recollections turned out to contain the following: she was the youngest of 3 sisters, tenderly attached to each other and to her parents, and had spent her youth on a family-owned estate in Hungary. His mother had long suffered from an eye condition and various nervous conditions. This circumstance made Isabelle de R. bonded more closely with his father, a man with a happy and serene character, who used to say that his daughter was more like a son and a friend with whom he could have an exchange of ideas. It was not hidden from him, however, that although his daughter thus gained intellectual stimulation, she was moving away from the ideal that we are pleased to see realized in a girl. He jokingly called her daring and argumentative, warned her against her determined confidence in her judgments and her inclination to tell everyone the truth without consideration, and predicted that it would be difficult for her to find a husband. In reality, the girl was very dissatisfied with her sex, she harbored ambitious projects, she wanted to study a scientific discipline or master the art of music, and she rebelled against the idea of having to sacrifice her inclinations and freedom of expression in marriage. Judgment. Meanwhile, she lived proud of her father and the social position of her family and jealously took care of everything related to these circumstances. But the affectionate disinterest with which he put off his mother or his sisters when the occasion arose, made up for the other, harsher facets of his character for his parents. When the sisters reached adolescence, the family moved to the city, where Isabel enjoyed a serene and carefree life for some time. But then misfortune came, which destroyed the happiness of that home. The father had concealed from them, or had hitherto been unaware of, a heart condition he suffered from, and one afternoon they brought him home unconscious from a seizure. From this day on, and during a year and a half of illness, Isabel did not leave the head of the paternal bed, sleeping in the same room as the patient, getting up at night to attend to him, assisting him with immense affection and striving to appear serene and happy before him, who, for his part, bore his suffering with quiet resignation. At this time she must have started her own illness, as she remembered that in her father's last months she had to stay in bed for a couple of days because of pain in her right leg. But the patient affirmed that these pains had passed quickly and had not come to worry her, or even to attract her attention. In fact, it was 2 years after her father's death that she began to feel sick and unable to walk without experiencing great pain. The void that the father's death left in that family, made up of 4 women, the social isolation in which the multitude of promising relationships of serene happiness and the aggravation of the mother's sickness were left when the misfortune ceased, all these circumstances saddened the spirit of our patient, but at the same time aroused in her the desire that the hers soon found a replacement for the lost happiness, and they made her concentrate on her mother all her love and all her care. At the end of the year of mourning, the older sister married a very intelligent and active man, who already occupied a high position and seemed destined, due to his great intellectual gifts, to a brilliant future, but who already in his first contacts with the family he showed a pathological susceptibility and selfish tenacity in defending his minor whims, being the first in that family circle who dared to dispense with the considerations that surrounded his mother. This was already more than Isabel could bear, and she felt called to fight with her brother-in-law whenever he offered her the opportunity to do so, while the other sisters and the mother did not give importance to the outbursts of her irritable temperament. It was a bitter disappointment for the subject to see the rebuilding of the family's former happiness receive such a blow, and she could not forgive her married sister for the absolute neutrality she strove to maintain. In this way a whole series of scenes had been fixed in Isabel's memory, to which were linked reproaches not expressed in part against her brother-in-law. The most serious of them was that of having moved, for personal convenience, with his wife and daughters, to a distant city in Austria, thus contributing to increasing the loneliness of the mother. On this occasion Isabel clearly saw her impotence to procure for her mother a substitution of her former family happiness and the impossibility of carrying out the plan that she had formed when her father died. The marriage of the second sister seemed more promising for the future of the family, since this second brother-in-law, although less gifted intellectually than the first, she was of a more delicate spirit and similar to that of those women educated in the observation of all considerations. His conduct reconciled Isabel with the institution of marriage and with the idea of sacrifice linked to it. The new couple stayed by the mother's side, and when she had a son, Elizabeth made him her favorite. Unfortunately, the year of this child's birth brought with it a serious disturbance. The mother's eye disease forced her to remain for several weeks in absolute darkness, and Isabel was not separated from her for a single moment. Finally, a delicate surgical intervention became necessary, and the turmoil that this event produced in the family coincided with the first brother-in-law's preparations to leave. The operation carried out with a most happy success, the 3 families met in a summer season, and Isabel, exhausted by the worries of the last months, should have recovered in the season of tranquility, the first that the family had spent without sorrow or fear since death of the father. But it was precisely at this time that the subject first felt pain in her legs and difficulty walking. The pains, which had been weakly inclining, presented great intensity for the first time after a hot bath that he took in the bathhouse of the small thermal station where he was spending the summer. Having made a somewhat tiring excursion a few days before, the family attributed Isabel's pain to this circumstance, believing that she had become excessively tired, first, and then cold. From this moment on, Isabel was the sick person in the family. The doctors advised her to take advantage of the rest of the summer for a water cure at the Gastein spa, and she moved there accompanied by her mother. but already in these days a new cause for concern had arisen. The second sister was pregnant and her condition was not at all satisfactory, so much so that Elizabeth hesitated for a long time before deciding to undertake the journey to Gastein. When they had barely been in the spa for 2 weeks, they were urgently claimed next to the patient, who had suddenly worsened. This was a terrible journey, in which Isabel's pains were mixed with the saddest fears, unfortunately later confirmed, because upon reaching the destination they found that death had preceded them. The sister had succumbed to heart disease, aggravated by the pregnancy. The sad event gave rise to the idea in the family that heart disease was an inheritance bequeathed by the father, and reminded everyone that the dead woman had suffered a chorea attack as a child with slight heart disorders, leading them to reproach themselves and to the doctor having consented to the marriage, and to the unfortunate widower, having endangered the health of the patient with 2 consecutive pregnancies, almost without interval. From this time on, Isabel could not get rid of the sad impression that once, by rare chance, a married couple met all the necessary conditions to be happy, their happiness would have had such an end. In addition, he saw once again destroyed everything that he had longed for his mother. The widower, whom nothing could console, withdrew from his wife's family, whose contact intensified his pain, a circumstance that his own family, from which he had distanced himself during his happy marriage, took advantage of to attract him again. It would have been impossible anyway. Maintain the previous family cohesion, since the widower could not continue living with his mother, due to the presence of Isabel, still single. But he could have entrusted his son to them, and by refusing to do so, he gave them the first opportunity to accuse him of harshness. Lastly, and this was not the least painful, Isabel received obscure news of a disagreement between her 2 brothers-in-law, a disagreement whose motives she could only suspect. It seemed that the widower had made demands of an economic nature, which the other brother-in-law judged inadmissible and even qualified harshly. This, then, was the story of the sufferings of our subject, an ambitious girl in need of affection. Dissatisfied with her fate, embittered by the failure of all her little plans to rebuild the brilliance of her home, separated by death, distance, or the indifference of loved ones, and disinclined to seek refuge in the love of a man, she had already been living for a year and a half away from all social contact and dedicated to caring for her mother and her own sufferings when I met her. If we forget other more considerable human pains and transfer ourselves to the mental life of our young patient, we cannot help feeling sorry for her. Now then, from the scientific point of view we have to ask ourselves what was the medical interest of the previously transcribed history, what was its relationship with the patient's painful difficulty in walking, and what chances of clarifying and curing the case offered us the knowledge of the referred psychic traumas. The patient's confession was initially a disappointment to the doctor. We find ourselves, in effect, before a history made up of vulgar psychic upheavals, which do not explain why the subject had to have fallen ill with hysteria, nor why it had precisely taken the form of a painful aphasia. It left, therefore, in complete darkness, both the motivation and the determination of the corresponding case of hysteria. It could only be admitted that the patient had established an association between her painful psychic impressions and the physical pains that she had coincidentally suffered at the same time, and that from this moment on in her memory life she used the somatic sensation as a symbol of the psychic one. But in any case, the reason that the patient could have had for such substitution and the moment in which it took effect remained in the dark. It is clear that these were problems that doctors had never considered before, since the usual thing was to consider as a sufficient explanation that the patient was a hysterical by constitution, and could develop hysterical symptoms under the influence of excitations of a different order. If the patient's confession was of little use to us in clarifying the case, it could help us even less in her cure. We did not see what benefit it could be for the sick woman to also tell a stranger, who was to devote only moderate interest to her, the story of her sorrows during the last years, a story well known to all her relatives, and, indeed, her confession. It did not produce any visible healing results. During this first period of treatment, the patient did not stop repeating to me with marked complacency, "I'm still sick. I have the same pains as before, accompanying these words with a look of mockery and thus reminding me of his father's judgments on his daring and sometimes malicious character. But he had to admit that on this occasion his mockery was not entirely unjustified. If at this point he had abandoned the psychic treatment of the patient, the case of Isabelle de R would have lacked any significance for the theory of hysteria. But far from this, I continued my analysis, animated by the firm conviction that in deeper layers of consciousness we had to find the circumstances that had presided over the motivation and determination of the hysterical symptom. I therefore decided to put directly to the patient's expanded consciousness the question of what was the psychic impression to which the first appearance of the leg pains was linked. To carry out this purpose, he had to plunge the subject into a deep hypnotic state. Unfortunately, all my efforts failed to provoke anything other than the same state of consciousness in which he was when he made his confession, and I even had to be satisfied that this time he refrained from emphasizing to me with an expression of triumph the bad result of my work. In such a hurry it occurred to me to resort to the procedure of applying my hands to the subject's forehead, a procedure whose genesis we have already recounted in Miss Lucy's history, and I put it into practice with this new patient, inviting her to communicate to me without any restriction what she arose before his inner vision or passed through his memory at the moment of putting pressure on his head. After a long silent pause and in front of my insistence, the patient confessed that at that moment she had recalled an afternoon in which a young acquaintance of hers had accompanied her to her home, from a meeting where they both met, also recalling the dialogue they had during the journey and the feelings that dominated her when she arrived home and returned to her post at the bedside of her sick father. This first allusion by the subject to a person strange to her family gave me access to a new compartment of her mental life, the content of which I gradually brought to light. It was already something more secret, because, apart from a common friend, no one knew from her lips her relations with the aforementioned young man, son of a family that they had known for a long time because they lived in a place very close to the farm where they lived before moving to Vienna, nor the hopes that he had founded on such relations. This young man, orphaned early on, had taken great affection for Isabelle's father, making him his guide and advisor, an affection that later extended to the female part of the family. Numerous memories of common readings, of intimate conversations and of certain manifestations of the young man, which had been repeated to her later, led her to the conviction that he understood and loved her and that marriage with him would not impose those sacrifices that would such a decision feared. Unfortunately, the young man was very little older than her and at that time he was still very far from possessing the necessary independence to take state, but Isabelle had decided to wait for him. His father's serious illness and his constant stay with him made them almost stop seeing each other. The night whose memory first came to mind was the moment in which his feelings towards the young man reached their maximum intensity. However, that afternoon there was no explanation between them either. Faced with repeated requests from her entire family, and even from her own father, Isabelle had agreed to abandon her position as a nurse on that occasion to attend a meeting in which she hoped to find the young man. Then she wanted to retire early, but they begged her to stay a while, and she allowed herself to be convinced by the young man's promise that he would accompany her home afterwards. During this journey he felt more intensely than ever his loving inclination, but when he got home, radiant with happiness, he found his father worse, and he directed the harshest reproaches for having devoted so long to his own pleasure. This was the last time she abandoned her father for an entire afternoon, and she only rarely saw her lover anymore. After the father's death, he seemed to stay away, out of respect for Isabelle's pain. Then life led her in other ways, and our heroine gradually had to get used to the idea that her interest in her had been erased by other feelings. This failure of his first love still hurt him whenever it came to his mind. In these circumstances and in the scene described above, we therefore had to look for the motivation of the first hysterical pangs. The contrast between the happiness that overwhelmed her when she got home and the state in which she found her father gave rise to a conflict, that is, to a case of incompatibility. The result of this conflict was that the erotic representation was expelled from the association, and the concomitant affect used to intensify or renew a psychic pain given simultaneously, or shortly before. It was, then, the mechanism of a conversion aimed at defense. There are many observations here. I must emphasize the fact that it was not possible for me to demonstrate, by going to the subject's memory, that the conversion took effect at the time of her return home. Consequently, I searched for other similar events that occurred during the father's illness, and I brought to the surface a series of scenes among which, due to its frequency, stood out the one of having walked with bare feet on the cold ground when rushing to a house at night. Call from his father. Since the patient complained not only of pain in the legs, but also of an unpleasant sensation of cold, I had to be inclined to attribute a certain significance to these events. But not being able to discover among them a scene that could integrate the conversion, I was already thinking of admitting the existence of a gap in the clarification of the case, when I reflected that the hysterical pains in the legs had not yet arisen at the time when the subject assisted his father. In relation to that period, her memory did not attest to more than a single attack of pain, which only lasted a few days, and of which no one, not even the patient herself, paid much attention. My investigative work then fell on this first appearance of the pains and managed to intensify the corresponding memory, the subject stating that in those days a distant relative came to visit them, whom she could not receive because he was in bed, a circumstance that was repeated when 2 years then the same individual paid them a new visit. But the search for a psychic reason for such first pains completely failed every time we undertook it. In this way I thought I could admit that these first pains had. It really appeared without any psychic cause, constituting only a slight rheumatic affection, and I was able to verify that this organic suffering, model of the subsequent hysterical imitation, had to be located at a time before the day on which her lover accompanied her home. Due to the nature of the case, it was not impossible that said pains, given their organic nature, had persisted with very mild intensity and without the subject paying attention to them for some time. The obscurity resulting from the analysis indicating to us the existence of the conversion of a magnitude of psychic excitation into psychic pain at a time when such pain was surely not noticed or remembered, poses a problem that we hope to resolve through further reflection and various other examples. 50. With the discovery of the reason for the first conversion began a second, more fruitful period of treatment. First of all, the patient surprised me, shortly after, with the news that she already knew why the pains always started from a certain area of the right thigh and made themselves felt there with maximum intensity. This was the area on which the father rested, every morning, his swollen legs, while she renewed the bandages. Although such a scene had been repeated more than 100 times, until then the patient had not fallen into the indicated relationship. In this way, the subject finally provided me with the much desired clarification of the genesis of a typical hysterogenic zone. But, in addition, the painful sensations of the patient began to intervene in our analyses. By this I refer to the following singular fact: the patient generally did not feel any pain when we began the analytic work, but at the moment when, by means of a question or exerting pressure on her forehead, I aroused a memory in her, a painful sensation, almost always so intense, that the subject contracted and took her hands to the corresponding place. This pain, thus aroused, lasted as long as the patient was dominated by the reference memory, reached its maximum intensity when she was preparing to express the essential and decisive part of her confession, and disappeared with the last words of the same. Little by little I learned to use the pain provoked in this way as a compass. When the patient was silent, but said she was still in pain, I could be sure that she had not told me everything, and I urged her to continue her confession until the pain disappeared. Only then would a new memory awaken. The improvement, both psychic and somatic, marked by the patient during this period of reactive referral was so considerable that, as I had to tell her, and not entirely jokingly, each of our sessions made a number of reasons for complaint disappear. Pain, and when we had gone through them all, she would be totally healed. In fact, he soon managed to spend most of the time free of pain and allowed himself to decide to walk a lot and put an end to the isolation in which he had lived until then. In the subsequent course of analysis I had to be guided as soon by the spontaneous alternatives of his state as of my own judgment, when I supposed that a fragment of his history was still insufficiently exhausted. It is not possible for me to deny, but I cannot prove either, that the subject's pains, located mainly in the thighs, were of a neurasthenic nature. This work gave me some interesting observations, the teachings of which were later confirmed by other cases. First, I checked that all the alternatives of the subject's state were shown to be associatively triggered by an event on the same day. Once he had heard of an illness that had reminded him of his father's, another, she had received a visit from her late sister's son, and the boy's resemblance to his mother had awakened in her the pain of her loss, another, finally, had received a letter from her married sister that revealed the influence of her brother-in-law, who had so little consideration for the rest of the family, and aroused a new pain, which made it necessary to communicate a family scene not yet known. Reported in the analysis. Since she never communicated the same reason for pain twice, our hope of exhausting them did not seem unjustified, and to this end I did not place any obstacle to the subject performing appropriate acts to awaken new memories not yet surfaced. Thus, I allowed her to visit her sister's grave and attend a meeting that her former lover was also going to. In the course of this period the genesis of a hysteria that could be described as monosymptomatic began to be revealed to me. I found, in fact, that during hypnosis pain in the right leg occurred when it was a matter of memories of the care given to the father in his illness, of his relations with the young man, or of any other circumstance belonging to the first period of the period. Pathogenic, and on the left, as soon as a memory arose referring to the dead sister, the brothers-in-law, or, in general, an impression corresponding to the second half of the history of their sufferings. Surprised by this constant particularity of the location of the pain, I made it the object of a careful investigation, and I was able to observe that each new psychic reason for painful sensations had gone to connect with a different place in the painful area of the leg. The originally painful place on the right thigh referred to the assistance given to the father, and from there the area attacked by pain had grown, due to opposition and as a result of new traumas. Thus, strictly speaking, one could not speak of a single somatic symptom linked to multiple memory complexes of a psychic order, but of a multiplicity of analogous symptoms, which, superficially considered, seemed to merge into one. What I did not manage to do was delimit the painful zone corresponding to each one of the psychic reasons, since the patient's attention seemed separated from such relationships. Instead, I devoted special interest to the way in which the entire symptom complex of the aphasia could have been built on these painful areas, and to clarify this point I questioned the patient, separately, about the pain she felt when walking, sitting, or lying down, questions to which she answered partly spontaneously and partly under the pressure of my hands on her head. This investigation gave us a double result. In the first place, the patient grouped into different groups all the scenes linked with painful impressions, according to what she had found during them, standing, sitting or lying down. Thus, when her father was brought home, under the effects of his first heart attack, Isabel was standing next to a door, where it remained, as if nailed to the ground, realizing the misfortune. To this first fright while standing he later linked other memories, which extended to the moment when he found himself standing at the bedside of his dead sister. All this chain of reminiscences tended to justify the link between the pains and the indicated position, and could also constitute proof of the association between both elements, but it should not be forgotten that in all these circumstances there must have been another factor that had directed the attention of the subject, and consequently, the conversion precisely to the fact of being standing, or sitting or lying down. This particular orientation of attention can only be explained by the fact that walking or standing, sitting or lying down are acts and situations linked to functions and states of those parts of the body to which they correspond, in this case, the painful areas, that is, the legs. Thus, the relationship between astasia-aphasia and the first case of conversion was easily understandable in this pathological history. Among the scenes that made wandering painful, the one of a long walk that the subject had taken with several other people during her stay in the small summer station already mentioned stands out, a scene whose details she remembered with great hesitation and leaving much of it unclear. Her state of mind was particularly sentimental that day, and when they invited her for a walk, she very gladly joined those who invited her, people all of whom she liked and liked. It was a gorgeous day, but not too hot. The mother remained at home, the older sister had already left for her habitual residence, and the younger felt somewhat ill, but her husband, who at first refused to go out, so as not to leave her alone, ended up accompanying Isabel. This scene seemed to be closely related to the first appearance of the pains, since the subject remembered that she returned very tired and in severe pain. What he could not specify was whether he felt any pain before starting the walk, although, as I warned him, it was most probable that, if so, he would not have decided to take such a long walk. To my question about what could be, in his opinion, the cause that had caused the pain on that occasion, I got the answer, not entirely transparent, that the contrast between his isolation and the conjugal happiness of his second sister, constantly evidenced before his eyes by his brother-in-law's conduct, it had been extraordinarily painful. Another scene very close to the previous one played an important role in the connection of pain with the sitting position. It was a few days after the first. The sister and brother-in-law had already left the spot. Isabel, excited and full of vague desires, got up very early in the morning. He climbed, as he had done on other occasions in the company of the absent, to a hill from which a splendid panorama could be seen, and he sat down on a stone bench arranged on the top, abstracting himself in his thoughts. They referred again to her isolation and the fate of her family, and on this occasion she confessed, for the first time, her ardent desire to become as happy as her sister was. From this morning meditation he returned with severe pain, and in the afternoon of that day it was when he took the bath after which the pains appeared definitively and permanently. The pains that the subject suffered when walking or sitting were relieved, at first, when she lay down only when the sister had to leave Gastine in the afternoon upon receiving the news that she had fallen ill and spent the night lying on the seats of the carriage, simultaneously tormented by the darkest fears and by intense physical pains, was the link between the two established. Pain when lying down, to the point that for some time she felt more pain lying down than sitting or walking. In this way, firstly, by opposition, the painful area had grown, each new trauma of pathogenic efficacy occupying a new region of the legs, and secondly, each of the impressive scenes had left behind itself a trace, establishing a permanent and increasing load of the various functions of the legs, that is, a connection of these functions with painful sensations. Furthermore, apart from this, it was undeniable that a third mechanism had intervened in the development of astasia-obesia. Observing that the patient closed the account of a whole series of events with the regret of having painfully felt during it how alone she was, stehen means both to be and to stand in German, and that she did not get tired to repeat, when communicating another series, referring to her unsuccessful attempts to reconstruct the old family happiness, that the most painful thing for her had been the feeling of her helplessness and the feeling that he could not advance a single step in his intentions. We could not help granting his reflections an intervention in the development of the abesia and suppose that he had directly sought a symbolic expression of his painful thoughts, finding it in the intensification of his sufferings. In our preliminary communication we have already affirmed that such symbolism can give rise to somatic symptoms of hysteria, and in the epicrasis of this case we will present some examples that demonstrate this, without leaving any room for doubt. In the case of Isabelle de R., the psychic mechanism of symbolism did not appear first, but although it could not be said that it had created the abesia, we did have to affirm that said pre-existing disturbance had undergone a very important intensification in this way. In this way, in the state in which I found it, said abesia not only constituted a psychic associative paralysis of the functions, but also a symbolic functional paralysis. Before continuing the story of my patient, I would like to say a few more words about his behavior during this second period of treatment. Throughout this analysis I used the procedure of evoking images and occurrences in the patient, imposing my hands on her forehead, that is, a method impossible to use without the complete collaboration and voluntary attention of the subject. The patient behaved marvelously in this regard during some periods, in which the speed with which the scenes corresponding to a given theme appeared, chronologically ordered, was surprising. It seemed as if he were reading in a picture book whose pages were turning before his eyes. Other times there seemed to be obstacles whose nature I did not even suspect at the time. By exerting pressure on his forehead, he affirmed in these cases that nothing would occur to him, without the repetition of the maneuver producing better results. The first times I encountered this difficulty, I let myself be carried away by it. Interrupt my work, thinking that the day was unfavorable. But certain observations made me change my conduct. Firstly, I verified that such failures of the method had no effect except when I had found Isabel happy and free of pain, never when she was having a bad day, and secondly, that many times, when she declared that she did not see or remember anything, she did so. After a long pause, during which her meditative expression revealed to me that a psychic process was taking place inside her. So, then, I decided to admit that the method never failed, and that Isabel always evoked, under the pressure of my hands, a memory or an image, but that on not every occasion she was willing to communicate it to me, trying, for the contrary, to repress what is evoked again. This negative behavior could be attributed to two reasons, that is, because the subject exerted undue criticism on the occurrence, finding it devoid of any significance or importance or without any relation to the corresponding question, or because it was something that was unpleasant for her to communicate. In this way, I proceeded as if I were completely convinced of the safety of my technique, and when the patient affirmed that nothing would occur to her, I assured her that this was not possible. The occurrence could not have been missing. Now then, either she had not concentrated her attention sufficiently, and then we would have to repeat the experiment, or she had judged that the occurrence had no relation to the subject matter. In the latter case, she had to take into account that she was obliged to maintain absolute objectivity and communicate to me everything that arose in her imagination, whether or not it was related, in her opinion, to the subject raised. Also, I knew perfectly well that something had occurred to her, but that she was hiding it from me, having to keep in mind that as long as she was hiding something, she would never be free of her pain. By this means I managed to ensure that the method never really failed, thus seeing my hypothesis confirmed and extracting from this analysis absolute confidence in my technique. Many times it happened that the patient, not having communicated any idea to me until after laying my hands on his forehead for the third time, added, "I could have told him the same thing the first time. And why didn't you tell me?" "Because I thought it had nothing to do with what I was asking, because I figured I could shut it up, but then it came back to me the other two times." During this painful labor, I began to attribute a deeper significance to the resistance that the patient showed in reproducing her memories, and to note carefully all the occasions on which said resistance appeared. At this point the third period of our treatment began. The patient felt better, more psychologically relieved and more capable of functioning, but the pain reappeared from time to time with all its former intensity. This imperfect therapeutic result corresponded to the imperfection of the analysis. We had not yet been able to find out, in effect, at what moment and in what form the pains were born. During the reproduction of various scenes in the second period of treatment, and in view of the resistance put up on certain occasions by the patient, a certain suspicion had arisen in me, but perhaps I would not have dared to guide the further course of the process in its direction. Analysis if a purely chance circumstance had not decided me to do so. While one day in the middle of a treatment session with the patient, footsteps were heard in the next room and a voice with a pleasant timbre seemed to ask something. Isabel got up immediately, begging me to put an end to our work, because she heard her brother-in-law coming to look for her. At the same time, I noticed in her expression that her pains, which had been dormant until that moment, suddenly returned to torment her. This scene increased my suspicions and prompted me not to delay any longer the explanation that I supposed to be decisive. For this purpose I questioned Isabel about the circumstances and the causes of the first appearance of her pains. In response, his thoughts turned to his stay at the spa, from which he later left for Gastein, and some scenes that we had already discussed before reappeared, although not in such detail. Thus, she again described to me her state of mind at that time, her exhaustion after the delicate surgery performed on her mother, and her doubts about the possibility of becoming happy and doing something useful in life by remaining single and without any support. Until now she had believed herself strong enough to be able to do without the help of a man, but suddenly she felt dominated by the awareness of her feminine weakness and by a longing for affection into which, according to her own words, her rigidity began to melt. Nature. In such a state of mind, the happy marriage of her second sister made a deep impression on Isabel when she saw how tenderly her husband cared for his wife, how a quick glance was enough for them to understand each other, and how great was their reciprocal trust. It was, of course, sensitive that the second pregnancy should have followed so closely after the first, and the sister knew that this was the reason for her illness, but she accepted it gladly as coming from her husband. When Isabel invited her brother-in-law to accompany her on the walk with which her pains would have been so intimately related, he did not want to agree to it at first, preferring to remain accompanying his wife, but this one made him change his purpose to please his sister. Isabel therefore walked the whole afternoon with her brother-in-law, and she felt so in agreement with him on the various subjects of their dialogue, that she felt with greater intensity than ever the desire to find for herself a man who resembled her. It was days later when she climbed the hill that had been the favorite walk of the happy couple, and seated on a stone bench, she lost herself in the dream of having found conjugal happiness similar to that of her sister and being loved by such a pleasant man. To his heart as his brother-in-law. When he got up, he felt pain in his legs, which disappeared after a while, but that same afternoon, after the bath, they appeared again, and now definitely. Having tried to inquire what thoughts occupied his imagination while he was bathing, I could only obtain that the proximity of the bathhouse to the apartment occupied by his sisters during their stay at the spa had led him to remember them. The problem was clearly being resolved before my eyes. The patient, immersed in pleasant and at the same time painful memories, continued to reproduce her reminiscences, without seeming to realize the conclusion that they were imposing. Subsequently, the days spent in Gastein resurfaced, the concerns aroused by his sister's letters, the news that her illness was inspiring. Serious fears, the anguished wait until the train left, the trip, the fearful uncertainty and the sleepless night, all moments accompanied by an increase in pain. Asked if during the trip she had imagined the sad possibility that she later found confirmed, she replied that she had tried to avoid such an idea, but that her mother feared the worst from the beginning. Then she recalled her arrival in Vienna, the impression made on them by the attitude of the relatives who came to receive them, the short trip from Vienna to the small town where the couple were staying at the time, their late afternoon arrival, the quick and anguished departure through the garden to the door of the house and the gloomy darkness that reigned in it. Arriving, finally, at the sister's room and before her bed, they verified the sad reality, and at this moment, which imposed on Isabel the terrible certainty that her sister had died without having the consolation of her company or receiving her last care, at this very moment a thought of a different nature flashed through his mind like a bolt through the tempestuous darkness: now he is free and can make me his wife. Everything was thus clarified and the painful task of the analyst richly rewarded. Before my eyes, the ideas of the defense now took shape with great precision against an intolerable representation of the genesis of hysterical symptoms by conversion of psychic excitement into somatic phenomena and of the formation of a separate psychic group by that same volition which imposes the defense. Such was exactly what had happened in this case. The girl had given her brother-in-law the mercy of a tender inclination, against whose access to conscience her entire moral being rebelled. In order to avoid the painful certainty of loving her sister's husband, she created physical suffering instead, her pains arising as a result of a conversion of the psychic into somatic, at those moments in which said certainty threatened to impose itself on her, on the walk with his brother-in-law, in the reverie on the hill, in the bath and before his sister's deathbed. When he came to my office, he had already completely separated the group of representations corresponding to said love from his conscious psyche, otherwise he would not have accepted to submit to analytic treatment. The resistance that he repeatedly put up against the reproduction of scenes of dramatic efficacy really corresponded to the energy with which the intolerable representation had been expelled from association. Furthermore, for the therapist a difficult period began here. The effect of the new reception of the repressed representation was terrible for the poor young woman. When I summed up the situation by dryly saying, "It turns out, then, that you had been in love with your brother-in-law for a long time," she protested indignantly, feeling violent pain at the same moment and making a last desperate effort to reject such an explanation of her case. This couldn't be true. If at any time she had harbored such perverse feelings, she would never forgive herself. It was not difficult to show him that his own words did not allow for any different interpretation, but it was still many days before my consoling assertions that no one is responsible for his feelings and that his conduct and the disease contracted under the weight of such circumstances constituted a high testimony of his morality. At this point in the treatment, he had to seek the definitive relief of the patient by various means. Above all, he had to provide her with opportunities to reactively drive the arousal she had accumulated for so long. With this purpose, we investigate the first impressions of her dealings with her sister's husband, that is, the beginnings of the amorous inclination relegated to the unconscious, discovering a considerable collection of those previous signs and premonitions that acquire so much significance when reviewed when the passion that they announced is already in full swing. On his first visit to the house, the future brother-in-law believed that Isabel was the fiancée they had destined for him, and he greeted her before his sister, older than her, but less attractive. One afternoon they were having such a lively conversation, and seemed to understand each other so wonderfully, that the sister interrupted them with the following candid remark: "Actually, you two wouldn't have misunderstood either." Another time, when both sisters were in a meeting in which courtship was unknown, the conversation turned to Isabel's future brother-in-law, and one of the ladies present stated that she had noticed a certain defect in the figure of the young man, revealing that as a child he had suffered from a bone disease. The bride listened to the lady without any protest, and instead Isabel went out to defend, with a zeal that later seemed inexplicable to her, the slenderness of her sister's fiancé. These and similar reminiscences showed Isabel that her tender inclination had been dormant in her for a long time, perhaps since her first conversations with the young man, having hidden all that time under the mask of a purely family feeling. This reactive referral did the patient a great deal of good. But it was still possible to favor her more, taking care of her present circumstances. For this purpose, I had an interview with his mother, an understanding woman with fine sensitivity, although somewhat depressed by her family misfortunes. From her I learned that the accusation of indelicacy in financial matters, of which her other son-in-law had made the widower the object, and which had been so painful for Isabel, was completely unfounded, and at my request she agreed to give her daughter the explanations she needed. On this point, they were to be pleasant and useful to her, providing her in the future with occasions in which to vent what was weighing on her mind, just as I had accustomed her to do. I then went on to find out what possibilities of realization could be offered to Isabel's already conscious desire. But here we stumble upon less favorable circumstances. The mother said that she had suspected Isabel's inclination towards her brother-in-law for a long time, although she did not imagine that said inclination had already arisen during the life of her other daughter. Anyone who saw them together, something that only rarely happened now, had to observe in Isabel the desire to please the widower. But neither the mother nor the other family advisers were much inclined to arrange such a marriage. The widower's health, never very robust, had been even more shattered by his misfortunes, and it was not certain that he had already recovered so psychically from it as to accept without repugnance the idea of a new marriage. Perhaps this was the very reason that kept him withdrawn from them. Given this behavior on both sides, the solution desired by Isabel had to fail. The following day I told my patient everything that her mother had told me, and I had the satisfaction of seeing that the clarification of her brother-in-law's behavior in the matter already detailed did her a lot of good, also supposing her with sufficient energy to carry without problems the uncertainty of his future. Summer, already very early, forced us to end the treatment. Isabel felt better again and had not complained of pain since we had raised the causes that had caused it as the subject of analysis. We both had the feeling that we had reached the end of our work, with no reservations on my part other than that it still did not seem very complete. Reactive shunt of withheld tenderness. In any case, I considered Isabel cured, and I indicated to her, without any protest on her part, that, once the solution of her case began, she would gradually make her way and establish herself. Shortly after, she left Vienna with her mother for a summer resort, where her older sister was already waiting for them. Little remains to be said about the course of Isabelle de R's illness. A few weeks after our farewell I received a desperate letter from her mother. At the first attempt to deal with her daughter about her intimate affairs, Isabelle had rebelled violently, again experiencing intense pain in her legs, burning with indignation against me for having published her secret, and refusing any explanation. So the cure had completely failed. What were they to do? The patient didn't even want to hear my name. None of this surprised me, since it was to be expected that when my influence ceased to weigh on her, the subject would try to reject her mother's intervention and return to her impenetrability. Therefore, I left the letter unanswered, with a certain certainty that everything would be fixed, my analytical work giving the desired fruit. 2 months later, back in Vienna, the same colleague who referred the patient to my office brought me the news that she is doing very well. She behaved completely normal and only very occasionally did she still feel some pain. Since then Isabelle has repeatedly sent me similar news of her, always adding to them the promise to come one day to visit me and never fulfilling her promise, a circumstance this last characteristic of the personal reaction that after a treatment of this nature remains among the doctor and the sick. My colleague, who continued to see her as a family doctor, assured me that her cure was complete and well established. The brother-in-law's relations with the family did not undergo any modification. In the spring of 1894 I learned that Isabelle was going to attend a meeting at the home of people I was friends with, and I did not want to miss the opportunity to see my former patient devoted to the pleasures of dancing. Subsequently she has married, by free inclination, with a foreigner. Epicrasis. I have not always been exclusively a psychotherapist. On the contrary, at first, like other neurologists, I practiced local diagnosis and electrical reactions, and it makes a singular impression on me to see that my case histories lack, so to speak, the strict scientific seal, and rather present a literary aspect. But I console myself with the thought that this result depends entirely on the nature of the object and not on my personal preferences. Local diagnosis and electrical reactions are ineffective in hysteria, while a detailed exposition of psychic processes, as we are accustomed to finding them in literature, allows me to arrive, by means of a few psychological formulas, to some knowledge of the origin of a hysteria. Such clinical histories must be judged like those of psychiatry, but they have the advantage over these of discovering for us the intimate relationship given between the patient's history and the symptoms in which it manifests itself, a relationship that we look for in vain in the biographies of other patients. Psychosis. I have tried to weave into the history of the healing of Isabelle de R all the clarifications that I could give about her case, but perhaps it is not entirely superfluous to repeat here, linking them, the most essential ones. In the description of the subject's character we have already highlighted certain traits, which return in many hysterics, without in any way being able to attribute them to a degeneration. Thus, her broad intellectual gifts, her ambition, her fine moral sensitivity, her extraordinary need for affection, which at first finds satisfaction in the bosom of the family, and her independence, more intense than corresponded to her feminine nature and manifested in his tenacity, his combativeness, and his reluctance to communicate his intimate affairs to anyone. According to what my colleague told me, there was no need to think of any hereditary defect, since both the paternal and maternal families had no pathological history. Only the mother had suffered for many years from a neurotic depression, the investigation of which was not carried out, but both the father and the other sisters and the other individuals in the family were balanced people, not nervous at all. Nor had there been any cases of neuropsychosis among the closest relatives. Painful mental upheavals then acted on this nature, and first of all the debilitating influence of prolonged assistance to the sick father. The proven fact that caring for a sick person plays a very important role in the prehistory of hysterical affections is not at all unusual. Many of the factors that can act in this direction are immediately obvious. Thus, the disturbance of the physical balance due to the interruption of rest, the negligence of the usual personal care, and the effects of a constant concern on the vegetative functions. But the essential factor is, in my opinion, quite another. The person whose thought is absorbed for whole months by the 1,001 cares that care for a sick person imposes, becomes accustomed, firstly, to repressing all manifestations of his own emotion, and secondly, he turns his attention away from all his personal impressions, then lack of time and energy to attend to them. In this way, the nurse stores a multitude of effective impressions barely clearly perceived and, of course, not weakened by reactive shunting, thus creating the material of a retention hysteria. If the patient heals, all this material is devalued, but if he dies, a period of sadness and mourning ensues, during which only what is related to the disappeared has value for the survivor. Then comes the hour of the retained impressions, which await a derivation, and after an interval of exhaustion, hysteria arises, the seed of which was sown during the period of care for the patient. This same fact of the ulterior derivation of the traumas accumulated during the stay at the bedside of the patient is also presented to us in those cases that do not give us a complete pathological impression, but in which the mechanism of hysteria is nevertheless revealed. Thus, I know a very intelligent lady affected by slight nervous disorders, whose personality presents all the characteristics of hysteria, although she has never had to resort to doctors or interrupt their areas. This woman has already assisted 3 or 4 loved ones in her last illness, reaching complete exhaustion with each of them, but without becoming ill afterwards. Now, shortly after the patient's death, the work of reproduction begins in her, which unfolds again before her eyes all the scenes of illness and death. Every day he experiences one of these impressions anew, mourns it and consoles himself, we could say, in his idleness. This derivation is carried out in parallel to their daily work, without both activities being confused or disturbing each other. In this way he is living again and deriving all his retained impressions in chronological order. What I don't know is whether the memory work of one day coincides exactly with a full day in the past. I suppose that this will depend on the moments of leisure that your tasks as a housewife leave you. In addition to these late tears, which are linked after a short interval to the death of the person she loved, this lady keeps all the anniversaries of her various family misfortunes, anniversaries in which her vivid visual reproduction and her effective manifestations coincide exactly with the date of the misfortune. Thus, one day when I found her crying bitterly, I asked her what was wrong with her and got the following answer: nothing to me. But on a day like today it was when the doctor made us understand that there was no longer any hope. I didn't have time to cry then. She was referring to the last illness of her husband, who had died 3 years ago. It would have been interesting to find out if on these anniversaries he always repeated the same scenes or if, as I suspect in the interest of my theory, different details were offered to him each time to be derived by reaction. But it was not possible to obtain any certain data on this point, since the subject, as prudent as she was strong, was ashamed of the violence with which memories acted on her 51. But as we indicated before, this is not a case. To my greatest surprise, I was able to verify on one occasion that this reactive derivation a posteriori can also lead after impressions other than those that arise in caring for a patient to the content of an enigmatic neurosis. It was a beautiful girl of disease. The subsequent derivation by reaction that develops in him does not, however, constitute a hysterical process. Here we are faced with the problem of why, after a painful period of caring for a sick person, hysteria arises in some individuals and not in others. Certainly this difference cannot depend on personal disposition, since in this patient such disposition was very broad. But let us return to Isabelle de R. Her first hysterical symptom, consisting of intense pain in a certain area of her right thigh, arose during her father's illness. The analysis clearly revealed to us the mechanism of the symptom. It was a moment in which the circle of representations corresponding to his filial duties came into conflict with the content of his erotic desires. The subject decided on the former, harshly reproaching herself for having abandoned them for a few hours, and, by doing so, created hysterical pain. According to the hysterical conversion theory, we would describe the process by saying that the subject expelled the erotic representation from her consciousness and transformed her magnitude of affect into painful somatic sensations. What we do not know for certain is whether this first conflict arose in the patient's mind only once or, as we believe more likely, on repeated occasions. Years later he again found himself before a similar conflict, although of greater moral importance and more clearly revealed by analysis a conflict that produced the intensification of the same pains and their extension beyond the primitive zone. 19-year-old Matilda H., first ill with incomplete paralysis of the legs and subjected to the analytical method for presenting a change in character, appearing depressed until she had lost all desire to live, violent and aggressive towards her mother and irritable in extreme. The symptomatic picture of this patient excluded any possibility of diagnosing a common melancholy. Finding her very accessible to somnambulism, I took advantage of this circumstance to impose commands and suggestions on her that I heard while submerged in a deep hypnotic sleep and accompanied with abundant tears, but which did not improve her condition at all. One day she began to speak with great vivacity in hypnosis and told me that the cause of her depression was the breakup of her projected marriage, a breakup that had occurred several months before. Little by little, her dealings with her fiancé had revealed to her circumstances that both her mother and she considered highly unfavorable, but that, on the other hand, the material advantages of the projected marriage were so great that it was difficult for them to make up their minds to give it up. They hesitated in this way for a long time, and the young woman fell into a complete state of indecision and apathy, until the mother took it upon herself to pronounce the final no. Shortly after, the subject suffered as if she were waking up from a dream and began to turn the maternal decision over in her thoughts, continually thinking about the pros and cons, without having yet reached a solution. She lived, then, even at that time, with doubts, and her state of mind and thoughts were what they should have been in her. His irritability against his mother was also based on the circumstances of that time, and along with this mental activity his present life seemed fictitious and dreamlike. After this session, I was unable to get the patient to talk about such extremes again, and every time I tried to do so during hypnosis, she would burst into tears, without answering a word, until one day, approximately a year after the beginning of their relationship, she disappeared. Depression completely, a circumstance that was attributed to me as a great success of hypnotic therapy. It was again a circle of representations of an erotic nature, which had come into conflict with all his moral representations, since the loving inclination fell on his brother-in-law, and both during his sister's lifetime and after her death, he could not be pleased with the thought of wanting precisely the love of that man. The analysis gives us extensive news about this conflict, which constitutes the core of the case. The subject's inclination towards her brother-in-law, latent since their first interviews, later developed favored by the physical exhaustion resulting from the assistance that Isabelle had to provide her mother in her sight illness and by the moral exhaustion resulting from her repeated calls. Disappointments. Around this time, Isabelle's inner hardness also began to melt, leading her to confess that she needed a man's love. During her stay at the spa, where the family spent part of the summer together and the subject was in constant contact with her brother-in-law, her loving wishes, and simultaneously her pains, reached their maximum development. With reference to this same period, the analysis of a particular psychic state of the patient testifies, which, added to the amorous inclination and the pains, seems to us to facilitate an explanation of the process according to the principles of the theory of conversion. In fact, I have to affirm that, despite the intensity of her loving inclination towards her brother-in-law, Isabel was not clearly aware of her at this time, except on very rare occasions, and then for very brief moments. Otherwise, he would have realized the contradiction between this feeling and his moral ideas and would have experienced spiritual torments similar to those he experienced after our analysis. Since his memory did not include any trace of such psychic suffering, we must deduce that he did not come to clearly realize his inclination either. Both at this time and still during the analysis, the love of his brother-in-law was insisted in his consciousness in the manner of a foreign body, without having entered into any relationship with the rest of his mental life. Thus, the state of the subject with respect to said love was that of knowing it and ignoring it at the same time, a characteristic state whenever it is a question of a separate psychic group. We refer exclusively to him when we say that Isabel had no clear awareness of his loving feelings, that is, we do not want to indicate in such terms an inferior quality to a minor degree of consciousness, but rather an exclusion of the free associative mental commerce with the remaining stock of representations. But how could it happen that such an intensely accentuated group of representations could be maintained in such isolation, when in general the role that a representation plays in the association grows parallel to its effective magnitude? We will be able to answer this question taking into account two facts perfectly verified in the analysis. 1 degree. That the hysterical pains arose simultaneously with the constitution of the separate psychic group. 2 degree dash. That the patient offered extraordinary resistance to the attempt to establish the association between the separated psychic group and the remaining content of consciousness and experienced intense psychic pain when such association was carried out. Our conception of hysteria links these two moments to the fact of the dissociation of consciousness, affirming that the first integrates its reason, and the second, its mechanism. The reason was the defense of the self against said group of representations, incompatible with it, and the mechanism of conversion, by which, instead of the psychic suffering that the subject had spared, physical pains appeared, thus initiating a transformation whose the positive result was that the patient avoided an unbearable mental state, although at the cost of a mental anomaly, the dissociation of consciousness, and a physical condition, the pain that constituted the starting point of an astasia obasia. It is certainly not possible for me to indicate how the subject establishes such a concession in himself. Of course, it is not about a voluntary act intentionally carried out, but rather a process that develops in the individual based on the impulse of the defense motive when his organization is susceptible to it or experiences a modification in that sense at such moments. We may now be asked what becomes physical pain here, to which we will prudently answer, something that could have and should have become psychic pain. And if we want to risk more and attempt a kind of algebraic exposition of the mechanics of representations, we will ascribe to the complex of representations of the inclination relegated to the unconscious a certain amount of affect, and we will consider this magnitude as the object of conversion. A direct consequence of this conception would be that unconscious love would have lost much of its intensity with this conversion, being reduced to a very weak representation, a weakening that would have made its existence possible as a separate psychic group. In any case, this is not the most appropriate case to clarify such a thorny and complicated matter, since it most likely corresponds to an incomplete conversion. There are, in fact, other cases in which it is easier to show that there are total conversions and that in them the intolerable representation has been expelled or repressed, as only a slight representation can be, assuring the patients, after establishing the associative link, which since the appearance of the hysterical symptom has not turned its thought to deal with the intolerable representation. I have stated before that Isabel de R. was aware on some occasions, although only very fleetingly, of her love for her brother-in-law. One such moment was, for example, when, before his sister's deathbed, the idea crossed his mind that his brother-in-law could already make her his wife. These moments are of considerable importance for the conception of the subject's entire neurosis. I believe, in effect, that in order to diagnose a case of defense hysteria, AUDIOBOOKS, it is necessary that there has been at least one. Consciousness does not know in advance when an intolerable representation will arise, and this representation, which is then repressed with all its ramifications and thus forms a separate psychic group, must have existed before in conscious thought, otherwise the consciousness would not have arisen. Conflict that brought about his exclusion. Thus, it is precisely such moments that we must consider as traumatic. Conversion takes effect in them, resulting in the dissociation of consciousness and the hysterical symptom. In the case of Isabelle de R, there were several moments of this nature: the walk, the morning meditation, the bath, the arrival before the deathbed of the sister, and even during the same treatment others must have arisen. The multiplicity of such traumatic moments depends on the repetition of events similar to the one that first introduced the intolerable representation, events that bring a new excitement to the separated psychic group and thus temporarily nullify the result of the conversion. The ego is forced to deal with this suddenly arisen representation and to restore the previous state by means of a new conversion. Isabelle, in constant contact with her brother-in-law, was especially exposed to new traumas. A case whose traumatic history had already been closed in the past would have been more suitable for this exhibition. We now turn to deal with an extreme that we have already pointed out before as one of the difficulties opposed to the understanding of this pathological state. Based on the analysis, I assumed that a first conversion had taken place when the subject was dedicated to assisting her father, her filial duties came into conflict with her erotic duties, and I admitted that this process had constituted the model of that other one that developed in the small alpine spa and caused the explosion of the disease. But from the patient's accounts it turned out that it was during her father's illness and in the period immediately after, that is, during that period of time that we call the first period. She had not suffered from leg pain or experienced any difficulty with ambulation. Only shortly before her father's death she had been forced to stay in bed for a few days because of severe pain in her feet, but it is highly doubtful that this attack already corresponded to hysteria. The analysis did not reveal to us any causal relationship between these first pains and any psychic impression. Most likely, it was simple muscle pain of a rheumatic nature. But, even wanting to admit that this first attack of pain was the result of a hysterical conversion consequent to the rejection of her erotic thoughts of that time, the fact would always remain that the pains disappeared after a few days, so that the patient would have conducted in reality very differently than it seemed to show in the analysis. During the reproduction of the reminiscences corresponding to the first period, he accompanied his stories about his father's illness, the impressions of his relationship with his first brother-in-law, etc., with manifestations of pain, while the time in which he lived through such events did not suffer no pains. Doesn't this circumstance constitute a very appropriate contradiction to diminish our confidence in the explanatory value of such an analysis? For my part, I believe it is possible to dispel this contradiction by accepting that the pains the product of conversion did not arise when the patient lived through the impressions of the first period, but later, that is, in the second period, when the subject reproduced said impressions in her thoughts. The conversion would not have had an effect, therefore, on the occasion of the impressions themselves, but of their memory. I even go so far as to believe that such a process is not at all rare in hysteria and regularly participates in the genesis of hysterical symptoms. In support of these affirmations, I will expose some results of my analytic experience. On one occasion it happened to me that during the analytic treatment of a hysterical patient she presented a new symptom, a circumstance that offered me the opportunity to undertake the suppression of a symptom from the day after its appearance. I will include here the history of this patient in its essential features, a fairly simple story, but no less interesting for that. Miss Rosalia H., 23 years old, who had been studying singing for some time in order to dedicate herself to this art, complained that her voice, very beautiful, by the way, he did not obey him in certain tones, feeling then a kind of oppression in the throat. For this reason, his teacher had not yet allowed him to go on stage. Since only the middle tones showed such an imperfection, it could not be attributed to a defect of the vocal organ. Sometimes everything went well and the teacher was satisfied and hopeful, but immediately, at the slightest excitement of the subject, and even without any apparent cause, oppression arose, preventing the free emission of the voice. It was not difficult to recognize in this disturbing sensation a hysterical convulsion. What I could not verify is if a contracture of the vocal cords really occurred. 52. In the hypnotic analysis, she revealed to me the following personal circumstances, and with them, the causes of her suffering. Orphaned at a very young age, she was taken in by an aunt of hers, laden with children, and thus became part of a home that was nothing happy. Her aunt's husband, a man with a clearly pathological personality, treated his wife and children rudely, and persecuted all the maids who entered the house for sexual purposes, an intemperance that became more and more repugnant as time passed. Children were older. When the aunt died, Rosalia established herself as the protector of the unfortunate children. She took up their defense against their father with all her determination and courageously faced all the conflicts that this attitude of hers gave rise to, having to continually repress her impulses to manifest with great effort to his uncle all the hatred and contempt that he inspired. Around this time he began to feel tightness in his throat. Every time she was forced to repress herself in order not to give her uncle a well-deserved answer or to remain calm in the face of an unworthy accusation, she experienced a strong tickle in her throat, oppression and hoarseness, that is, all those sensations located in the glottis and larynx, which later disturbed her when singing. In this situation, it is not surprising that he looked for a chance to become independent, to get out of that house. An honest singing teacher selflessly took care of her, after assuring her that she had the conditions for this art, but the circumstance of having repeatedly gone to give in class, still feeling the tightness in her throat caused by a recent scene with her uncle, she established a link between singing and hysterical paresthesia, a link already initiated by the organic sensation of singing. The apparatus that the subject had to freely dispose of when singing appeared disturbed by remains of innervations, after the painful domestic scenes in which Rosalia had been forced to repress her excitement. Later he had left his uncle's home, moving to a foreign city, in order to stay away from his family, but this decision had brought him no relief. Apart from the aforementioned hysterical symptom, the beautiful and understanding girl did not present any other. I have observed another case in which a contracture of the masseters made it impossible for a singer to exercise her art. The subject had been driven to dedicate herself to the scene by painful family events. Once when she was rehearsing in Rome, being very excited, she suddenly experienced the sensation of not being able to shut her mouth when she had finished issuing a note, and she fell fainting to the ground. The doctor who was sent for violently closed her mouth, but from this moment the subject was unable to separate her jaws more than the width of a finger, and she had to renounce her recently chosen profession. When, several years later, she came to my office, the causes of that excitement had no doubt long since disappeared, for a brief massage under light hypnosis was enough to restore her jaws to their natural play. Subsequently, the subject has returned to dedicate herself to singing. During the treatment I strove to resolve this retention hysteria by reproducing all the exciting impressions and by subsequent reactional derivation. Thus, I let the patient express all her indignation against her uncle, recounting his enormities, insulting him, etc. This treatment did him much good, but, unfortunately, the circumstances in which he lived at that time were not very favorable either. Rosalia had no luck with her relatives. When she came to Vienna, she had stayed at the house of another uncle of hers, who welcomed her gladly, but thereby causing the displeasure of his wife, who, assuming her husband was excessively interested in Rosalia, took it upon herself to embitter her stay in Vienna, our capital. In her youth she had had to give up her artistic inclinations, and now she envied her niece, even though she knew that if she tried to dedicate herself to art it was not just out of vocation, but because of the need to become independent. In this way, Rosalia found herself so self-conscious at home that she did not dare to sing or play the piano when her aunt could hear her, and she carefully avoided showing off her abilities before her uncle, her mother's brother, and on the outskirts of old age, if not in the absence of the jealous wife. It turned out, therefore, that while I tried to annul the traces of old impressions, this violent situation of the subject with her hosts gave rise to others, which ended up disturbing my treatment and prematurely interrupting the cure. One day the patient came to my office presenting a new symptom that had arisen just 24 hours before. She complained of an unpleasant tingling sensation at the tips of her fingers, which had attacked her every 2 hours since the previous day, forcing her to make rapid movements with her hands. I had not witnessed any of these attacks, otherwise I would have guessed their cause just by seeing these movements, but I immediately undertook the hypnotic analysis aimed at discovering the foundations of the new symptom, or, in fact, of the little hysterical attack. Since his existence was still so short, he hoped to quickly get his clarification and solution. To my surprise, the patient reproduced, without any hesitation and in chronological order, a whole series of scenes, the first ones from her childhood, which had as a common element that of having suffered an injustice without protesting or defending herself, having been able to feel in them, therefore, the tingling in the fingers, as a physical translation of the defense impulse. For example, once at school he had to hold out his hand in front of the teacher to receive a smack. But, in general, these were trivial events that could be denied category in order to intervene in the etiology of a hysterical symptom. Not so, on the other hand, to a scene that he added later, from his early teenage years. Her perverse uncle, who suffered from rheumatism, had ordered her to rub her back, without her refusing, but suddenly he stirred on the bed, throwing off the quilt, and tried to draw her to him. Rosalia started to run and locked herself in her room. It was clear that he did not remember such an event with pleasure, and he did not want to say whether, when his uncle suddenly threw the quilt, he had shown him any nudity. The tingling that she now felt in her fingers could be explained by the impulse experienced and repressed on that occasion to punish her uncle for work, or simply by the fact that she had been rubbing him when he attacked her. Only after recounting the scene did he begin to talk to me about the one that had taken place the day before and after which the tingling in his fingers had appeared, as a mnemonic symbol. His other uncle, the one he lived with now, had asked him to sing something for him. Rosalia sat down at the piano, thinking her aunt was absent, but, suddenly, he felt it coming, and with a quick movement he closed the lid of the instrument and pushed the music book away from him. It is not difficult to guess what memory arose in her and what was the thought that she repressed at that moment, surely the indignant protest against the unjust suspicion that would have prompted her to leave that house, if the treatment did not oblige her to remain in Vienna where she had no other place to stay. During the reproduction of the scene in the analysis, he repeated the movement of his fingers, and I was able to observe that it was like that of someone who rejects from himself real or figuratively an object or an accusation. The subject affirmed with complete certainty that the symptom had never occurred to her before, not even on the occasion of the first reported scene. We had, then, to admit that the event of the previous day had awakened the memory of other similar ones, constituting then a mnemonic symbol, valid for all this group of memories. The conversion had fallen, then, both on the recent affection and on the remembered one. Reflecting carefully on this process, we are forced to recognize that it is not an exception, but the general rule in the genesis of hysterical symptoms. When investigating the determination of such states, I have almost always found a group of analogous dramatic motives and not a single isolated motive, cf. the history of MEDN, being able to verify, in some of these cases, that the corresponding symptom had arisen after the first trauma, gradually disappearing, until another later trauma made it emerge again, stabilizing it. There is, in reality, no essential difference between this temporary appearance and the latent preservation after the first reasons, and in a great majority of cases it turned out that the first traumas did not leave behind any symptoms, while a later trauma of the same genus had to provoke a symptom, for the genesis of which the collaboration of the previous reasons was essential, and whose solution required taking into account all the existing ones. Translating the language of the theory of conversion, this undeniable fact of the sum of the traumas and the initial latency of the symptoms, we will say that the conversion can fall on the recent affect as well as on the remembered one, and this hypothesis. It resolves the contradiction apparently given in the case of Isabelle de R between the pathological history and the analysis. It is a proven fact that healthy individuals endure to a large extent the persistence of their consciousness of undiverative affect-laden representations. The affirmation that I have previously defended is limited to approximating the behavior of hysterics to that of the healthy. Everything depends on a quantitative factor, that is, the level of affective tension that an organization can withstand. The hysteric can also maintain without deriving a certain amount of affection, but if this amount grows on occasions similar to those that caused it to arise, until it exceeds the amount that the individual is capable of supporting, the impulse for conversion is given. It is therefore not a risky hypothesis, but almost a postulate that the formation of hysterical symptoms can also have an effect on the basis of remembered affects. Up to this point I have dealt with the motive and mechanism of this case of hysteria. It remains for me to clarify the determination of the hysterical symptom. Indeed, why were the pains in the legs precisely the ones that arrogated the representation of psychic pain? The circumstances of the case indicate that this somatic pain was not created by the neurosis, but simply used, intensified, and preserved by it. I must state that in the immense majority of the cases of hysterical pain that I examined, something similar happened, there having always existed, at the beginning, a real pain of an organic nature. The most common and widespread pains are precisely those that most frequently appear called to play a role in hysteria, especially the periosteal and neuralgic pains corresponding to diseases of the mouth, headaches, and rheumatic pains. The first attack of pain in the legs suffered by Isabelle de R, even during her father's illness, was thus, in my opinion, of an organic nature, since when looking for a psychic cause she did not obtain any results, and I sincerely confess that I am very inclined to give my method of triggering the emergence of hidden memories differential diagnostic value, provided, of course, that it is practiced correctly. This pain, originally rheumatic, or spinal neurasthenic, became, for the patient, a mnemonic symbol of her painful psychic excitations, I see, for more than one reason. First and foremost, because it existed simultaneously with the excitation of consciousness, and secondly, because it was or could be linked in many different ways to the content of representations given at that time. On the other hand, it could also simply be a distant consequence of lack of exercise and irregular eating during the subject's attendance at her father. The patient was not clear on this matter, and in my opinion, it is most probable that she felt the pain at important moments of her assistance to the patient, for example, when she jumped out of bed on a cold winter night and rushed to her father's side. But the orientation that the conversion had to take was decided by another different form of associative connection, that is, due to the circumstance that for a long period of time one of the subject's sore legs came into contact with her father's swollen legs on a daily basis, while he was changing the bandages. The area of the right leg on which this contact constituted, from that moment, the focus and starting point of pain, that is, an artificial hysterogenic zone, the genesis of which is clearly revealed to us in this case. There is no reason to surprise or consider this multiple associative connection between physical pain and psychological affection artificial. In those cases in which there is not such a multiple connection, neither is any hysterical symptom formed, nor does conversion find the way to develop, and I can assure you that the case of Isabelle de R was very simple as far as determination is concerned. In previous pages we have already described how our patient's astasia-obasia developed, taking these pains as a basis, and after conversion found a certain path open before her. But we also affirm that the patient had created or intensified, through symbolism, her functional disturbance, that she had found in the abasia a somatic expression of her impotence to modify the circumstances, and that her manifestations of not being able to advance a step in her purposes or lack all support were the bridge that led to this new act of conversion, and we now want to support these statements with other examples. Conversion based on simultaneity, given, moreover, an associative connection, is the one that requires the least measure of hysterical disposition. On the other hand, the conversion by symbolization requires a higher degree of hysterical modification, as we verified in the last stage of the hysteria of Isabelle de R. The case of Cecilia M., which I consider the most difficult and instructive of those that have been presented to me, he offered me very interesting examples of symbolization. Unfortunately, it is not possible for me to reproduce in detail, for reasons that I think I have already indicated, this case history. Cecilia M. suffered, among other pains, a very violent facial neuralgia, which appeared suddenly 2 or 3 times a year and lasted, each time, from 5 to 10 days. The subject's medical history, including acute rheumatism, suggested that this neuralgia, limited to the second and third trigeminal branches, was gouty in nature. This was also the diagnosis of the family doctor who had assisted her in such attacks. Once the neuralgia was attacked by the usual means, electricity, alkaline waters, purgatives, etc. Everything was, however, useless until one fine day it disappeared, leaving its place to a different symptom. In earlier times, the neuralgia had been presenting for 15 years, the pain was attributed to a dental disease, and the subject underwent 7 extract ions in a single day, some of which were quite imperfect, since they left part of the roots subsisting. Nor did this bloody operation give the slightest result. The neuralgia lasted for months at this time. Also during the time of my treatment, every time she felt neuralgia, the subject called the dentist, who always found some diseased root and began his work, without generally finishing it, because as soon as the neuralgia ceased, he ceased. Sick to go to him. In the intervals I felt no more toothache. One day, in full and violent attack of neuralgia, I hypnotized the subject and forbade her to have such pain again, disappearing instantly. At that time I began to doubt the authenticity of such neuralgia. About a year after this, the therapeutic result, achieved through hypnosis, presented the pathological state of Cecilia M. with a new and surprising facet. Suddenly different states arose from the usual ones during the last years, but the patient declared, after a short reflection, that all of them had already presented themselves to her before, at some time, in the long time she had been ill, 30 years. Indeed, a multitude of hysterical accidents developed that the subject was able to locate at an exact date in the past, and the sometimes very complicated mental connections that determined the order of succession of these accidents were soon revealed. It was something like a series of images with their explanatory text, and Pitries must have referred to a similar process when establishing his deliria amnesicae. The way in which such hysterical states, belonging to the past, were reproduced was quite singular. Firstly, and when the subject was free of all disorders, a peculiar pathological state of mind arose, in whose appreciation the patient was always mistaken, attributing it to an immediately previous insignificant event. Then, and accompanied by a growing disturbance of consciousness, various hysterical symptoms followed, hallucinations, pains, convulsions and long declamatory soliloquies. Finally adding to these symptoms the hallucinatory emergence of a past event, capable of explaining the state of mind, initial mood, and to determine the symptoms that appeared. After this last period of the attack, mental clarity returned, all discomforts disappeared as if by magic, and well-being reigned again, until the next attack 12 hours later. Generally, I would be sent for when the seizure reached its maximum degree, and then I would hypnotize the subject, cause the replay of the traumatic event, and thus bring forward the end of the attack. Assisting this patient in hundreds of these cycles, very interesting data on the determination of hysterical symptoms were revealed to me. It was the observation of this case, made by me together with Brewer, that prompted us to publish our preliminary communication. In this series of reproductions it was the turn of facial neuralgia, and I was very curious to see if any psychic motive arose in relation to it. When I tried to bring up the traumatic scene, the subject was transferred to a time of great emotional excitement against her husband, and she told me about a dialogue with him and about a remark of his that she had considered seriously offensive. Then suddenly he put his hand to the nightstand, crying out in pain, and exclaimed, "It was as if he had slapped me." With this the pain and attack ended. There is no doubt that it was a symbol here. The subject had felt like she was actually being slapped. Now, we have to ask ourselves how the sensation of receiving a slap can become externalized in a neuralgia limited to the second and third branches of the trigeminal, and that intensifies when opening the mouth and chewing, on the other hand, when speaking, not. The following day the neuralgia returned, to disappear this time after the reproduction of another scene, whose content was a new offense received by the subject. This was repeated for 9 days, thus seeming to result that, through entire years, verbal insults received by the subject had provoked, by symbolism, new attacks of this facial neuralgia. At last we managed to penetrate to the first attack of neuralgia, 15 years ago. Here we no longer find a symbolism, but a conversion by simultaneity. It was a painful spectacle, at the sight of which a reproach arose in the subject that prompted her to repress another series of thoughts. It was, then, a case of conflict and defense. The genesis of the neuralgia at this time could not be explained except by admitting that at that time our patient suffered from a slight toothache or facial pain, which was not at all unlikely, since she was in the initial months of her first pregnancy. It thus turned out that the neuralgia had been constituted, by the ordinary path of conversion, as a sign of a certain psychic excitation, but that it could later be awakened again by associative echoes of mental life and by means of a symbolizing conversion. Actually, the same thing that we discovered when studying the case of Isabelle de R. We will add a second example, which shows the effectiveness of symbolism in other different conditions. For a certain period, Cecilia M. was tormented by violent pain in her right heel, which prevented her from walking. The analysis led us to a time when the subject was in a foreign sanitarium. Since his arrival, and for a week, he had been confined to bed. The day she woke up, the doctor came at lunchtime to take her to the dining room, and when he took her arm, she felt that pain for the first time, which disappeared when the scene was reproduced when the subject said, "At that time I was dominated by fear. Not to get on the right foot among the other guests of the sanatorium." This example of the genesis of a hysterical symptom by symbolization, through verbal expression, seems improbable and even comic. But examining more carefully the circumstances given at that time, it immediately becomes more admissible. At that time, the patient was suffering from pain in her feet, which had forced her to stay in bed, and we can assume that the fear that seized her when she took her first steps had chosen one of the pains given simultaneously, that of the heel, very appropriate as a symbol, to develop it especially and give it a particular duration. If in these examples the mechanism of symbolization is shown relegated to the background as is usual, I also know of others that seem to constitute proof of the genesis of hysterical symptoms by simple symbolization. One of the most complete is the following, also referring to Cecilia M. When she was 15 years old, she was once in bed under the watchful eye of her grandmother, an energetic and severe woman. Suddenly she began to complain, saying she felt penetrating pains on her forehead, between both eyes, pains that later tormented her for several weeks. In the analysis of this pain, which occurred after almost 30 years, she told me that her grandmother had looked at her so penetratingly that she felt her gaze in her brain. It turned out that by then she was afraid of seeing a certain suspicion reflected in her grandmother's eyes. Upon communicating this idea to me, the subject laughed and her pains disappeared. We only find here the mechanism of symbolization, which constitutes in a certain way the halfway point between those of autosuggestion and conversion. The case of Cecilia M. has allowed me to put together a collection of these symbolizations. A whole series of physical sensations, generally considered as of organic origin, had in this patient a psychic origin or, at least, admitted a psychic interpretation. A certain series of events appeared in her accompanied by the sensation of a wound in the heart, that hurt my heart. The classic headache of hysteria, nail pain, had to be interpreted in her as coming from a mental problem, I don't know what's in my head, and it would disappear as soon as she arrived at the solution. Parallel to the sensation of the hysterical aura in the throat, the thought of I have to swallow that developed, when such a sensation arose when the subject received the offense. There was, then, a whole series of sensations and parallel representations, in which sometimes the sensation had aroused, as its interpretation, the representation, and other times it was the representation that had created, by symbolization, the sensation. Finally, there were times when it could not be decided which of the two elements had been the primary one. I have not found such extensive use of symbolization in any other patient. It is true that Cecilia M. was a person of unusual gifts, mainly artistic, whose high sense of form was revealed in beautiful poetry. But, in my opinion, the act by which a hysteric creates, by symbolization, a somatic expression, for an effect-saturated representation, has very little personal and voluntary. Taking the metaphorical expressions in common use literally and feeling the wound in the heart or the slap as a real event, when offended, the patient did not use an abusive pun, but gave new life to the sensation to which the corresponding verbal expression owed its genesis. Indeed, if when receiving an offense we did not experience a certain precordial sensation, it would never have occurred to us to create such an expression. In the same way, the phrase having to swallow something, which we apply to insults received without the possibility of protest, really comes from the sensations of innervation that we experience in the throat in such cases. All these sensations and innervations belong to the expression of emotions, which, Darwin has shown us, consists of originally adequate and meaningful functions. These functions are now so weakened that their verbal expression already seems to us metaphorical, but it is highly probable that originally it possessed a literal meaning, and hysteria works quite justifiably in re-establishing the primitive verbal meaning for its most intense innervations. I even go so far as to believe that it is wrong to affirm that hysteria creates such sensations by symbolization, since perhaps it does not take the uses of language as a model, but instead extracts its materials from the same source. 53. In states of profound psychic modification, an orientation of language towards artificial expression in sensory images and sensations also arises. Cecilia M. went through a period in which each of her thoughts turned into a hallucination, the solution to which she often required with great subtlety. One day she complained to me that she was being haunted by a hallucination in which she saw her two doctors, Brewer and myself, hanging from two trees in the garden. This hallucination disappeared once its origin was discovered in the analysis. The day before, Brewer had rejected his request to prescribe a certain medicine. The subject then put his hopes in me to achieve such a desire, but I also showed myself against him, and then, angry with us, he thought, they are such for what? The one is the other's pendant. Omissions to the clinical records. 1924. A. To the one on p43 it should be added, a few years later, his neurosis turned into dementia precox. P. Janet case. B. Emmy's case history continues with the following appendix from 1924. I know well that no analyst will read this case history today without a certain sympathetic smile. Remember, however, that this was the first case in which I applied the cathartic method without restrictions. That is why I am inclined to leave the exhibition in its original form, not to anticipate any of the criticisms that it would be so easy to make today, and to renounce any attempt to fill in the many gaps afterwards. I only want to add two things to you: my later acquired recognition of the actual etiology of the disease and some news about its further course. When I spent a few days as a guest at his country house, as I have already narrated, we had a man I did not know as a diner and who evidently made an effort to be liked by the mistress of the house. After her departure, She asked me if I liked this person, adding carelessly, "Imagine that this man wants to marry me." In connection with other manifestations that I had not been able to appreciate at the time, I had to convince myself that she was longing to contract a second marriage, but that the existence of her two daughters, heirs to the paternal fortune, represented an obstacle to the realization of her dreams. Their purposes. Several years later I met at a scientific conference with a renowned physician from the same region as Mrs. Emmy. When I asked him if he knew her and if he knew anything about her life, he answered yes, and that he himself had undergone a hypnotic treatment. With him, as with many other doctors, he had come to the same situation as with me. She had come to him in her most pitiful states, had responded with extraordinary success to the hypnotic treatment, but only then to make an enemy of the doctor, abandoning him and reactivating the disease in all its magnitude. It was an unmistakable repetition impulse. Only after 15 decades did I hear from Mrs. Emmy again. Her eldest daughter, the same one to whom I had once given such an unfavorable prognosis, approached me requesting a certificate on her mother's mental state, because she had been a patient of mine. He proposed to take legal action against her, describing her as a cruel and unscrupulous tyrant. The mother had repudiated both daughters and refused to assist them in their material straits. As for the signer of the letter, she had a PhD and was married. See, Catalina's clinical history concludes with the following appendix from 1924, "After so many years I dare to abandon the discretion observed then, establishing that Catalina was not the niece, but the hostess's daughter, that is, that she had fallen sick under the influence of sexual seductions by the father himself." There is no doubt that, in the case of a clinical history, it is not lawful to introduce a distortion like the one that in. I have done this case, since it is not so different for understanding as, for example, the fact of having moved the place of the event from one mountain to another. Psychotherapy of Hysteria. 1895. In our preliminary communication we reported having discovered, in investigating the etiology of hysterical symptoms, a therapeutic method to which we ascribe considerable practical significance. We found, in effect, and to our surprise at first, that the various hysterical symptoms disappeared immediately and definitively as soon as the memory of the provoking process was clearly aroused, and with it the concomitant affect, and the patient described, with the greatest possible detail, said process, giving verbal expression to the affect. We then try to make the way in which our psychotherapeutic method works understandable. It annuls the effectiveness of the representation not released by reaction at the beginning, giving outlet, through verbal expression, to the concomitant affect, which had remained stagnant, and leading it to the associative reaction through its attraction to normal consciousness, in mild hypnosis, or its suppression by medical suggestion, as occurs in cases of somnambulism with amnesia. It is up to us today to develop a complete exposition of the scope of this method, its advantages over others, its technique, and the difficulties it encounters, although the most essential of these extremes is already contained in the previous clinical histories and we have to incur repetitions. 1. For my part, I can say that I maintain the statements of our preliminary communication in their essential extremes. I must state, however, that in the years that have elapsed since that date, years of constant work on the problems dealt with there, new points of view have been imposed on me, which have brought with them a different grouping of factual material than by then it was known to us. It would be unfair to cast on Breuer part of the responsibility corresponding to this latest development of the ideas that, in collaboration, we exposed in the indicated work. So, let me now speak in my name alone. In attempting to apply to a large series of patients the method pioneered by Breuer of the cure of hysterical symptoms by psychical investigation and derivation by reaction in hypnosis, I encountered two difficulties, and my efforts to overcome them led to a modification of the technique and method. My primitive conception of matter. In the first place, not all persons who showed unmistakable hysterical symptoms, and in whom the same psychic mechanism very likely operated, were hypnotizable. Secondly, he had to take a definite attitude towards the question of what essentially characterizes hysteria and how it differs from other neuroses. Later I will detail how I came to master the first difficulty and what I learned in this work. For the moment I want to expose what was my conduct in professional practice with respect to the second problem. It is very difficult to accurately see a case of neurosis before having submitted it to a detailed analysis, to an analysis such as can only be achieved using the Breuer method. But the decision of the diagnosis and the appropriate therapy for the case must be prior to such knowledge. There was, therefore, no other remedy than to choose for the cathartic method those cases that we could provisionally diagnose as hysteria, due to presenting one or more of the stigmas or characteristic symptoms of this disease. Thus it sometimes happened that the therapeutic results were very poor, despite having diagnosed hysteria, and that not even the analysis brought to light anything important. Others, on the other hand, I tried to treat with the Breuer method neuroses that no one had suspected were cases of hysteria, and I found, to my surprise, that the method was able to act on them and even cure them. This is what happened to me, for example, with obsessive representations in cases that did not present any character of hysteria. Therefore, the psychic mechanism that our preliminary communication had revealed could not be exclusive to hysteria. But neither could I bring myself to add to hysteria, on the merits of such a mechanism, an indefinite series of neuroses. I was finally roused from all these doubts by the resolution to treat all the neuroses that presented themselves to me as if they were hysteria, investigating the etiology and nature of the psychic mechanism in all of them, and making the confirmation depend on the result of this investigation of the previously established diagnosis of hysteria. In this way, and starting from Breuer's method, I came to deal with the etiology and mechanism of neuroses in general. Fortunately, I obtained, in a relatively short time, usable results. In the first place, I had to recognize that, insofar as one could speak of a motivation through which the neuroses were acquired, we had to look for the etiology in sexual factors, and to this was added later the discovery that different sexual factors gave rise to various neurotic diseases. Therefore, within what this relationship allowed, we could dare to use etiology to differentiate between neuroses, establishing a precise distinction between the pathological pictures of these diseases. If the etiological characteristics constantly coincided with the clinical ones, our conduct would be fully justified. By this procedure I found that neurasthenia corresponded, in reality, to a very monotonous pathological picture, in which, as the analyses showed, no psychic mechanism was involved. Neurasthenia differed greatly from obsessional neurosis, for which a complicated mechanism was discovered, an etiology analogous to hysteria, and a wide possibility of cure by means of psychotherapy. On the other hand, it seemed to me necessary to separate from neurasthenia a complex of neurotic symptoms, which depended on a very different, and even, basically contrary, etiology, while the symptoms of this complex appeared closely united by a common character, since recognized by E. Hecker 54. They are, in effect, symptoms or equivalents and rudiments of manifestations of anxiety, which is why I have given this complex, separable from neurasthenia, the name of anxiety neurosis, affirming that it arises from the accumulation of states of physical tension of sexual origin. This neurosis does not yet have a psychic mechanism either, but it acts regularly on mental life, its peculiar manifestations being anxious expectation, phobias, and hyperesthesias, with respect to pain. As I define it, anxiety neurosis certainly coincides in part with that neurosis that some authors add to hysteria and neurasthenia, giving it the name of hypochondria, but none of them exactly defines, in my opinion, this neurosis. In addition, the use of the name hypochondria is always limited by its strict relationship with the symptom of fear of disease. Having thus established the simple pathological pictures of neurasthenia, anxiety neurosis, and obsessional neurosis, I set about concretizing the conception of those current cases of neuroses which we understand under the general diagnosis of hysteria. It seemed to me wrong to apply, as was usual usage, the name of hysteria to all neuroses that presented in their complex of symptoms some hysterical trait, and although I was not surprised by this custom, since hysteria is the oldest and best known of the neuroses, it had to be recognized that it had become abusive, having unjustifiably accumulated to hysteria a multitude of traits of perversion and degeneracy. Whenever a hysterical trait was discovered in a complicated case of psychic degeneration, the name of hysteria was given to the whole, thus being able to gather under this label the most heterogeneous and contradictory. To avoid the inaccuracy that this diagnosis implied, we had to separate what corresponded to the neurotic sector, and knowing already, isolated, neurasthenia, anxiety neurosis, etc., we should not do without them when we found them as elements of some combination. Thus, the most correct conception seemed to be the following: the most frequent neuroses are, for the most part, mixed. Pure forms of neurasthenia and anxiety neurosis are not rare either, especially in young people. On the other hand, it is difficult to find pure forms of hysteria and obsessional neurosis, since these two neuroses are generally combined with anxiety. This frequency of mixed neuroses is due to the fact that their etiological factors mix with great ease, sometimes by chance, and other times as a consequence of causal relationships between the processes, from which the etiological factors of neuroses arise. From these circumstances, easily demonstrable in each case, the following results regarding hysteria: 1 degree. It is not possible to consider it in isolation, separating it from the group of sexual neuroses. 2nd. In reality, it represents but one aspect of the complicated neurotic case. 3rd. Only in borderline cases does it come to appear as an isolated neurosis, and can be treated as such. In a whole series of cases we can, then, say, apathy-orific denominatio. We will now examine, from this point of view, the clinical histories detailed above, in order to see whether or not they confirm our conception of the lack of clinical independence of hysteria. Anna O., Brewer's patient, appears to be contradicting our judgment and suffering from pure hysteria. But this case, which has been so important to the knowledge of hysteria, was not examined by your observer from the point of view of sexual neurosis, and therefore cannot be of any use to us for our present purposes. Beginning the analysis of M.E.N. I did not harbor the slightest suspicion that the basis of the hysteria could be a sexual neurosis. She had just returned from Charcot's clinic and considered the link between hysteria and the subject of sexuality as a kind of personal insult, behavior analogous to that generally observed by patients. But when I now review my then notes on this patient, I am forced to admit that it was a severe case of anxiety neurosis, with anxious expectation and phobias, caused by sexual abstinence and combined with hysteria. The case of Miss Lucy R. is perhaps the one that we can most justifiably consider a borderline case of pure hysteria. It constitutes a brief hysteria, of episodic course and undeniably sexual etiology, as would correspond to an anxiety neurosis. It is, in effect, a woman already on the brink of maturity and still single, whose amorous inclination awakens excessively quickly, driven by a misinterpretation. Due to a defect in the analysis or for other reasons, I did not find here any evidence of anxiety neurosis. Catherine's case can be considered as the prototype of what we have called virginal anxiety, consisting of a combination of anxiety neurosis and hysteria. The first creates the symptoms, and the second repeats them and works with them. On the other hand, it is a typical case of the frequent youthful neuroses described as hysteria. The case of Isabelle de R. was not investigated from the point of view of sexual neuroses either. My suspicion that it was based on spinal neurasthenia was never confirmed. But I must add that since that date even fewer cases of pure hysteria have come before me, and that if I was able to classify the above four as such and dispense with any reference to the sexual neuroses in their solution, this was only due to the fact that they were treated from cases prior to the time when I began to intentionally and penetratingly investigate the sexual neurotic substructure. And if instead of 4 cases I have not reported 12 or more, the analysis of which confirms our theory of the mechanism of hysterical phenomena in all its points, it was because the circumstance forced me to silence them that the analysis revealed them as sexual neuroses, although no doctor would have denied them the name of hysteria. But the explanation of these sexual neuroses exceeds the limits that we have imposed on ourselves in the present work. All this does not mean that I deny hysteria as an independent neurotic condition, considering it merely as a psychic manifestation of anxiety neurosis, ascribing only idiogenic symptoms to it, and transcribing somatic symptoms, hysterogenic points, anesthesia, to anxiety neuroses. Nothing of that. In my opinion, it can be a question in isolation of hysteria free from any mixture from all points of view, except from the therapeutic one, since in therapy a practical goal is pursued, the suppression of the pathological state in its entirety, and if the hysteria appears almost always as a component of a mixed neurosis, we will find ourselves in a situation similar to that posed by a mixed infection, in which the salvation of the patient cannot be achieved by fighting only one of the agents of the disease. It is therefore of great importance to me to separate the part of hysteria in the pathological pictures of mixed neuroses from that corresponding to neurasthenia, anxiety neurosis, etc., for once realized. This separation makes it possible for me to give concrete and precise expression to the therapeutic value of the cathartic method. I can, in fact, risk the affirmation that in principle it is capable of suppressing any hysterical symptom, being, on the other hand, impotent against the phenomena of neurasthenia, and acting only very rarely and by long detours on the psychic consequences of the anxiety neurosis. In this way, its therapeutic efficacy will depend in each case on whether or not the hysterical component of the pathological picture occupies a more important place in it, from the practical point of view, than the other neurotic components. This is not the only limitation of the effectiveness of the cathartic method. There is still another, which we already discussed in our preliminary communication. The cathartic method does not act, in effect, on the causal conditions of hysteria, and therefore cannot prevent new symptoms from arising in the place of suppressed ones. Consequently, we can attribute to our therapeutic method an outstanding place within the framework of the therapy of neuroses, but strictly limiting its scope to this sector. Since it is not possible for me to develop here the exposition of a therapy of neuroses such as would be necessary for medical practice, I will only add a few clarifying observations to what has already been said. First, I cannot claim to have achieved, in each and every one of the cases treated by the cathartic method, the suppression of the corresponding hysterical symptoms. But I do believe that such negative results have always been due to personal circumstances of the patient and not deficiencies in the method. In my opinion, these cases can be dispensed with in the evaluation of the same, analogously to how the surgeon who initiates a new technique dispenses with cases of death during narcosis or internal bleeding, casual infection, etc. When we later deal with the difficulties and inconveniences of our procedure, we will return to treat of the negative results of this order. Second, the cathartic method does not lose its value due to the fact that it is a symptomatic and not a causal method, since a causal therapy is, in reality, nothing more than prophylactic. It suspends the effects of the disease, but does not necessarily suppress the already existing products of the same, making a second action necessary to carry out this last task. This second action is unsurpassed in hysteria by the cathartic method. Third, when a period of hysterical production or an acute hysterical paroxysm has come to an end, and only the hysterical symptoms remain as residual phenomena, the cathartic method always proves effective and sufficient, achieving complete and lasting results. Precisely in the field of sexual life, such a constellation is very often offered to us, favorable to therapy, as a result of the great fluctuations in the intensity of sexual appetite and the complication of the conditions of sexual trauma. In these cases, the cathartic method solves all the problems that arise, since the doctor cannot propose to modify a constitution like the hysteria, and must be satisfied with suppressing the disease that such a constitution can give rise to with the aid of external circumstances. In this way, he will be satisfied if he manages to restore the patient's functional capacity. On the other hand, you can consider the future with some peace of mind regarding the possibility of a relapse. He knows, in effect, that the main character of the etiology of the neuroses is the overdetermination of their genesis, that is, several factors need to be present to give rise to one of these conditions, and you may therefore hope that such a coincidence will take a long time to occur, even though some of the etiological factors may have remained fully effective. It might be objected that in such cases of hysteria, which have already been resolved, the residual symptoms disappear all the same on their own. But the truth is that such spontaneous healing is almost never rapid or complete, characters that therapeutic intervention can give it. The question of whether cathartic therapy cures only what would have disappeared by spontaneous healing or also something else that would never have been resolved spontaneously, we will have to leave unanswered for now. Fourth, in cases of acute hysteria, that is, in the period of the most intense production of hysterical symptoms and consecutive domination of the ego by pathological products, hysterical psychosis, the cathartic method fails to visibly modify the subject's state. The neurologist is then in a situation analogous to that of the internist in the face of an acute infection. The etiological factors have acted with maximum intensity in a bygone era, already closed to all therapeutic action, and now become manifest, after the incubation period. There is no longer any possibility of interrupting the ailment, and the doctor has to limit himself to waiting for it to finish its course, creating meanwhile the most favorable circumstances for the patient. If during such an acute period we suppress the pathological products, that is, the newly arisen hysterical symptoms, we will immediately see others appear in their place. The discouraging impression of carrying out a task as vain as that of the Danaids, the constant and painful effort at all times, and the discontent of the patient's relatives make it very difficult for the doctor, in these acute cases, to apply the cathartic method. But against these difficulties it must be borne in mind that in such cases the continued suppression of the pathological products can also exert a beneficial influence, helping the patient's ego in its defense and preserving him, perhaps, from falling into psychosis or definitive insanity. This performance of the cathartic method in cases of acute hysteria, and even its ability to visibly restrict the production of new pathological symptoms, are shown to us with sufficient clarity in the clinical history of Anna O., the patient in whom Breuer learned to exercise for the first time such psychotherapeutic procedure. Fifth, in cases of chronic hysteria with measured but continuous production of hysterical symptoms, we are made to feel more than ever the lack of causally effective therapy, but we also learn to appreciate more than ever the value of the cathartic method as symptomatic therapy. In these cases we are faced with a disturbance dependent on an etiology of chronic and continuous action. Everything depends on strengthening the resistance capacity of the patient's nervous system, taking into account that the existence of a hysterical symptom means for this nervous system a weakening of its resistance, and represents a factor favorable to hysteria. As we can deduce from the mechanism of monosymptomatic hysteria, new hysterical symptoms are formed with the greatest ease, based on existing ones and taking them as a model. The path followed by a symptom in its emergence remains open to others and the separated psychic group becomes a nucleus of crystallization, without whose existence nothing would have crystallized. Suppressing the existing symptoms and the psychic modifications, given at their base, is equivalent to completely restoring to the patient all his capacity for resistance, with which he will be able to overcome the action of his suffering. A long and constant watch and a periodical chimney sweeping can do these patients much good. Sixth, we have affirmed that not all hysterical symptoms are psychogenic, and then that all can be suppressed by a psychotherapeutic procedure. This seems to contradict itself. The solution is that a part of these non-psychogenic symptoms constitutes a sign of disease, but cannot be considered as a condition by itself, for example, the stigmata, thus resulting in its subsistence after the therapeutic solution being of no practical importance. Of the case. Others of these symptoms seem to be dragged by the psychogenic ones in an indirect way, thus assuming that they also depend indirectly on a psychic cause. We now turn to the difficulties and inconveniences of our therapeutic procedure, a subject of which we have already expounded much in the detailed case histories and in the observations on the technique of the method. We will therefore limit ourselves here to a simple enumeration. The procedure is very painful for the doctor and requires a great deal of his time, apart from an intense fondness for psychological matters and some personal interest in the patient. I don't think it would be possible for me to delve into the investigation of the mechanism of the hysteria of a subject who seemed vulgar or repulsive to me, and whose treatment failed to arouse in me any sympathy. On the other hand, for the treatment of a diabetic or a rheumatic, such personal requirements are not necessary. On the part of the patient, certain conditions are also necessary. The method is inapplicable to subjects whose intellectual level does not reach a certain degree, and all mental inferiority greatly hinders it. It is also necessary the full consent of the patient and all his attention, but, above all, his trust in the doctor, since analysis always leads to the most intimate and secret psychic processes. A large part of the patients to whom such treatment could be applied evade the doctor as soon as they suspect the direction in which the investigation is going to be oriented. These patients have never ceased to see the doctor as a stranger. In those others who decide to put all their trust in the doctor, with full will and without any demand on his part, it cannot be avoided that their personal relationship with him duly occupies a first term for a time, even seeming that such the influence of the doctor is an indispensable condition for the solution of the problem. This circumstance has no relationship with the fact that the subject is hypnotizable or not. Now then, impartiality requires us to state that these inconveniences, although inseparable from our procedure, cannot be attributed to it, since it is evident that it is based on the previous conditions of the neuroses that one tries to cure, and they will have to appear in all medical activity that requires a close relationship with the patient and tends to a modification of his mental state. Despite having made very extensive use of hypnosis in some cases, I have never had to attribute any harm or danger to this therapeutic means. If my medical intervention has ever been unhelpful, it has been due to different and deeper causes. Reviewing my therapeutic work in recent years, from the moment in which the trust of my teacher and friend Dr. Brewer allowed me to apply the cathartic method, I find many more positive results than negative ones, having achieved on numerous occasions more than I had expected. No other therapeutic means would have reached. I must therefore confirm what we already said in our preliminary communication: the cathartic method constitutes a very important progress. I must add yet another advantage of using this procedure. The best means of arriving at the intelligence of a serious case of complicated neurosis with a more or less mixture of hysteria, is also, for me, its analysis by Brewer's method. In the first place, we thus manage to make everything that shows a hysterical mechanism disappear, and secondly, we are able to interpret the other phenomena and discover their etiology, thereby acquiring points of support for the application of the corresponding therapy. When I think of the difference between the judgments I make about a case of neurosis before and after the analysis, I am inclined to consider such an analysis essential for the knowledge of every case of neurosis. In addition, I have become accustomed to link the application of cathartic psychotherapy with the rest cure, which can be intensified if necessary to the extreme of the Weir-Mitchell cure. This combined procedure has the double advantage of avoiding, on the one hand, the disturbing intervention of new impressions during the psychotherapeutic treatment, excluding, on the other, the boredom of the rest cure, which gives patients the occasion for unfavorable daydreams. It could be supposed that the psychic work, sometimes very considerable, imposed on the patient during a cathartic cure, and the excitement resulting from the reproduction of traumatic events, have to act in the opposite direction to that of the Weir-Mitchell rest cure and prevent their recovery. Success. But in reality the opposite is the case, because by combining Brewer therapy with Weir-Mitchell therapy, all the physical improvement we expect from the latter is achieved, and a broader psychic result than is ever obtained by means of the only rest cure without simultaneous psychotherapeutic treatment. 2. We said before that in our attempts to apply Brewer's method on a wide scale we ran into the difficulty that a large number of patients were not hypnotizable, despite the fact that their illness had been diagnosed as hysteria and all the indications for its existence were favorable. Of the psychic mechanism described by us. Since hypnosis was necessary for us to expand our memory, in order to find pathogenic memories that did not exist in ordinary consciousness, we therefore had to renounce these patients or try to achieve such expansion in other ways. The reason? The fact that some subjects were hypnotizable and others was not so unknown to me, as, in general, to everyone, and thus it was not feasible for me to undertake a causal path to overcome this difficulty. I only observed that in some patients the obstacle was even more considerable, since they refused even to the mere attempt to hypnotize them. It then occurred to me that both cases could be identical, both meaning a will contrary to hypnosis. Thus, those subjects who harbor misgivings against hypnosis, whether or not they openly refuse any attempt of this order, will not be hypnotizable. But at the present time I do not yet know whether or not I should support this hypothesis. It was a question, then, of eluding hypnosis and nevertheless discovering the pathogenic memories. This is how I arrived at this result. When patients first came to me, I asked them if they remembered the initial reason for the corresponding symptom. Some claimed to ignore it completely, and others reported something that seemed to them an obscure memory, impossible to ascertain, specify and develop. If, confining ourselves then to Bernheim's behavior in evoking memories corresponding to somnambulism and apparently forgotten, I urged them, assuring them that they could not help knowing and remembering it, some occurrence would emerge in some and others amplify the memory first evoked. At this point, I was extremely insistent, making the patients lie down on a couch and advising them to close their eyes to achieve greater concentration, circumstances that gave the procedure a certain analogy with hypnotism, actually obtaining the result that, without resorting to hypnosis at all, the patients produced new and more distant memories, linked to the subject we were dealing with. These observations led me to suppose that it would be possible to achieve the emergence of surely given series of pathogenic representations by simple urging, and since this urging constituted an effort on my part, I had to think that it was a question of overcoming a resistance of the subject. In this way I concretized my discoveries in the theory that by means of my psychic work I had to overcome a psychic force opposed in the patient to the conscious awareness, memory, of the pathogenic representations. This psychic energy must have been the same one that had contributed to the genesis of the hysterical symptoms, thus preventing conscious awareness of the pathogenic representation. Here arose the question of what this force could be and to what motives it obeyed. Several analyses, in which examples of forgotten and rejected pathogenic representations of consciousness were offered to me, facilitated my answer, discovering a common character to this order of representations. All of them were of a painful nature, very appropriate to arouse unpleasant feelings, such as shame, remorse, psychological pain, or the feeling of one's own indignity, in short, representations that we all prefer to avoid and forget as soon as possible. From all this the thought of defense was born as if spontaneously. Psychologists generally maintain that the acceptance of a new representation, acceptance in the sense of belief or recognition of its reality, depends on the nature and orientation of the representations already gathered in the self, and they have created different technical names for censorship 55, to which the new affluent representation is subjected. In our cases, a representation that proved intolerable has flowed into the patient's ego, awakening in him an energy of revulsion, aimed at his defense against said representation. This defense achieved its purpose, and the representation was expelled from consciousness and memory without it seeming possible to find its psychic trace. But it could not help but exist such a trace. As I endeavored to direct the patient's attention towards it, I perceived, by way of resistance, the same energy that before the genesis of the symptom had manifested itself as revulsion. If it was possible for me to demonstrate that the representation had become pathogenic, precisely because of the revulsion and repression to which it had been subjected, the reasoning would have been closed. In several of the foregoing epicrasis of case histories, and in a brief paper on defense neuroses 56 I have tried to present the psychological hypotheses with the help of which we can explain these extremes, that is, the fact of conversion. Thus, a psychic force, the repugnance of the ego, primitively excluded the pathogenic representation from association and opposed its return to memory. The hysteric's ignorance therefore depends on a more or less conscious volition, and the therapist's task is to overcome, through psychic work, this resistance to association. This end is achieved, in the first place, by compulsion, that is, by the use of a psychic coercion that directs the patient's attention towards the traces of the sought-after representations. But this is not enough. The work of the therapist takes different forms in analysis, as I will show later, and calls to his aid other psychic forces. Let's look at the constraint first. With the simple statement "you have no choice but to know. Ponder a little and it will occur to you," is very little advanced. After a few sentences, and however intense his concentration may be, the patient loses the thread. But we must not forget that it is always a question here of a quantitative comparison of the struggle between differently energetic and intense motives. The pressure exerted by the doctor does not integrate enough energy to overcome the resistance to association in severe hysteria. We have therefore had to look for other, more effective means. First of all, we use a little technical artifice. We inform the patient that we are going to exert light pressure on his forehead. We assure you that during it an image will appear before your inner vision, or an occurrence in your thoughts, and we promise you to be aware of them, whatever they may be. You should not stop them, thinking that they are not related to what you are looking for, or, because they are unpleasant, communicate them. If you obey us and dispense with all criticism and all retention, we will infallibly find what we are looking for. Having said this, we apply our hand to the patient's forehead for a couple of seconds and, withdrawing it later, we ask him with a calm intonation, as if we were sure of the result, "What have you seen or what has occurred to you?" This procedure has discovered many things for me, always leading me to the desired end. I know, of course, that I could replace the pressure on the patient's forehead for any other sign, but I have chosen it because it is the most comfortable and suggestive. To explain the effectiveness of this artifice, I could say that it was equivalent to a momentarily intensified hypnosis, but the mechanism of hypnosis is so enigmatic that I prefer not to refer to it in an attempt to clarify it. I will say, then, rather, that the advantage of this procedure consists in dissociating the patient's attention from his conscious affairs and reflections, analogously to what happens when fixing his gaze on a glass ball, etc. But the theory that we deduce from the fact that the sought-after elements always arise under the pressure of our hand is the following: the pathogenic representation, supposedly forgotten, is always ready, nearby, and can be found through an affordable association. It's just a matter of overcoming a certain obstacle. This obstacle seems to be the will of the subject itself, and many of these learn to dispense with such will and maintain a totally objective observation before the psychic processes that develop in them. It is not always a forgotten memory that arises under the pressure of the hand. Truly pathogenic memories are rarely so close to the surface. What generally emerges is a representation, which constitutes an intermediate element between the one we take as the starting point and the pathogen we are looking for, or is, in turn, the starting point of a new series of thoughts and memories, at the other end of which find the pathogenic representation. Pressure has not discovered, then, the pathogenic representation which, without prior preparation and torn from its context, would also be incomprehensible to us. But it has shown us the path that leads to it, indicating the direction in which we must continue our investigation. The idea first aroused by pressure can also correspond to a perfectly known and never repressed memory. When on the way to the pathogenic representation the patient loses the thread again, it becomes necessary to repeat the procedure to reconstitute the link and the orientation. In other cases we arouse with pressure a memory which, despite being familiar to the patient, surprises him with its emergence, since he had forgotten his relationship with the representation chosen as the starting point. In the further course of the analysis, this relationship then becomes apparent. All these results of our procedure give us the false impression that there is a superior intelligence, outside the patient's consciousness, which keeps in order, for certain purposes, considerable psychic material, and has found an ingenious arrangement for its return to the mind. Awareness. But in my opinion, this second intelligence is only apparent. In all somewhat complicated analysis we work repeatedly, or better still, continuously, with the help of this procedure, of the pressure on the forehead, which shows us, sometimes, the path by which we have to continue, through memories known from the point at which the patient's waking references are interrupted. It draws our attention, others, to forgotten connections. It provokes and orders memories that had been withdrawn from association for many years, but which can still be recognized as such, and makes it emerge, finally, as the supreme performance of reproduction. Thoughts that the patient never wants to recognize as his own, not remembering them at all, although he admits that the context indispensably demands them, later convincing him completely when he sees that precisely such representations bring with them the end of the analysis and the cessation of symptoms. I will present here some examples of the excellent results of this technical procedure. On one occasion I had to treat a girl who had been suffering from an intolerable nervous cough for 6 years, which took on new strength with each common cold, but which, of course, included strong psychic reasons. All the remedies previously put into practice having failed, I attempted the suppression of the symptom by means of psychic analysis. Subject did not know other than that her nervous cough began when she was 14 years old and living with an aunt of hers. He did not remember having experienced any psychic excitement at that time, nor did he believe that his illness had a reason of this order. Under the pressure of my hand, he remembered, first of all, a big dog. Then she recognized this memory image. It was her aunt's dog, who became very fond of her and accompanied her everywhere. Immediately, and without any help, he remembered that this dog got sick and died, that between her and other children they gave him a solemn burial, and that it was when he returned from this burial that his cough arose for the first time. Asked why and helping her again by pressing on her forehead, the following idea arose: now I am already alone in the world. Nobody loves me. This animal was my only friend and I have lost it. Then he continued his story. The cough disappeared when I stopped living with my aunt, but it came back a year and a half later. Because it causes. Don't know. I put my hand on her forehead again and the subject remembered the news of her aunt's death, upon receiving which she had a new coughing fit. Then thoughts similar to the above emerged. Her aunt had been the only person in her family who had shown her any affection. Thus, the pathogenic representation was that nobody loved her, everyone always preferred her to others and she was, in reality, unworthy of affection, etc. But, in addition, the idea of darling clung to something against the communication of which a stubborn resistance arose. The analysis was interrupted before reaching a complete clarification. Some time ago I was entrusted with the task of liberating an elderly lady from her attacks of anxiety, whose character was not suitable for psychic treatment. Since the menopause, she had fallen into an exaggerated devotion and always received me, as if I were the devil, armed with a small ivory crucifix that she concealed in her right hand. Her attacks of anguish, of a hysterical nature, had been tormenting her since her youth, and in her opinion they arose from the use of an iodine preparation that was prescribed for a slight inflammation of the thyroid. Naturally, I rejected this supposed origin and tried to substitute another one, more in accordance with my views on the etiology of neurotic symptoms. To my first question in search of an impression of his youth, which was causally related to the attacks of anguish, arose, under the pressure of my hand, the memory of reading one of those so-called devotional books, in the which included a mention of sexual processes. This passage gave the subject an effect contrary to what the author intended. She burst into tears and threw the book away from her. This happened before the first anxiety attack. A new pressure on the forehead of the sick brought up another reminiscence, the memory of a tutor of her brother, who showed her a respectful inclination and had also inspired loving feelings. This recollection culminated in the reproduction of an afternoon spent with his brothers and the young professor in pleasant and highly gratifying conversation. That same night she was awakened by her first attack of anxiety, linked more to a rebellion of the subject against a sexual feeling than to the medication she was taking at the time. Only our analytical technique could allow the discovery of such a connection, in the case of a patient like this, so obstinate and so wary against me and against all mundane therapy. Another time it was a young lady, very happy in her marriage, who already in her early youth appeared every morning lying motionless on her bed, in a state of stupor, rigid, with her mouth open and her tongue sticking out. Attacks that had begun to repeat him, although not with such intensity, when he came to me. Not being able to hypnotize her to the desired depth, I undertook the analysis in a state of concentration, and by applying pressure to her forehead for the first time, I assured her that she was going to see something directly related to the causes of those states of her childhood. The subject behaved calmly and obediently, seeing again the house in which she had spent her childhood, her bedroom, the situation of her bed, the figure of her grandmother, who at that time lived with them, and that of one of her governesses. The one he had loved so much. Then there were several small scenes of no importance, which took place in those places and among those people, ending the evocation with the farewell to the governess, who left the house to get married. None of these reminiscences seemed to be of any use to me, since it was not possible for me to connect them with the etiology of the attacks. However, they included various circumstances, by which they revealed that they belonged to the time when said attacks began. But before I could resume the analysis in search of more extensive data, I had the opportunity to speak with a colleague, who had been the family doctor of the subject's parents, assisting her when she began to suffer the aforementioned attacks. Our patient was then still a child, but of robust and advanced development. When visiting her, my colleague had to observe the exaggerated affection that she showed her governess, and conceiving a certain suspicion, she advised the grandmother to watch the relations between the two. Shortly after, the lady realized that the governess went many nights to the bed of her student, who, whenever this happened, appeared in the morning with the attack. They did not hesitate, then, to drive away, without noise, the corrupter. The children, and even the mother, were led to believe that the governess was leaving the house to marry. The therapy consisted of communicating this clarification to the patient, ceasing, for the time being, the attacks. On occasions, the data that we obtain through the procedure of pressing on the subject's forehead arise in such singular circumstances and forms that we are once again inclined to the hypothesis of an unconscious intelligence. Thus, I remember a lady, tormented for many years by obsessive representations and phobias, who, when I questioned her about the origin of her ailments, pointed out to me as the time of her illness. Childhood years, but without being able to specify the causes that produced such pathological results in them. This lady was very sincere and intelligent, and she offered only a very slight resistance to the analysis. I will add here that the psychic mechanism of obsessive representations has great affinity with that of hysterical symptoms, the same technique being used for both in the analysis. When I asked this lady if, under the pressure of my hand, she had seen anything or evoked some memory, he replied that neither of the two things, but that, instead, a word had occurred to him. Single word. Yes, and, besides, it seems silly to me. Say it, anyway. Porters. Nothing else. Nothing else. Putting pressure on the patient's forehead again, I obtained another isolated word, shirt. I found myself, then, faced with a new way of responding to the analytic questioning, and repeating the pressure on the forehead several times, I put together a series of words without apparent coherence, porter shirt bed city car. I then asked what it all meant and the patient, after a moment's reflection, answered me as follows: all those words must refer to an event that I now remember. When I was 10 years old and my older sister 12, she suffered an attack of furious madness at night, and they had to tie her up and take her in a cart to the city. I remember that it was the doorman who held her and then accompanied her to the asylum. Continuing the investigation in this way, we obtained other series of words, and although not all of them revealed their meaning to us, they were enough to continue the story started and link it with a second event. The significance of this reminiscence soon became apparent to us as well. Her sister's illness had affected her so much because she had a common secret with her. They both slept in the same room, and one night they had both tolerated sexual contact by the same male person. The mention of this sexual trauma suffered in childhood revealed to us not only the origin of the first obsessional representations, but also the subsequent pathogenic trauma. The singularity of this case consisted only in the emergence of isolated words that we had to transform into sentences, since the apparent lack of relation and coherence is a common character to all the ideas and scenes that arise when exerting pressure on the foreheads of the subjects. Then, in the further course of analysis, it always turns out that apparently incoherent reminiscences are very closely linked by mental connections, leading directly to the pathogenic factor sought. Thus, I fondly recall an analysis in which my confidence in the results of my technique was severely put to the test, at first, only to be later splendidly justified. A very intelligent and apparently happy young lady consulted me about a tenacious pain that felt in the lower abdomen and that no therapy had managed to mitigate. I diagnosed a mild organic condition and ordered local treatment. After several months, the subject returned to my office, telling me that the pain had disappeared under the effects of the prescribed treatment, without tormenting her again for a long time, but that now it had arisen again, and this time with a nervous character. He recognized this character in the fact that he did not feel it as before, when making some movement, but only at certain hours, for example, when he woke up and under the effects of certain excitations. This diagnosis, established by the patient herself, was rigorously accurate. Attempts were therefore made to find the cause of such pain, for which psychic analysis was required. Being in a state of concentration and under the pressure of my hand, when I asked him if he had an idea or saw anything, he decided on the latter and began to describe his visual images to me. I saw something like the sun with its rays, an image that I naturally assumed was a phosphene produced by the pressure of my hand on his eyes. I hoped, then, that something more usable for our analytical purposes would come next, but the patient continued. I see stars of a singular bluish light, like the moon, luminous points, glows, etc. I was preparing, therefore, to count this experiment among the failures and to get out of the way so that the subject would not notice the failure, when one of the images that I was describing made me rectify. He now saw a large black cross, tilted to one side, surrounded by a halo of the same moonlight that had illuminated the previous images, and crowned by a flame. This could no longer be a phosphene. Then, and always accompanied by the same glow, many other images began to emerge, strange signs, similar to those of Sanskrit writing, triangular figures and a large triangle under them, again the cross. Suspecting that this last image could have an allegorical significance, I asked the subject about it. It is probably an allusion to my pains. To this I objected that the cross was, more commonly, a symbol of moral sorrow, and I inquired if in this case something similar was hidden behind his physical sufferings, but the patient did not know how to give me any answer and continued paying attention to her visual images, a sun with golden rays, which she interpreted as a symbol of God, the original force, a monstrous lizard, a bunch of snakes, the sun again, but less bright and with silver rays, and interposed between him and his own person, a grate that hides his center. Certain that all these images were allegories, I asked the subject what was the meaning of the last image, obtaining without any hesitation or reflection the following answer: the sun is perfection, the ideal, and the grate are my defects and weaknesses. Who stand between me and the ideal? But are you unhappy with yourself, and are you reproaching yourself for something? I think so. Since when? Since I am part of a theosophical society and read the writings it publishes. I've never had a high opinion of myself anyway. What has impressed you the most lately? A translation from the Sanskrit, which the Society is now publishing in installments. Moments later I found myself aware of his spiritual struggles and heard the story of a small event that gave him reason to be reproached and on the occasion of which his pains appeared for the first time, as a result of an excited conversion, before organic. The images that I at first assumed were phosphens were symbols of occult thoughts and perhaps emblems of the covers of occult books read by the subject. I have so warmly praised the results of the auxiliary procedure of exerting pressure on the subject's forehead, and have meanwhile so completely neglected the question of defense or resistance, that I must surely have given the reader the impression that by means of that little artifice it is not possible to overcome all the psychic obstacles that oppose a cathartic cure. But such a belief would be a serious mistake. There is never such a facility in therapy, and any major modification in any field requires considerable labor. The pressure on the patient's forehead is nothing more than an ability to surprise the ego, thus eluding, for a short time, its defense. But in all somewhat important cases the ego immediately reflects and rediscovers all its resistance. We will indicate the various ways in which this resistance is externalized. First, the pressure fails on the first or second attempt, and the subject exclaims in disappointment, "I thought something was going to occur to me, but nothing has come up." Thus, the patient already takes a certain attitude, but this circumstance should not yet be counted among the obstacles. We just tell him, "It doesn't matter, the second time something will come up." And so it happens, indeed. It is singular how often the patients, even the most docile and intelligent, forget the commitment solemnly contracted at the beginning of the treatment. They have promised to say everything that occurs to them when we put our hand on their forehead, even if it seemed inopportune or unpleasant for them to communicate it, that is, without exercising any selection or criticism on it. But they never keep this promise, which seems beyond their strength. The analytic work is constantly interrupted by their statements that once again nothing occurs to them, statements to which the doctor should not give any credence, always assuming that the patient is silent about something, because it seems trivial or unpleasant to communicate. Manifesting this to the patient, he will then renew the pressure until he obtains a result. In such cases, the subject usually adds, "I could have told you this the first time. And why didn't you tell me?" "Because I assumed that it had no relation to the subject we were dealing with. It was only when I saw it come up again and again that I decided to tell him, or because I thought it wasn't what we were looking for and I hoped I could avoid the unpleasantness that talking about it causes me. But when I realized that there was no way to get him out of my mind, I decided to tell him." In this way, the patient reveals, a posteriori, the reasons for a resistance that at first he did not want to acknowledge, but that he cannot help but oppose to psychical investigation. It is singular behind what evasions this resistance is often hidden. "Today I am distracted. I am disturbed by the ticking of the clock or the piano playing in the next room." To these assertions I have already learned to answer, "Not at all. You have now stumbled upon something that you do not like to say and you want to avoid it." The longer the pause between the pressure of my hand and the manifestations of the patient, the greater my distrust and the greater the chances that the subject is dedicated to arranging the emerged occurrence to his liking, mutilating it when communicating it. The most important manifestations sometimes appear, like princesses dressed as beggars, accompanied by the following superfluous remark, "Now something has occurred to me, but it has nothing to do with what we are discussing. I'll tell you, just because you want to know everything." After this introduction, the solution we have been looking for a long time almost always appears. Back. In this way, I pay close attention whenever a patient begins to speak contemptuously to me of some occurrence. The fact that the pathogenic representations seem so unimportant when they reappear is a sign that they have previously been victoriously rejected. From him we can deduce what the rejection process consisted of. It consisted of making a weak representation of the energetic representation, stripping it of its affect. Thus, we recognize the pathogenic memory, among other things, by the fact that the patient considers it trivial, and yet shows resistance when reproducing it. There are also cases in which the patient still tries to deny its authenticity. Now something has occurred to me, but surely you have suggested it to me. A particularly skillful form of this denial is to say, now something has occurred to me, but it seems to me that it is not a memory, but my pure invention at this moment. In all these cases I am unwavering, rejecting such distinctions and explaining to the patient that they are nothing more than forms and pretexts for resistance against the reproduction of a memory that we have to end up recognizing as authentic. In the return of images our work becomes easier than when it comes to representations. Hysterics, visual subjects for the most part, present fewer difficulties than patients affected by obsessive representations to the work of the analytic. Once the image has emerged, the patient himself declares seeing it fragment and vanish as he progresses in his description. The patient wears it out and extinguishes it by translating it into words. Thus, the same mnemonic image marks the direction in which we must continue our investigation. Consider the image again. Has it already disappeared? Overall, yes, but I still see this or that detail. So it still has some meaning. Something new will still emerge or something related to that subsistent detail will occur to him. Once the work is finished, the visual field is free and we can provoke another image. However, there are times when such an image remains tenaciously present to the subject's inner vision, and then I have to suppose that he still has something very important to say about the corresponding subject. As soon as it does so, the image disappears. For the progress of the analysis it is, naturally, of extreme importance that the doctor maintains his authority over the patient, otherwise it will depend on what the latter wants or does not want to communicate to him. It is, therefore, consoling to hear that the pressure procedure never really fails, except in a single case, which I will deal with later, anticipating, for now, that it depends on a special reason for resistance. It also happens, sometimes, that we use the procedure in circumstances in which it cannot bring anything to light, for example, continuing the investigation of the etiology of a symptom when it has already been exhausted, or investigating the psychic genealogy of a somatic syndrome. In these cases, the patient also affirms that nothing occurs to him, and this time with reason. It is therefore essential not to lose sight of the patient's face for a moment during the analysis, and in this way we learn, without great difficulty, to distinguish our own spiritual serenity from the true lack of reminiscences, from tension and affection that they invade the subject when he tries to deny, driven by resistance, the emerging memory. The application of our procedure as a differential diagnosis rests on these experiences. Thus, even the work with the auxiliary pressure procedure is not without effort. There is only the advantage that, by the results of this procedure, we find out in which direction we have to investigate. In many cases this is enough. What is essential is to guess the secret and confront the subject with it, who then has to make his resistance cease. In other cases something more is required. The resistance of the subject is externalized in the incoherence of the emergent mnemonic elements, which only appear incomplete and blurred. When, in an already advanced period of the analysis, we look back at the previous ones, we are surprised to see how fragmentary were the occurrences and the images that we wrested from the subject through pressure. They lacked precisely what was essential, the relationship with the person or the subject, and this lack made the image incomprehensible. Here are a couple of examples of the action of such a censorship, exerted on the pathogenic memory in its first emergence. The patient sees a female torso, whose garments part as if by carelessness, but only at a much later point in the analysis does he complete this torso with a head, which already betrays a specific person and relationship. Or he recounts a reminiscence from his childhood, referring to two children whose figures appear blurry and unrecognizable to him who were accused of a certain vice, and he needs after a long period of time and great progress in analysis to see this reminiscence again, and recognize himself in one of the children. What means are available to us to overcome this continued resistance? A very few, that is, of those that, in general, a man can use to exert a psychic influence on another. First of all, we must tell ourselves that psychic resistance, especially when it has been established for a long time, can only be suppressed very slowly and gradually. It is necessary to wait patiently. Afterwards, the intellectual interest must be reckoned with which, once the work has begun, awakens its course in the patient. By instructing him and communicating details of the marvelous world of psychic processes, into which we have managed to penetrate precisely through such analyses, we succeeded in making him our collaborator and led him to observe himself with the objective interest of the researcher, thus rejecting resistance based on unaffective grounds. Finally, and this is our most powerful lever, after having guessed the reasons for their resistance, we have to try to devalue those reasons or, sometimes, substitute them with other more important ones. At this point the possibility of concretizing the psychotherapeutic activity in formula ceases. We act to the best of our ability, as clarifiers, when an ignorance has engendered a fear, as teachers, as representatives of a freer or more reflective universal conception, and as confessors, who with the persistence of their interest and respect after the confession, offer the patient something equivalent to an absolution. Finally, we try to do the patient all the good that the influence of our own personality and the measure of sympathy allow. That the corresponding case is capable of inspiring us. For such psychic activity it is an indispensable prerequisite that we have roughly ascertained the nature of the case and the reasons for the resistance it manifests. Fortunately, the procedure of coercion and pressure lead us, precisely, to this point of the analysis. The more enigmas of this order we have solved, the easier it will be for us to solve new ones, and the sooner we will be able to undertake the truly curative psychic work. It is very convenient to always keep the following in mind, since the patient frees himself from hysterical symptoms as soon as he reproduces the causal pathogenic impressions, giving them verbal expression and externalizing the concomitant affect. The therapeutic work will consist only in moving him to it, and once this has been achieved, there is nothing left for the doctor to correct or suppress. All the contrary suggestions that could be applied have already been used during the fight against the resistance. Along with the intellectual motives on which we rely to overcome resistance, there is an effective factor, the personal authority of the doctor, which we can only seldom do without, being instead, in a large number of cases, the only one that can be used. And the resistance. But this happens in all branches of medicine, and no therapeutic method completely renounces the collaboration of this factor. 3. In the preceding chapter we have clearly exposed the difficulties of our technique. Now, having grouped in it all those that have caused us the most complicated cases, we must also state that in many others our work is not so painful. In any case, the reader will have wondered if, instead of undertaking the painful and long work that the fight against resistance represents, it would not be better to put more effort into achieving hypnosis or limiting the application of the cathartic method to those patients susceptible to a deep hypnotic sleep. To this last proposition one would have to answer that the number of patients would then be very limited for me, since my conditions as a hypnotist are not brilliant at all. To the first I would oppose my suspicion that the achievement of hypnosis does not considerably save resistance. My experience on this point is singularly limited, which is why I cannot turn such a suspicion into an affirmation, but I can say that when I have carried out a cathartic cure, using hypnosis instead of concentration, I have not verified any simplification of my work. I recently completed such treatment, in the course of which I was cured of a hysterical paralysis of the legs. During the analysis, the patient entered a psychic state very different from that of wakefulness, and characterized from the somatic point of view, by the fact that it was impossible for her to open her eyes or get up before I ordered her to wake up. And yet, in no case have I had to fight against greater resistance. For my part, I did not give any value to those somatic manifestations, which at the end of the 10 months, through which the treatment was prolonged, were already almost imperceptible. The state this patient entered during our work had no influence at all on the ability to remember the unconscious or on the very peculiar personal relationship between the patient and the doctor, Typical of any cathartic cure. In NSME history we have described a example of a cathartic cure carried out in a deep state of somnambulism, in which there was hardly any resistance. But it must be taken into account that the subject did not tell me anything that would be painful for her to confess, nothing that he could not have said to me, equally, in a waking state, as soon as his dealings with me had inspired him with some confidence and esteem. Furthermore, this was my first trial of cathartic therapy and I did not penetrate to the actual causes of the illness, surely identical to those that determine the relapses after treatment, but the one time I chanced to invite her to reproduce a reminiscence involving an erotic element, she displayed a resistance and insincerity equivalent to those of any of my later patients, treated without recourse to the somnambulistic state. In the case history of this subject I have already spoken of her resistance during the hypnotic state to other suggestions and commands. The value of hypnosis for the simplification of cathartic treatment has made me, above all, doubtful, from a case in which the most absolute therapeutic indocility appeared next to a complete obedience in all other order of things, finding the subject in a deep state of somnambulism. Another case of this kind is that of the girl who broke her umbrella against the flagstones of the street, communicated in the first third of this work. For the rest, I confess that I was satisfied to verify this circumstance, since the existence of a quantitative relationship, also in the psychic, between cause and effect was necessary to my theory. In the previous exposition we have made the idea of resistance stand out in the first place. We have shown how, in the course of therapeutic work, we came to the conception that hysteria is born from the repression of an intolerable representation, carried out at the impulse of defense motives, the representation lasting as a low intense memory trace and affect being used. That has been taken away for somatic innervation. Thus, the representation would acquire a pathogenic character, becoming the cause of pathological symptoms, as a consequence, precisely, of its repression. Those hysterias that show this mechanism can therefore be classified as defense hysterias. Now Brewer and I have repeatedly spoken of two other kinds of hysteria to which we apply the names hypnoid hysteria and retention hysteria. Hypnoid hysteria was the first to appear in our visual field. His best example is the case of Anna O., investigated by Brewer, who has ascribed to this hysteria a mechanism essentially different from that of defense through conversion. In it, the representation would become pathogenic due to the fact that it arose on the occasion of a special psychic state, a circumstance that makes it remain, from the beginning, outside the self. It was not, therefore, necessary any psychic force to keep the representation out of the ego, which should not arouse any resistance when introduced into the ego, with the help of the activity of the somnambulistic state. Thus, the clinical history of Anna O does not record the slightest indication of resistance. This distinction seems so important to me that it decides me to maintain the existence of hypnoid hysteria, despite not having found a single pure case of this class in my medical practice. Every case I've investigated has turned out to be defense hysteria. No. This means that he has never come across symptoms that obviously originate in isolated states of consciousness and that for this reason had to be excluded from the ego. This circumstance has also occurred in some of the cases I have examined, but whenever it has been presented to me I have been able to verify that the state called hypnoid owed its isolation to the fact of being based on a psychic group previously dissociated by the defense. Finally, I cannot repress the suspicion that hypnoid hysteria and the defense coincide in some root, the defense being the primary element. But I can't say for sure about this point. Equally insecure for the moment is my judgment on retention hysteria, in which therapeutic work would also meet with no resistance. I was once presented with a case 57 which seemed to me typical of retention hysteria, leading me to expect a quick and easy therapeutic success. The cathartic work was carried out, in effect, without any difficulty, but also without the slightest positive result. So, then, I suspect once again, although with all the reservations imposed by my imperfect knowledge of the matter, that there is also something of defense at the bottom of the retention hysteria, which has given the whole process a hysterical character. Subsequent observations will decide whether with this tendency to extend the concept of defense to all hysteria we are in danger of falling into error. Up to this point I have dealt with the technique and the difficulties of the cathartic method, and now I would like to add some indications of how an analysis is carried out with this technique. This is a very interesting subject for me, but of course I cannot expect it to arouse the same interest in those who have not carried out any such analyses. I will speak again about the technique, but this time I will deal with those intrinsic difficulties for which the patient cannot be held responsible, difficulties that will have to be partly the same in cases of hypnoid or retention hysteria as in those of defense hysteria. Taken here for model. When I begin this last part of my exposition, I do so with the hope that the psychic singularities that we are going to reveal here may one day have a certain value as raw material for a dynamic of representations. The first and most intense impression that such an analysis causes us is, without a doubt, that of verifying that the pathogenic psychic material that has apparently been forgotten, not being at the disposal of the ego nor playing any role in memory or in association, is found, however, ready and in perfect order. It is only a question of suppressing the resistances that close the path to it. Once this is achieved, it becomes conscious, like any other complex of representations. Each one of the pathogenic representations has different links with the others and with other non-pathogenic ones, frequently remembered, that were established in due time and that were preserved in memory. The pathogenic psychic material seems to belong to an intelligence equivalent to that of the normal self. Sometimes this appearance of a second personality almost imposes itself on us as an undeniable reality. We do not want to go into examining for the moment if this impression actually responds to a real event or if what we are doing is transferring the ordination to the time of illness. That shows us the psychic material after the solution of the case has been achieved. In any case, the best way we can describe the experience gained in these analyses is by placing ourselves in the point of view that, once we have reached the end of our work, we adopt to review it. The question is almost never as simple as it has been represented for certain cases, for example, for that of a hysterical symptom born in a single great trauma. In the vast majority of cases we are not faced with a single symptom, but with a certain number of them, partly independent of each other and partly linked to each other. We will not expect, then, to find a single traumatic memory, and as its node a single pathogenic representation, but, on the contrary, entire series of partial traumas and concatenations of pathogenic mental processes. Monosymptomatic traumatic hysteria represents an elementary organism, a single-celled being, compared with the complicated structure of the ordinary severe hysterical neuroses. The psychic material of these latest hysterias appears to us as a product of various dimensions and, at least, of a triple stratification. I hope to be able to prove these claims right away. There is, first, a nodule, made up of memories, of events or mental processes, in which the traumatic factor has culminated or the pathogenic idea found its purest development. Around this nodule a different mnemic material accumulates, frequently extraordinarily extensive, through which we have to penetrate the analysis, following, as we indicated before, three different orders. Firstly, the existence of a linear chronological order within each topic is imposed on us. As an example, I will cite the one corresponding to the analysis of Anna 0, carried out by Brewer. The theme here was going deaf or not hearing, differentiated according to 7 different conditions, each of which headed a group of 10 to 100 chronologically ordered memories. He seemed to be reviewing a file, kept in the most minute order. Also in the analysis of my patient ME to N, and, in general, in all analyses of this order, there appear such inventories of memories, which always appear in a chronological order as infallibly certain as the series of days of the week. Week or the names of the months in the thought of the psychically normal man and hinder the analytical work due to its peculiarity of reversing the order of his birth in reproduction. The earliest and most recent event in the inventory emerges first as the cover for the inventory, and the ending is formed by that impression with which the series actually began. I have given the name formation of a theme to this grouping of memories of the same nature in a linearly stratified multiplicity, analogous to that constituted by a bundle of files. Now then, these themes show a second arrangement. They are concentrically layered around the pathogenic nodule. It is not difficult to specify what constitutes this stratification and according to the increase or decrease of what magnitude the arrangement is established. They are layers of the same resistance, growing in the direction of the node, and with it, zones of the same modification of consciousness, to which the other given themes extend. The peripheral strata. They contain of the diverse subjects those memories, or inventories of memories, that the subject evokes easily, having always been conscious. Then, the deeper we go, the more difficult it becomes for the subject to recognize the emerging memories, until he stumbles, already close to the nodule, with memories that the patient denies even when reproducing them. This concentric stratification of the psychic pathogenic material is, as we will see later, what lends the course of our analyse's characteristic features. We have yet to mention a third kind of arrangement, which is the essential one and the one about which it is most difficult to speak in general terms. This is the arrangement according to the ideological content, the link through the logical threads that reach the node, link to which in each case may correspond to a special path, irregular and with multiple changes of direction. This arrangement has a dynamic character, in contrast to the morphological nature of the other two stratifications mentioned above. In a spatial scheme, the latter would have to be represented by straight or curved lines, and, on the other hand, the representation of the logical link would form a broken line of extremely complicated layout, which going and coming from the periphery to the deeper layers and from these to the periphery. Outside, however, getting closer and closer to the node, playing earlier in all stations. It would be, then, a zigzag line, similar to the one we draw on the chessboard in solving the problems called knight jumps. Or even more exactly, the logical link would constitute a system of converging lines and would present foci in which two or more threads would meet, which would continue to be united from there, leading to the node of several threads independent of each other or linked by path sides. This results in the singular fact that each symptom appears with great frequency multiply determined or overdetermined. This attempt to schematize the organization of the psychic pathogenic material will be completed by introducing into it a new complication. In fact, it may happen that the pathogenic material presents more than one nodule. For example, when we see ourselves in the case of analyzing a second hysterical attack that, having its own etiology, is nevertheless linked to a first attack of acute hysteria mastered years ago. It is not difficult to imagine what layers and mental processes must be added in these cases to establish a link between the two pathogenic nodules. To this picture of the organization of pathogenic material we will add yet another observation. We have said that this material behaves like a foreign body and that the therapy would be equivalent to the extraction of such a foreign body from living tissues. We can now see what is wrong with this comparison. A foreign body does not enter into any connection with the layers of tissues that surround it, although it modifies them and imposes a reactive inflammation on them. On the other hand, our psychic pathogenic group does not allow itself to be cleanly extracted from the self. Its outer layers become parts of the normal self, and in fact belong to the latter as well as to the pathogenic organization. The limit between the two is situated in the analysis conventionally, sometimes in one place as in another, there being points where it is impossible to specify. The inner layers will separate from the self more and more, without the limit of the pathogen becoming visible. Thus, the pathogenic organization does not really behave like a foreign body, but rather like an infiltrator. The infiltrating agent would be resistance in this comparison. Neither does therapy consist in removing something, an operation that psychotherapy cannot yet perform, but rather in melting down resistance and thus opening the way for circulation to a sector that until then was closed to it. I am using here a series of comparisons that are incompatible with each other and that present only a limited analogy with the subject matter. But being fully aware of this, I am far from deluding myself as to their value. Now, my intention is more than the too clearly present, from different points of view, a new question, never exposed until now, and for this reason I will have to allow myself the freedom to continue such comparisons in later pages, to pose their recognized imperfection. If, once the case was solved, we could show the pathogenic material in its discovered, highly complicated and multidimensional organization to a third party, this would surely pose the question of how such a vast product could have found a place in the consciousness of whose narrowness it is spoken so justifiably. This term of the narrowness of conscience acquires meaning and new life in the eyes of the doctor who performs such an analysis. Never enters the consciousness of the self but a single memory. The patient who is engaged in the elaboration of the same does not see anything that crowds behind him and forgets what has already penetrated previously. When the expiration of this pathogenic memory runs into difficulties, for example, when the patient maintains his resistance against it and wants to repress and mutilate it, the passage is intercepted and the work is interrupted. Nothing new can emerge while this situation lasts, and the memory in the process of penetration remains before the patient until he collects it in the area of his ego. All the vast mass that forms the pathogenic material has thus to go filtering through this gorge, arriving, therefore, in fragments to the consciousness. In this way, the therapist is forced to reconstitute the suspected organization with these fragments, a task comparable to that of putting together a puzzle. In beginning an analysis in which we hope to find such an organization of the pathogenic material, we must keep in mind that it is totally useless to penetrate directly into the nodule of the pathogenic organization. Even if we were to guess it, the patient would not know what to do with the explanation we provided him, nor would such an explanation produce any psychic modification in him. There is, then, no other remedy than to limit oneself at first to the periphery of the psychic pathogenic product. We begin, then, by letting the patient report everything he knows and remembers, directing his attention and overcoming, through the pressure procedure, any slight resistance that may arise. Whenever this procedure opens a new path, we can expect the patient to go some distance along it without further resistance. After we have labored in this way for some time, a cooperative force usually arises in the patient. It evokes, in effect, a multitude of reminiscences, without the need for questioning on our part. This means that we have made our way to an inner layer, within which the subject now spontaneously disposes of all material of equal resistance. During some time we must then let him evoke his memories without influencing him. You will certainly not be able to discover important links in this way, and the elements you reproduce will often seem incoherent, but they will provide us with the material that will later be coherent with the discovery of the logical connection. In general, we have to guard ourselves against two things. If we restrict the patient from reproducing emergent occurrences, something can be buried that will later cost us work to bring to light. On the other hand, we must not trust too much in his unconscious intelligence either, leaving him the direction of the analysis. Outlining our way of working, we could perhaps say that we are in charge of penetration into the interior layers, penetration in a radial direction, and we leave peripheral work to the patient. Penetration is carried out overcoming resistance in the manner indicated above. However, we still have to carry out a different task beforehand. We have, in effect, to get hold of a part of the logical thread, without whose guidance we can entertain no hope of penetrating inside. Nor should we trust that the patient's free manifestations, that is, the material corresponding to the most superficial strata, reveal to the analyst the place from which the path towards the interior starts, that is, what is the point to which the sought mental processes come to be linked. On the contrary, this extreme is carefully covered up. The exposure of the patient seems complete and safe without connections or support of any kind. At first we find ourselves before it as before a wall that completely covers the view and does not allow us to suspect what may be on the other side. But when we critically consider the statement that we have obtained from the patient without much effort or considerable resistance, we always discover gaps and defects in it. At some points the logical course appears visibly interrupted and the solution of continuity is concealed with some random patch, in others, we stumble upon a motive that would not have been such for a normal man. The patient does not want to recognize these gaps when we draw his attention to them. But the doctor will act correctly by searching behind these weak points for access to the deeper layers and hoping to find here precisely the threads of the logical link. Thus, we say to the patient, "You are mistaken, that cannot be related to the rest of your story. We have to stumble upon something else which is going to occur to you now under the pressure of my hand." We can, in fact, demand from the mental processes of a hysteric, even if they extend to the unconscious, the same logical concatenation and sufficient motivation as those of a normal man. Neurosis lacks power enough to weaken these relationships. If the concatenations of ideas of the neurotic, and especially of the hysteric, give us a different impression, and if in these cases it seems impossible to explain, by purely psychological conditions, the relation of the intensities of the various representations, this is only an appearance due, as we have already indicated, to the existence of hidden unconscious motives. Thus, whenever we stumble upon a break in coherence or insufficient motivation, we must assume that such reasons exist. Naturally, we must keep ourselves free, during this work, of the theoretical prejudice that we are dealing with abnormal brains of degenerates and unbalanced, to whom the freedom to infringe the general psychological laws of the association of ideas, as a stigma, would be inherent. Being able to grow in them extraordinarily and without reason for intensity of any representation and remain another inextinguishable without psychological reason that justifies it. Experience shows that in hysteria the opposite happens, once the motives, which have often remained unconscious, have been discovered and taken into account. The association of hysterical ideas does not present anything enigmatic or contrary to the rules. In this way, that is, by discovering the gaps in the patient's first exposure, sometimes hidden by false links, we seize a part of the logical thread on the periphery, and from there we then make our way inward. However, only very rarely do we manage to penetrate to the deepest strata guided by the same logical thread. Most of the time it is interrupted along the way, the pressure procedure no longer providing us with any results, or providing us with results that evade all clarification and continuation. In these cases we soon learn not to make mistakes and discover from the patient's physiognomy whether we have really exhausted the subject, whether we are dealing with a case that does not require psychic clarification, or whether it is an extraordinary resistance imposed on us. A stop in our work. In the case of the latter, and when we fail to overcome such resistance in a short time, we can think that we have followed the thread to a layer that is impenetrable for now. We will therefore have to abandon it and follow another, which may equally not take us until the same stratum, and once we have followed all the threads leading to it, thus finding the point of convergence, from which we could not pass by following an isolated thread, we can get ready to attack the resistance again. It is not difficult to realize how complicated such a task can be. We penetrate, overcoming constant resistance, into the interior strata. We acquire knowledge of the themes accumulated in these strata and of the threads that run through them. We test how far we can penetrate with the means at our disposal at the moment and the data acquired. We procure ourselves, by means of the pressure procedure, the first news of the content of the immediate layers. We abandon and pick up the logical threads, we pursue them to the points of convergence, we constantly go back and enter, following the inventories of memories, in side paths, which then flow into the direct ones. Finally, we thus advance to a point where we can abandon the work by successive layers and penetrate by a main road direct to the nodule of the pathogenic organization. With this the battle is won, but not finished. We have yet to pursue the remaining threads and exhaust the material. But the patient helps us energetically, his resistance having generally been broken. In these advanced stages of the analytic work it is convenient to guess the connection sought and communicate it to the patient before the analysis itself discovers it. If we are right, we will speed up the course of the analysis, and if our hypothesis is wrong, it will help us anyway, forcing the patient to take sides and removing negative energies, which will reveal better knowledge. In this way, we observe with astonishment that it is not given to us to impose anything on the patient with respect to things that he apparently ignores, nor to influence the results of the analysis by guiding his expectations. We have never verified that our anticipation modified or falsified the reproduction of memories or the connection of events, a circumstance that would have manifested itself in some contradiction. When something anticipated arises, indeed, its accuracy is always attested to by multiple unsuspected reminiscences. Thus, there is no fear that the statements we make to the patient may disturb the results of the analysis. Another observation that we can always verify refers to the patient's spontaneous reproductions. We can affirm that during the analysis not a single reminiscence devoid of significance arises. In no case are impertinent mnemic images mixed, associated in any way with the important ones. Therefore, an exception to this rule should not be admitted for those memories that, being insignificant in themselves, nevertheless constitute indispensable intermediate elements, since they form the bridge through which the association between important memories passes. The time that a memory remains in the path of access to the patient's consciousness is, as we have already said, directly proportional to its importance. An image that refuses to fade is one that needs to be considered for longer, a thought that remains fixed is one that demands to be continued. But once a reminiscence has been exhausted or an image translated into words, they never emerge a second time. When this happens, we will have to wait, with all certainty, that the second time new ideas will be linked to the image or new deductions to the occurrence that is, that a complete exhaustion has not taken effect. Instead, we very frequently observe, without this contradicting the previous statements, a return of the same reminiscence or image with different intensities, emerging first, as a simple indication, and then, clearly. When one of the purposes of the analysis is to suppress a symptom susceptible to intensification or return, pain, vomiting, contractures, etc., we observe during the analytical work the very interesting phenomenon of the intervention of said symptom. This reappears or intensifies each time we enter that region of the pathogenic organization that contains its etiology and thus accompanies the analytical work with characteristic oscillations that are highly instructive for the physician. The intensity of the symptom, for example, nausea, increases as we penetrate deeper into the corresponding pathogenic memories, reaches its maximum degree immediately before the patient gives verbal expression to these memories and then suddenly decreases or disappears for a while. When the patient delays the verbal expression of the pathogenic memories for a long time, opposing an energetic resistance, the tension of the sensation becomes intolerable, in our case nausea and if we do not manage to finally force the desired verbal reproduction, vomiting will appear incoacably. Thus we receive a plastic impression that vomiting substitutes for a psychic action, as the theory of conversion affirms. This oscillation of the intensity of the hysterical symptom is repeated every time we touch in the analytic work a new pathogenic reminiscence as far as it is concerned. If, on the contrary, we are forced to abandon for a while the thread to which said symptom is linked, it returns to the darkness to re-emerge in a subsequent period of analysis. These alternatives last until the symptom is completely derived by the discovery of all the corresponding pathogenic material. In a strict sense, the hysterical symptom is conveyed here exactly like the mnemonic image or the reproduced idea that we make emerge with the pressure of our hand on the subject's forehead. In both cases, the referral is required by the same obsessive return in the patient's memory. The difference is only in the apparently spontaneous emergence of the hysterical symptoms, while instead we remember having provoked the scenes and occurrences. But the unbroken series of unmodified memory remains of effect-saturated events and mental acts always leads us to the hysterical symptoms, their memory symbols. The phenomenon of the intervention of the hysterical symptom in the analysis brings with it a practical inconvenience, with which we would like to reconcile the patient. It is impossible to carry out the analysis in one go or to distribute labor breaks so that they coincide with times of rest in the lead. The most common is that the interruptions imposed by the accessory circumstances of the treatment relapse at inappropriate moments, precisely when we were getting closer to an outcome or when a new topic began. This is the same inconvenience that presents the reading of the serials, in which we run into the to be continued when we are most interested. In our case, the theme started but not exhausted, or the symptom intensified and still pending clarification, will persist in the mental life of the patient, causing greater disturbances than ever. But this is an irremediable evil. There are patients who, once a topic has been started in analysis, can no longer abandon it. They keep it present as an obsession, even during the interval between two treatment sessions, and since it is not possible for them to achieve its derivation on their own, they suffer at the same time. Principle more than before putting in cure. But these patients also end up learning to wait for the doctor and to transfer to the hours of treatment all the interest that the derivation of the pathogenic material inspires in them, thus beginning to feel freer in the intervals. Also, the general condition of the patient during such analysis deserves special attention. At first he goes through a period in which the treatment exerts no influence on him, the primitively effective factors still dominating, but then there comes a time when analysis absorbs the patient's interest, and from then on his general state depends more and more on the state of work. Whenever we get a new insight and take an important step in the analysis, feel the sick relief, something as a preview of the upcoming release. Conversely, each stoppage of work or each threat of disturbance of the same increases the psychological load that oppresses him and increases his feeling of misfortune and his functional incapacity. Happily, this aggravation does not last long, since the analysis continues its course, without boasting of moments of well-being or worrying about periods of aggravation, generally satisfying ourselves with having succeeded in replacing the spontaneous oscillations of the patient's state by those that we provoke and understand, in the same way that we are satisfied to see arise, instead of the spontaneous disappearance of the symptoms, that order of the day that corresponds to the state of analysis. As a rule, the task becomes all the more obscure and difficult at first, the deeper we penetrate into the layered psychic product described above. But once the nodule is reached, light comes on, and it is no longer to fear any aggravation in the general condition of the patient. However, we should not wait for the reward of our efforts, that is, the cessation of the pathological symptoms, until we have carried out the complete analysis of all the symptoms. What's more, when each one of these is linked to the rest by multiple connections, we don't even get partial positive results that encourage us in our work. Because of the multiple existing causal connections, each of the pathogenic presentations not yet derived acts as the motive for all the creations of the neurosis, and only with the last words of the analysis does the entire pathological picture disappear, following a behavior analogous to that of each of the reminiscences reproduced separately. Once discovered by analytic work and introduced into the ego a memory or a pathogenic connection, previously withdrawn from the consciousness of the ego, we observe that the thus enlarged psychic personality manifests its enrichment in various forms. With particular frequency it happens that the patient, after we have imposed on him, by dint of painful work, certain knowledge, claims to have always known that, having been able to communicate it to us from the beginning. The most penetrating later recognize that it is an illusion and accuse themselves of ingratitude. Apart from this, the attitude of the ego towards the new acquisition depends on the stratum of analysis from which it comes. That which belongs to the outermost layers is recognized without difficulty, since it continued to be the property of the ego, and only its connection with the deeper layers of pathogenic material constituted a novelty for it. What belongs to these deeper layers also ends up being recognized by the patient, but only after long reflections and hesitations. Naturally, it is more difficult for him to deny visual memory images than memory traces of simple mental processes. Many times he says at the beginning, "I may have thought that, but I can't remember when," and only after becoming familiar with our hypothesis does he come to recognize it as true, remembering and demonstrating, by means of multiple secondary connections, having had, really, such thoughts. For my part, in the analysis I follow the principle of making essential the evaluation of a reminiscence that emerges from its recognition or rejection by the patient. I will not get tired of repeating that we are forced to accept everything that we bring to light with our means. If I come in. If there was something illegitimate or inaccurate, subsequent coherence would teach us to separate it. By the way, I have hardly ever had to reject a provisionally admitted reminiscence. Everything that emerged has since been shown to be correct, despite the deceptive appearance of a contradiction. The representations coming from a greater depth, which constitute the nodule of the pathogenic organization, are the ones that are most difficult for the patient to recognize as memories. Even when the patient is already dominated by logical coercion and convinced of the curative effect that precisely accompanies the emergence of such representations and accepts having thought such and such, he usually still adds, in any case, I can't remember having thought like that. In these cases we easily agree with him stating that they were unconscious thoughts. But the question arises here of how to reconcile this circumstance with our own psychological views. We will have to dispense with this refusal of recognition on the part of the patient, a refusal that, once the work is finished, has no reason, or we will have to assume that it is really about ideas that have not come to exist, that is, ideas for which there was only one possibility of existence, thus accepting that the therapy would consist in carrying out an unfulfilled physical act. It is impossible to say anything on this question, that is, on the state of the pathogenic material before analysis, without a prior clarification of our fundamental views on the nature of consciousness. We will have to reflect on the fact that in such analyses we can follow a mental process from the conscious to the unconscious, that is, to what is not recognized as memory, seeing it then pass through the conscious again and end up again in the unconscious, without that this change in psychic illumination produces in it any modification or alteration of its logical structure or of the coherence of its elements. If this mental process were presented to us in its entirety at once, we would not be able to guess which part of it was recognized by the patient as a memory and which was not. We would only see the extremes of the mental process penetrating into the unconscious, inversely to what has been stated of our normal psychic processes. Finally, I am going to deal with a circumstance that plays an undesirably important role in carrying out such a cathartic analysis. I have already indicated the possibility of a failure of the pressure procedure, in which case we do not obtain, despite all our urgency, any reminiscence. I also indicated that when this happens, it may happen that we are really investigating a point on which nothing remains to be said to the patient, a circumstance that we recognize in his serene expression, or that we have encountered resistance that can only be overcome later, that is, that we find ourselves before a new stratum into which we cannot yet penetrate. We will recognize the latter in the contracted expression of the patient, which testifies to his intense mental effort. But a third case is still possible, which also supposes an obstacle that is no longer intrinsic, but only external. This case occurs when the patient's relationship with the doctor is disturbed, and constitutes the most serious obstacle that can oppose our work. Unfortunately, we have to count on him in any somewhat serious analysis. I have already indicated the important role played by the person of the doctor in the creation of motives aimed at overcoming resistance. In not a few cases, especially in the case of female subjects and the clarification of erotic mental processes, the patient's collaboration becomes a personal sacrifice, which must be compensated with any surrogate of a sentimental nature. The therapeutic interest and the patient kindness of the doctor are enough as such surrogate. When this relationship between the patient and the doctor suffers some disturbance, the patient's good dispositions also disappear, and when the doctor tries to investigate the pathogenic idea of the day, the patient's awareness of his differences with the doctor stands in the way. As far as I know, this obstacle appears in three main cases. 1 degree when the patient believes she has been neglected, belittled, or offended by the doctor or has heard something contrary to him or the treatment. This is the least serious case. The obstacle is easily overcome with some mutual explanations and clarifications, although the susceptibility and rancor of hysterics can sometimes manifest with unexpected intensity. 2 degree when the patient is prey to the fear of becoming excessively attached to the person of the doctor, losing her independence from him or even becoming sexually dependent on him. This case is more serious, because it is less individually conditioned. The reason for this obstacle is contained in the nature of therapeutic work. The patient then has a new reason for resistance, which already manifests itself, not only on the occasion of a certain memory, but in every attempt at treatment. In general, the patient complains of a headache when we want to use the pressure procedure. Her new motive for resistance remains unconscious for her for the most part and manifests itself in the form of a new hysterical symptom. The headache signifies your reluctance to be influenced. 3. When the patient is frightened when she sees that she transfers 58 unpleasant representations that emerged during the analysis to the person of the doctor, a very frequent and even regular case in certain analyses. The transfer to the doctor is carried out by means of a false connection. I will present an example of this kind here. In one of my patients, the origin of a certain symptom had been the desire, harbored many years ago and immediately relegated to the unconscious, that a man, with whom she once had an intimate dialogue, embrace her and give her a kiss. At the end of one of the treatment sessions, the same desire for myself arose in the patient. Horrified, the patient spent a sleepless night, and at the following session, although she did not refuse treatment, her condition rendered all work useless. Once the nature of the obstacle has been ascertained and it has been overcome, we continue the analysis, then the desire that had frightened the patient so much emerges, as the closest pathogenic memory required by the logical link. Thus, the following had happened. Firstly, it had arisen in the consciousness of the content of the desire is sick, without the memory of the accessory details that could situate it in the past, and the desire thus arisen was linked, by the forced association, dominant in consciousness, with my person, with which the thought of sick in a completely different sense. This false connection aroused the same affection that in her day made the patient reject the illicit desire. Once this process is known, the doctor can already attribute any reference to his person to such transfer by false connection. But the sick always succumb to deception. Only knowing how to overcome the emerging resistance in these 3 cases is it possible for us to complete an analysis. We achieved such a victory by treating this recently produced symptom in the same way as the old ones. Firstly, we are faced with the task of making the obstacle conscious in the patient. With one of my patients, in whom the pressure procedure suddenly began to produce no results, already having reason to suspect the existence of an unconscious idea of those indicated in case 2-, I proceeded the first time by surprise. I told her that an obstacle had undoubtedly arisen against the continuation of the treatment, but that the pressure procedure had at least the power to make her see what that obstacle was. Immediately, I put this procedure into practice and the patient exclaimed, "What nonsense! I see you sitting in this chair." This sentence was enough for me to find the desired explanation. In another patient, the obstacle did not usually reveal itself in this way, responding directly to the pressure of my hand on her forehead, but it was revealed to me as soon as I managed to locate the patient at the moment when said obstacle had arisen, something that never denies us. Pressure procedure. With the discovery of the obstacle, the first difficulty was overcome, but another more considerable one still remained, that of making the subject communicate, when it was apparently a question of personal relationships, on which occasion the third person coincided with that of the doctor. At first I was not at all satisfied with this increase in my psychic work, until I verified that it was a regular and constant phenomenon, and then I also observed that such a transfer did not really require more work. The patient's labor was the same, that is, that of overcoming the displeasing affect of having harbored such a desire for a moment, and with respect to the result, it seemed indifferent whether we instituted the psychic repulsion of said desire as the subject of our analytic tasks, in the primitive case or in the recent one. Little by little, the patients also learned to realize that such transferences on the doctor's person are nothing more than a deceptive imagination, which vanishes when the analysis is over. But I think that if we dispensed with explaining the nature of the obstacle to them, we would only be substituting a new hysterical symptom, albeit less severe, for another that developed spontaneously. I believe the preceding indications on the practice of such analyses and what we discover in them are sufficient. Some things seem more complicated in them than they really are, since many of them appear clear in the course of such work. I have not enumerated the difficulties of the analytic task in order to give the impression that only in very few cases is it worth undertaking a cathartic analysis. For my part, I think the opposite. I cannot detail here the precise indications of the therapeutic method whose description precedes. To do this, he would have to enter the broader and more important topic of the therapy of neuroses in general. Many times I have compared cathartic psychotherapy to surgical intervention and described my cures as psychotherapeutic operations, following their analogies with the opening of a cavity full of pus, the scraping of a decayed bone, etc. Such an analogy finds its justification not so much in the separation of the sick as in the establishment of better healing conditions for the course of the process. I have repeatedly heard my patients express the following objection when I promised help or relief through cathartic cure. You yourself have told me that my condition probably depends on my destiny and personal circumstances. How, since you can't change any of it, are you going to cure me? To this objection I have been able to answer, I have no doubt that it would be easier for fate to cure her than for me, but you will be convinced that we will advance a lot if we manage to transform your hysterical misery into ordinary misfortune. Against the latter you will be better able to defend yourself with a newly healthy nervous system. End. Studies on Hysteria. Sigmund Freud.